Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question. First, we need to be clear on what are the primary causes of the drug problem which lead to children being affected. The member's question focuses on measures to engage the children of drug-abusing parents to prevent them from becoming drug offenders themselves. Looking at this narrowly from that perspective will not give an accurate picture. The primary issue is the trafficking and pushing of drugs in society. If we do not deal with those issues upstream before the harm is caused, then there will be serious consequences to the lives of people and lots of children. So we have to focus on deterring and disrupting the supply of drugs. If we don't do that properly, the children will suffer neglect at best from their families, and many will face the risk of getting into a life of crime and drugs. Downstream efforts to help the children will really be like fighting against the tide in such situations. We are very concerned about the children and the other people affected by drugs. That is why we take a tough approach on drugs. I will ask the member if he agrees with the tough approach we have taken on drugs, the approach to severely punish the traffickers and suppliers responsible for this problem. If we are concerned about children, then I assume the member will agree with us. Now, let me give an example. A 5-year-old boy, I don't want to name him, died after being scalded with hot water 2016. Every year I can name you a case of such a child. 5 years, 4 years old, parents affected by drugs. The court heard that his mother, who had thrown the hot water on him, told the IMH psychiatrist that she had abused meth for years and that she was probably suffering from withdrawal symptoms in the days before the boy's death because she was unable to buy drugs from her usual supplier. In such cases, I ask members, what could have been done to save the child? Which is really part of the question that the member is asking. What we have done is to save the lives of thousands of such children with our focus on preventing the widespread use of drugs through our very tough drug policies. Probably one of the only country, if not one of the few countries in the world that have dealt with this problem effectively. So that helps prevent such cases from happening in the first place. We have to identify the problem accurately if we want to find the right solutions. So I have tried to explain how we try and make sure we minimize the risks of the situations the member has been referring to from even arising in the first place. But despite all our efforts and despite our tough laws and stance, there will be persons who will continue to abuse drugs and place their families and children at risk. In those cases, how do we help the children? The government works closely with the community to help them. Newly admitted offenders are encouraged to participate in the Yellow Ribbon Community Project, YRCP. Under the YRCP, volunteers reach out to the families of inmates through home visits and link them up with various social support and community programs. They also identify vulnerable children of inmates who may require support in their education or who may require counseling and refer them to the relevant community programs. There are now more than 1,200 YRCP volunteers who have reached out to more than 15,000 families. This is real hard work on the ground. Not glamorous, but thousands of people going, spending thousands of hours helping. Prisons will also refer inmates and their family members who require assistance to the Family Resource Centers, FRCs. FRCs operate from the Prison Link Center in Changi. They render financial assistance, accommodation, and social assistance. Where necessary, FRCs will refer families to the Family Service Centers, FSCs, for further casework support within the community. FRCs have assisted close to 4,000 inmate families in the last 2 years. FSC social workers will try and review the family's risks and needs and coordinate intervention and support across different agencies. For school-going children, FSCs will also link up with the schools to discuss their needs, the types and level of support needed by the children. Besides FSCs, we also have youth agencies which provide support services for children and young persons who have behaviors which put them at risk or who require constructive engagement. These include mentoring programs, interest-based activities, career coaching. Then there is the aspect of parent and child bonding. Prisons gets involved in that. It provides inmates with family-centered programs like the social skills and training program, family reintegration program, to equip them with communication skills to engage their children and loved ones more effectively. In the past 5 years, prisons has provided nearly 21,000 program places to inmates for this purpose. Prisons also works with various other community partners on programs and services addressing or aimed at addressing the impact of the parents being in jail. These include counseling, tuition assistance, parenting programs, family bonding programs, for example, run by the Salvation Army, Center for Fathering, and the Singapore Children's Society. Over the last 2 years, 282 inmates and their families attended these programs. The member has also asked about how do we evaluate the effectiveness of these programs. I think the first question is, when I lay this out, I think members will agree that these have to be done. I cannot believe that any member here will say we should not or do any of these or should be cutting back on these. Now, in terms of quantifying it, this is a very difficult area to study because there are too many factors that are outside of prison's control. Let me name some. All of this, how a child grows up, how a child averts the risk of a life in crime and drugs, depends on the family circumstances of the children involved, the social influences on the children, the willingness of the family to be fully involved and engaged in the programs offered, also how available the drugs are to the child or children, the susceptibility of the family members, including the children, to the attraction of drugs. I can name many such factors. So it's not an area that you can easily quantify. So you have to make an assessment and go ahead and do it. As we have been able to convince thousands of volunteers to do, together with prisons officers and NGOs which see the benefit of doing these activities. So while no specific quantification has been done, prisons' professional assessment based on the interactions is that the programs have helped the families which have a positive attitude towards receiving such help. Prisons generally looks at how the effectiveness of its various programs can be assessed, and when they next assess their programs, I will ask them to consider again whether there are ways in which some kind of measurement can be done either now or in the future, because we are also talking about children growing up to be adults, so you're talking about 20 years or so. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Pereira.
Approach.
Pereira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I thank the Minister for his reply. I certainly do agree that penalties have a critical role to play to control the supply and availability of drugs, as the Minister has explained, and rehabilitative approaches and preventive and early intervention programs, such as what the Minister has explained, also have a critical role to play as well.
I thank the member for his unqualified support, and I assume Workers' Party's position on the drug policies. Thank you.
Leader of Opposition.
Good way to start the morning, Minister. Yes. So I believe some years ago, Honourable Member Mr. Christopher D'Souza filed a motion on the drug issue, and I made a speech in that debate, and it was really about acknowledging that this is a serious issue, the drug problem, especially internationally, and certainly I would support a tough stance against drugs. Thank you.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I answer question 2 and 3?
Yes,
together,
please.
with your permission.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been more than a month since the 1st February 2021 detention of Myanmar's civilian government leaders, including President U Win Mint and State Councillor Daw Aung San Suu Kyi. The situation in Myanmar, unfortunately, remains fraught with much uncertainty, and there remains significant risk of escalation. The United Nations reported that on the 3rd of March alone, 38 people died. MFA has strongly advised all Singaporeans to defer travel to Myanmar at this time, and we have also advised Singaporeans who are currently in Myanmar to consider leaving as soon as they can by commercial means whilst flights are still available. I have already spoken extensively on Singapore's response to these developments in Myanmar, including during my ministry's Committee of Supply debate on the 1st of March. On the 2nd of March, I joined other ASEAN foreign ministers via video conference for an informal ministerial meeting. At that meeting, the representative of Myanmar's military authorities, Mr. Wana Maung Luin, also briefed us on his account. Singapore believes that ASEAN should play a constructive role in facilitating a return to normalcy and hopefully stability in Myanmar, in line with the principles enshrined in the ASEAN Charter. The chair of ASEAN issued a statement on the 1st of February, the very day that the NLD government was ousted. The informal ASEAN ministerial meeting I referred to earlier was convened on the 2nd of March 2021. The meeting reaffirmed the practice for ASEAN to discuss important issues of common concern whenever they arise. This meeting was an opportunity to have frank and open, candid discussion and to reflect the international community's concerns directly to the representative of the military authorities. Members would be aware of the media coverage of that meeting. We also provided a full transcript of my intervention during that meeting. The ASEAN foreign ministers urged the Myanmar military authorities to exercise the utmost restraint and to refrain from the use of lethal force against unarmed civilians. I conveyed Singapore's grave concerns over the situation in Myanmar. We are appalled by the violence inflicted by security forces against civilians. It is the height of national shame for the armed forces of any country to turn its arms against its own people. The use of lethal force against unarmed civilians is inexcusable under any circumstances. The immediate concern is to step back from a rapidly deteriorating situation. I called on the military authorities to seek a peaceful solution for Myanmar. The alternative is prolonged instability, and to quote Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, an enormous, tragic step back, unquote, for Myanmar. The military is an institution in the body politic of Myanmar. In fact, the military authorities in Myanmar played a role in Myanmar's political journey towards democracy in the past decade. It has to reach a modus vivendi with the other key stakeholders in Myanmar, including Daw Aung San Suu Kyi. There remains prospect for a peaceful resolution as long as all sides can come together, engage in genuine and direct dialogue, and find a way to return to Myanmar's democratic transition. We thus hope that the military authorities will release President Win Myint and State Councillor Daw Aung San Suu Kyi so that these discussions can commence. We also support a visit by the Special Envoy of the United Nations Secretary General to Myanmar, Ms. Christine Bergener, and hope that she will also be given access at that visit to Daw Aung San Suu Kyi and the other NLD leaders. Mr. Speaker, if events continue to escalate, it will become even more challenging for all parties in Myanmar to achieve that essential reconciliation. If tensions do not abate, the longer-term stability of our region will also be affected, with potential serious consequences for everyone. There will also be further humanitarian impact given the current severe COVID-19 and economic stresses confronting their people. And do not forget the unresolved resettlement of displaced persons from Rakhine State. Singapore's assistance to the displaced persons from Rakhine State is ongoing. Singapore has contributed over 1 million Singapore dollars in bilateral humanitarian aid to both Bangladesh and Myanmar. We also made contributions through the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance on Disaster Management. And reflecting the generosity of Singaporeans, our private sector and community organizations have also stepped up, raising funds to provide for the material needs of those in the refugee camps. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic last year also compromised the delivery of some of this humanitarian assistance. It is important for us to resume efforts to ensure the safe, voluntary, and dignified repatriation of refugees back to Rakhine State. We have lent strong support towards ASEAN's efforts to help improve the ground conditions in the Rakhine State, such as through the preliminary needs assessment and the ASEAN Secretariat's ad hoc support teams, which focus on implementing the recommendations of the preliminary needs assessment teams. These recommendations include priority projects such as the supply of radio receivers to the local community in order to strengthen the dissemination of accurate information. We are prepared to send further consignments of aid and stand ready to support future comprehensive needs assessments once repatriation commences, so that we can be more targeted in helping the displaced persons. But at the end of the day, the solution to both the political and the humanitarian problems lie within Myanmar itself and in the hands of its people. We hope to see an outcome that reflects the interests and the will of the people of Myanmar. Singapore and ASEAN hopes that Myanmar will succeed in its path towards democratic transition and national reconciliation. We will do what we can to support this, but ultimately only the people of Myanmar, including the armed forces, the Tatmadaw, the NLD, and the diverse ethnic groups, some of whom have armed militias. Only they can find a sustainable political solution that is in the best interests of their people. We can only hope that wisdom will prevail, and despite all the bloodshed so far, I still think it is not too late.
Mr. Pereira?
Foreign Minister for his comprehensive reply and his clear condemnation of the situation in Myanmar. I think since I filed this question several days ago, situation seems to have worsened. I just have one supplementary question for the Foreign Minister, which is that at the ASEAN level, is this being monitored with a view to keeping all other options open to nudge the government in Myanmar towards reconciliation, towards political settlement, should the situation worsen even further in the days and weeks ahead? Thank you.
The short answer is yes, and the foreign ministers are in daily contact with one another.
Louisa?
Thank you, sir. And I thank Minister for the reply. I've raised this issue in Parliament quite a number of times now, and I know a Minister is deeply concerned about the refugees as well. And like him, I've been to the refugee camps in Cox's Bazar, and it really is suffering at a scale that is unimaginable. And I met many of the children there, many of whom have watched both fathers and mothers get killed. And so I really hope, and I ask MFA to consider sending another consignment of humanitarian aid this year, and that will really help the refugees that are currently in Cox's Bazar.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we would certainly consider additional assistance, but there are many obstacles, and in fact, the more fundamental political and violent events occurring within Myanmar itself complicate any attempts to address this humanitarian disaster. But we will continue to look out for opportunities.
Mr. Chris D'Souza?
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs for his comprehensive answer. My supplementary question refers to two instruments, the ASEAN Charter and the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration. In the discussions with ministers' counterparts in ASEAN, would reference be made to both those instruments and the general principles elucidated in those instruments to have some level of forbearance over the actions of the military in Myanmar. My view is that the actions do go against the whole tenor and principles laid down in the ASEAN Charter and the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in our meetings, discussions, both formal, informal, clear reference has been made to the ASEAN Charter and, of course, the question of human rights. But I also want the House to have a realistic assessment of the factors at play. The history of Myanmar over the past 70 years, and I mentioned that earlier this week, is a long and tortured history of a large, wealthy, talented country unable to come together and achieve national unity, unable to reconcile differences between ethnic groups, political ideologies, between the different pillars of the political construct that is Myanmar. And again, if you look over the past 70 years, the military authorities in Myanmar, frankly, do not respond to economic sanctions, do not respond to moral opprobrium, and certainly references to the ASEAN Charter and human rights, whilst essential, are not sufficient to change their behavior. So we do need to be realistic in what we say or do. And I want to emphasize that my key objective, again, perhaps influenced by my medical background, is first, do no harm. Do not raise false hopes, do not incite, and do not encourage further crystallization of disputes and violence. So I say all this so that Singaporeans, both within this House and outside this House, will understand that despite all our fervent and earnest hopes of reconciliation, the keys ultimately lie within Myanmar. And there's a limit to how far external pressure will be brought to bear. It doesn't mean we approve of what they have done and how they do it. And we are clear in our expressions of disapproval. But let us also be realistic and let us hope that good sense prevails. And there are also profound lessons for us in Singapore to count our blessings since independence, that we have been able to come together as one people, regardless of race, language, or religion. We've been able to build a democracy that functions. We've been able to reconcile differences. We really have so much to be thankful for and to count our blessings in Singapore.
Order. End of question time. Introduction of Government Bill. Minister for Communications and Information.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Communications and Information, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Postal Services Act, Chapter 237A of the 2000 Revised Edition, and to make consequential and related amendments to the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 68 of the 2012 Revised Edition.
The Postal Services Amendment Bill.
Second reading. What day?
At the next available sitting.
So be it. Order. Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move a motion to allow the ministerial statement on review of sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences to be taken now.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members to so move? Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order 91-2, the ministerial statement on review of sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences be taken now. The statement is on a matter of some importance, and it would be more expedient and efficient for the disposal of Parliament business for the ministerial statement to be taken before the resumption of the debate on the Committee of Supply, and it will also to allow sufficient time for members to seek clarifications from the Minister for Home Affairs.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as of their opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ministerial statement, Minister for Home Affairs and Law.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 8th of March, the world will celebrate International Women's Day. Our discussion today on protection of women is timely. We have had some cases over the past few years relating to sexual and hurt offenses, which triggered much discussion on whether the sentences imposed were adequate. In September 2020, last year, we started off an important broad-based conversation on the position of women in Singapore, how we can better deal with the issues they face, not just crimes, but the overall position of women. That review goes beyond the law in the context, beyond the narrow context of sexual and hurt offenses. This particular review here, which I'm going to speak about, is on the context of sexual and hurt offenses. And stiff and effective punishments are necessary, but they are only one part of the picture. The penalties may deter, but they are not going to remove the attitudes behind such conduct. And as a society, we must look deeper. The broad-based review will look into how equality and respect for women can be better ingrained in our society and inculcated as a fundamental value from young, and to change mindsets, tackle underlying attitudes, and behavioral patterns. We have had many discussions with various groups. Many more discussions are planned, and we are on track to issue the white paper later this year. Today, for the purposes of my statement, I will focus specifically on our approach on punishments that sexual and hurt offenders will face. Let me start by referencing three cases. First, in September 2019, we had the case of a 22-year-old university student who molested a woman on a MRT train. The court gave him 21 months of probation. The probation reported his, and I quote, good academic performance in school, highlighted his potential to excel in life. Those are in quotes. AGC appealed against probation. They didn't agree that a sentence of probation was appropriate, and the High Court agreed with the AGC and imposed 2 weeks imprisonment. The second case was in July 2020. A 22-year-old university student caused hurt to his ex-girlfriend. He had put his hands around her neck, choking her, and pressed her eye as well. He was given a 12-day short detention order, SDO, 80-hour community service order, or CSO, and a 5-month day reporting order, DRO. The third case, in July 2020, a 23-year-old undergraduate used a handphone, recorded a video clip of a female person in a bathroom. He was sentenced to a 14-day short detention order and a 130-hour community service order. AGC felt that the sentence was too light and they appealed, but the sentence was upheld in court. These cases generated public discussion. There were also other cases where male university students took videos of females in bathrooms. There was a public sense that the sentences were not adequate. Questions were asked, was there more leniency because of the educational qualifications of some of the offenders? In this speech, I will set out the government's approach on sentencing adult offenders for hurt or sexual offenses, and second, what should be the relevant factors in sentencing. When it comes to sentencing, the government decides on the policy, puts it before Parliament, and the philosophy, principles, what we want to see in the laws, what should be the range of sentences, what factors are relevant, those are matters of policy that the executive works on and puts before Parliament, and Parliament decides. The courts then apply these laws. Thus, it is for the government and Parliament to decide whether the punishments are adequate. The courts look at the laws, the range of sentences, and decide each case on its facts, because sentencing in the end is fact-specific. So when it comes to sentencing, what should our philosophy be? There are four principles that are often referred to. First, prevention. Where an offender poses a threat to public safety, the sentence should prevent the offender from causing further harm. 2, deterrence. The sentence should deter the offender as well as others from similar behavior in future. 3, rehabilitation. The sentence should, where and to the degree appropriate, seek to encourage the reformation of the offender. And 4, proportionate punishment. The sentence should punish the offender according to his blameworthiness and seriousness of crime. I will now deal specifically with sexual and hurt offenses. The government takes a tough approach on sexual and hurt offenses. We have made significant amendments over the years to enhance the protection for victims of sexual and hurt offenses. I've set them out in Annex 1, and with your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I ask the clerks to distribute Annexes 1 and 2?
Yes, please.
And members may also access these material through the SGPAL MP mobile app. If I may carry on while that's being distributed. In 2019, we amended the Penal Code and POHA as a Protection from Harassment Act. Under the amended provisions, those who commit sexual and hurt offenses against vulnerable victims face enhanced penalties that would include victims in intimate and close relationships with the offender, children under the age of 14, domestic workers, and physically or mentally disabled victims who are substantially unable to protect themselves from abuse, neglect, or self-neglect. Offenders who commit offenses against such vulnerable victims are now liable for up to twice the maximum prescribed punishment. For example, if you take the unfortunate case of the Myanmarese foreign domestic worker, Ms. Piang, if those facts had taken place after the 1st of January 2020, then those found guilty could face much higher punishments. For example, giving another example, there was a case some years ago. Husband and wife abused their foreign domestic helper. The husband had slapped, punched, and kicked the victim, hit her with canes and bamboo sticks, and pushed her against a cabinet. The wife had slapped and punched the victim. They were convicted of numerous offenses, including voluntarily causing hurt under the Penal Code. The husband was sentenced to 43 months imprisonment. The wife was sentenced to 2 months imprisonment. If those assaults had taken place after the 1st of January 2020, their sentences are quite likely to have been higher because the penalties have been enhanced. We also specifically made criminal acts like voyeurism, dissemination of intimate images without consent. These have become more prevalent with technology. The conduct were offenses previously, but not specifically identified as a voyeurism offense or a dissemination of intimate images offense. Voyeurism, for example, previously would have been charged under insulting a person's modesty. Dissemination of intimate images, for example, would have been charged under distributing pornography. The maximum penalty for voluntarily causing hurt has been increased from 2 to 3 years imprisonment. We have also enhanced penalties under POHA for harassment of persons in an intimate relationship with the offender and for repeated breaches of protection orders. Both the Penal Code and POHA amendments took effect on the 1st of January 2020, and the amendments apply to offenses committed on or after that date. In 2018, the CPC and the Evidence Act were amended. The accused and counsel were required to seek the court's permission before questions could be asked about a victim's physical appearance, sexual behavior, where these do not relate to the charge. We also prohibited the release of identity of victims before a complaint is made, and the default position for trials as closed-door hearings when the victim testifies. We also allowed the use of physical screens to shield victims from seeing the accused when testifying in court. Earlier in 2012, the Evidence Act was amended to remove provisions based on outmoded assumptions about victims of sexual offenses. And when it comes to sentencing of adult offenders who commit sexual and hurt offenses, our position is that the sentences must reflect that such acts are deeply offensive to our fundamental values. Outrage or modesty is not merely an offense that a man commits because he is tempted by the way a lady dresses. Voyeurism is not merely a thoughtless act that a young student commits in a moment of folly. These and other similar offenses, whether committed against a female or male victim, should be dealt with seriously. These actions must be seen as an affront to our fundamental values. There can in general be no excuses for these offenses. Mitigation pleas based on the offender's educational qualifications or academic potential should not carry much weight. For such offenses, principles of proportionate punishment and deterrence should generally take precedence over rehabilitation. This means if you touch a woman inappropriately without her consent, if you upload intimate images of an ex-girlfriend or any other woman, if you video record a woman showering, you must face serious consequences in law. And you shouldn't be able to come to court and say, you have a bright future, you will go far, and so on. You can go far, but first serve the sentence. If we make examples of some offenders, however bright their potential outlook in life, then the message of deterrence will likely be stronger. I'm going to ask the Ministry of Education to summarize these points and send to all students, boys and girls, so that everyone understands where we stand, and they must realize that a moment of folly can lead to very serious consequences. And we will make sure our laws reflect this severity. That said, there may be exceptional circumstances. Let me give a couple of examples. An offender, for example, may have a very low IQ that affected his judgment as to right and wrong, or a serious mental illness that had a causal link to the offending conduct. Relevant offender-specific mitigating factors should generally continue to be taken into account. These factors should be assessed on a case-by-case basis with due consideration given to the harm caused to the victim and the need for deterrence. With this in mind, I will set out 3 steps that we are going to take now. 1, increase penalties for 3 specific sexual offenses. 2, AGC will generally object to rehab sentences for adult offenders who commit certain sexual and hurt offenses. And 3, a guide on sentencing will be published. First, increase in penalties for 3 sexual offenses. We, as members know, I've been coming repeatedly to amend these laws, and that you can see that from Annex 1. So we have been constantly reviewing. We did a further review of our penalties for sexual and hurt offenses in the Penal Code, including voyeurism, distribution of intimate images, outrage or modesty, voluntarily causing hurt. In our view, the maximum penalties are properly calibrated for most of these offenses, and we have set them out in Annex 2. There are, however, 3 areas where we intend to increase the maximum punishments. First, outrage or modesty under Section 354(1) of the Penal Code. From 2016 to 2020, on average, we had 1,190 cases of OM reported each year, which is about 24% higher than the previous period of 2011 to 2015. We want egregious cases to be dealt with more severely. We will increase the maximum imprisonment term from 2 years to 3 years. Second, where sexual activity in the presence of a minor takes place or sexual images are shown to a minor between the ages of 14 and 16, and if you compare that with exploitative sexual activity in the presence of a minor or showing a sexual image of minor who is between the ages of 16 to 18 years, these 2 offenses are similar in nature to offenses involving sexual communications with minors. We will therefore correlate the penalties, increase the maximum sentence from 1 year to 2 years imprisonment. Second, Unless there are exceptional facts, AGC will, as a general rule, object to rehab sentences for adult offenders who commit certain sexual and hurt offenses. Where adult offenders, I emphasize adult, commit sexual and hurt offenses, the need for proportionate punishment and deterrence must take precedence over rehabilitation. This is a matter for the government to decide. It's a matter of policy. I have discussed this with AGC, and AGC agrees with our view. Therefore, AGC will hereafter generally object to rehab sentences such as probation and community-based sentences where the offenders are adults who commit certain types of hurt or sexual offenses. I should add that that's a general position they've taken anyway, but they're going to be much stricter about it. We will give due consideration to exceptional circumstances which may justify deviation from this general position. We have to in Parliament and Executive, and of course AGC in court. For example, where the facts of the case are such that rehabilitation should be the dominant sentencing consideration, you take a situation where a first-time adult offender with an intellectual disability touches a woman, it may in certain circumstances better serve the public interest to impose a rehabilitative sentence with appropriate conditions to reduce the likelihood of future reoffending rather than impose an imprisonment term. Take another example where the offender suffers from a treatable psychiatric condition that contributed to the commission of the offense. A mandatory treatment order may be more appropriate. The third step we will take is to publish a guide on sentencing in Singapore. To better educate the public about the sentencing process, MHA and MinLaw have worked with AGC and Law Society, and we have prepared a guide on sentencing in Singapore. This guide explains sentencing process in our courts, addresses important questions of public interest like what are the objectives of sentencing, what are the common types of sentences imposed by the courts, what factors do the courts take into account during sentencing, how do the courts decide what sentences to impose. The guide will be published on MHA, MinLaw, and AGC websites. Therefore, if I may summarize this part, in respect of sexual and hurt offenses, based on what I've said, it should be clear an offender will not receive a lighter sentence simply because he has higher educational qualifications or has better prospects in life. There is another important step that we are going to take. Home Affairs and Law have also been considering how we can achieve greater consistency in sentencing and how there can be greater public education about sentencing. We studied the experience in other jurisdictions, England and Wales and Scotland. We noted that the formation of a sentencing body that promulgates sentencing guidelines can be useful. It can enable proactive publication of guidelines to preempt or address areas of concern. And that can facilitate a more consultative process. And it will allow views of more stakeholders to be taken into consideration. So, MHA and MinLaw have discussed with various stakeholders, including AGC, the judiciary. We will set up a sentencing advisory panel. The key function of the panel will be to issue non-binding sentencing guidelines. To illustrate, if the panel decides to issue a sentencing guideline for a hurt-related offense, the panel can set out a sentencing framework, sentencing bands based on the twin factors of harm and culpability. The framework can include relevant aggravating and mitigating factors to be considered in sentencing. The guidelines will be published and be accessible to the public. It will be persuasive, but of course not binding on courts. The courts decide each case on the facts before them. We envisage that in working out the guidelines, the panel will consult other stakeholders where appropriate, and that will provide greater clarity to the public about the likely sentence and the relevant factors to be considered in sentencing as compared to the current position, where the legislation only sets out the maximum penalties. It is expected to be an interagency panel. It will comprise stakeholders from the criminal justice system, including members of the judiciary, AGC, MHA, and the police force. We will give more details on the panel later. Let me now, in the context of the points I've made, consider again the cases I mentioned at the start of the statement. The first case, one in April 2020, where the High Court overturned the initial sentence of probation and imposed imprisonment, our view, that was appropriate. And that would be the case now with the amendments. The second case, the 22-year-old university student who hurt his ex-girlfriend in May 2019. Sentence in that case was decided in accordance with the law at the time, and rightly so. Had the acts been committed on or after January of 2020, he is likely to have been charged under the new penal code provisions, voluntarily causing hurt to a victim with whom he was in an intimate or close relationship. He would have been liable for up to twice the maximum penalty. Voluntarily causing hurt, twice the maximum penalty is up to 6 years jail, $10,000 fine, or both. Because that's a maximum penalty, he would then not be eligible for community-based sentences, which by law are only generally available for offenses punishable with a maximum imprisonment term of not more than 3 years. In the third case, a 23-year-old university student who committed voyeurism. Before the Penal Code amendments came into force in 2020, such acts were usually prosecuted under the rubric of insulting the modesty of a woman, punishable with up to 1 year's imprisonment or fine or both. Now, with the introduction of a specific offense of voyeurism, which carries double the penalty, 2 years jail or fine, there is now also the possibility of caning. And as I said, AGC will also in general object to probation or community-based sentences being imposed in cases involving voyeurism offenses. Offenders who commit such offenses cannot expect to be treated leniently. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have set out our philosophy, a tough stance towards sexual and hurt offenses. Beyond these penalties, the criminal justice system also reflects the values of our society. Such acts must be seen as penalizing a gross violation of fundamental values in Singapore. The usual mitigating factors will have less force when viewed through this prism. The starting point should be the conduct should never have happened. No excuses. Offenders should expect to face the full force of the law. Society needs to play its part as well to unequivocally repudiate sexual and hurt offenses as violations of fundamental values. Collectively, with the right laws and policies, and more importantly, with the right societal mindset in place, we can move towards being a society that fully lives up to our values. Thank you, sir.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the statement. My query pertains to hurt offences, and I take Minister back to the debate during the criminal law reform, when the criminal law reform bill was tabled in Parliament in 2019. And there was discussion amongst members of how voluntarily causing hurt, being a non-arrestable offence, is dealt with by the police. Then SPS, who led the roundup speech, confirmed that police do look at voluntarily VCH offences in some classes. I don't think those were closed classes, including these included road rage, secret society members, fighting, racial, religiously aggravated VCH cases. And SPS then in the roundup speech mentioned that post-amendment, I'll quote what he said, post-amendment, we can assess if there is a need to create a more expedited framework for the resolution of other types of VCH cases, and if this can be done without compromising due process or compromising the delivery of police response to other more serious offences. I'd just like to confirm whether a ministry has considered looking at VCH offences, the Section 321 type of offences, the non-arrestable offences, in a more variated manner, so that we can take expedited action in the appropriate cases.
Thank you. That question actually highlights one of the more involved discussions that Ministry of Home Affairs has been having with me involved. Let me put it this way. Voluntarily causing hurt, as Mr. Singh will know, it can cover a broad ambit. Let me give a couple of examples. You are in a supermarket, someone goes past you, they push you, and let's leave out the sexual part of it, just two men. He pushes you aggressively. That's at one level. You didn't feel hurt, nothing, but he shouldn't have pushed you. You go and file a police report. On the other end of the scale could be a more serious assault, which doesn't result in grievous hurt, because then it's voluntarily causing grievous hurt, but nevertheless leaves you in a state of shock. Now, it's quite clear the second category, we talk about Singapore being a safe society. And my position to the police has been that those sorts of cases, you want to be able to walk in the streets feeling safe. And you need to know that if there is that kind of conduct, that will end up in court. But if you start taking every assault to court, I don't think we are doing justice as a society either, because you will get into a detailed, involved assessment of intent, cause, and sometimes, as I think the intent of your question then and now, Mr. Singh, is that the criminal law is not the best solution for these cases, and it should be dealt with through other ways without, I think, undermining the rule of law. And we agree, and there are some internal frameworks for the police to try and assess that and deal with it. If the police try to deal with every single case of police report on voluntarily causing hurt, it would be an impossible situation. And I don't think we'll be better off as a society either. So there's a framework to try and deal with this. And of course, people who are not happy, there are other routes, as member knows as well, through a magistrate's route as well. And if you want more details of how we work it, to the extent that it's possible to give it, because we don't want people gaming it either, I'm happy to share the details.
Mr. Alexiam.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and I think we certainly welcome the new framework. I've spoken on this on a number of occasions, and I welcome the updates. Just one clarification I seek from the Minister. In the last 2 years, I think one of the questions that was raised is quite a number of cases relate to those who have a position of trust with the victim. Just to rattle off some recent cases: teacher molests 7 boys, former secondary school teacher abuses a 15-year-old student, secondary school teacher molests boy in school lab, primary school teachers molest 12-year-old boy, so on and so forth. You also have recently male nurse allegedly molests male patient, stat board director outrages the modesty of a female subordinate, doctor at Mount E accused of molest against a female patient. So many of these are in a position of trust. Would the ministry consider further enhancing the sentencing framework and increase the penalties for those who not only cause hurt or sexually abuse the victim, but start off from a position of trust, so that we ensure that such crimes where the victim already feels a sense of comfort in the presence of the person does not fall prey to such offences?
I thank the member for the question. He reeled out a list of cases where people have abused their position of trust to molest or otherwise hurt someone close to them. Let me make the general point first. We are a low-crime society. Societal relationships, man's behavior with man, these things happen everywhere. I don't want people to go away thinking that in some way in Singapore it is more extreme. In fact, it's much lower. It's much lower because, as I have said before, and I think SMTO might have to, in Singapore, a few things are quite certain. When you have done wrong, you are likely to be investigated. Second, the investigations don't usually take very long. And third, if you're guilty, you're likely to be found guilty and you're likely to face the penalties. So because we start off from that framework, and also on the whole, we have a highly law and order-based society. People obey the laws. I think we have managed to keep the criminal behavior to a much smaller context than many other countries do. Right? So we start from a position which would be of some envy to most well-ordered societies. With that, the specific question that Mr. Yam has asked, it is already, these factors are already relevant, highly relevant for sentencing. If you are in a position of trust, if you are a teacher, that is a very serious consideration that is taken into account in sentencing. So there will be no question in the minds of people. If you are a teacher, if you are a doctor, you are in a position of fiduciary relationship where you have control or you have oversight over the other person and you take advantage, the courts treat that very seriously, and we have reflected that approach quite clearly. And that is, of course, without considering if you are a professional, the professional bodies will have something to say. I mean, doctors, the medical council will follow up. So you will face both professional consequences and criminal consequences. So I think we ought to be quite clear. Being in a position of trust is a very material, in fact, central consideration in enhancing penalties.
Mr. Chris D'Souza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Minister that we are starting from a position of strength. My question is in relation to the handout provided. At Section 73, it says that there are enhanced penalties for offences against domestic workers, and that can be twice the maximum penalty. My question here is really that it is good that we protect our foreign domestic workers because they are in a position of vulnerability, but I think that Section 73 should be widened, not just to include foreign domestic workers, but people who are in a position of vulnerability because of their employment. And that can expand beyond the FDW matrix. So if we are indeed wanting to protect the vulnerable, then would a reconsideration of Section 73 and the widening of it be considered in this review? Thank you.
Thank Mr. D'Souza. I think the current position, we were quite deliberate that it should cover vulnerable victims. And in my speech now, and as well as when I moved the amendments, the way we saw our society, what was happening, you have children who are vulnerable. You have domestic workers who are vulnerable. And in a fast-aging society, you have senior citizens who are vulnerable, who are not able to take care of themselves. And you have intellectually challenged people who are vulnerable. So we have sought to define people in vulnerable categories and offenses against them the penalties are much more severe. So we have already gone down that route, and the definition is quite comprehensive in terms of starting with what we mean by vulnerable. So all those categories I mentioned are considered vulnerable. We then added on another category that would not in the usual sense be considered vulnerable. Girlfriends or people in an intimate partner relationship, when they are subjected to violence. If you are in a married situation, the Women's Charter allows you to go and take an application, personal protection order. But if you are an unmarried partner, you can't go and take a PPO under the Women's Charter, because by definition it only applies to people who are married, spouses. So we extended the protection to persons in an intimate partner relationship. So if you abused your girlfriend, now these enhanced penalties will apply to you, and your girlfriend can take out the appropriate orders under POHA, for example. So we have covered vulnerable categories, but I'll be happy to ask my ministry to relook at it. But we were quite focused in the way our society was changing. Particularly, I was concerned about senior citizens who now are at homes and elder abuse, and I felt that we ought to stiffen the law before it becomes prevalent.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two clarifications for the Minister on what he said earlier regarding the policy that the AG in general will object to a rehabilitative sentence for certain kinds of offences. So my first clarification on this is there going to be a change in the law to specifically provide that rehabilitative sentences will not be available to certain categories of offences? And my second clarification is, I think it's important also for Minister to confirm that these moves in no way undermine prosecutorial discretion, which is provided for under the Constitution. So I'd like him to confirm that so that there's no misunderstanding on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. On the first question, that AGC or prosecution will generally object in general. In fact, as I said in my speech, for some time now, that's been the position of prosecution. In general, when it comes to sexual and hurt offenses, they object to community-based sentencing or rehab-based sentencing, and they focus on deterrence and sending the message. I'm re-emphasizing and reaffirming that approach and saying that AGC will be even clearer in that approach hereafter. On the second, whether these undermine prosecutorial discretion, absolutely not. I mean, as I mentioned in my ministerial statement, you will have cases where individuals, intellectually challenged, didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong, or on the margin. These are not matters that we can set out in broad terms here in Parliament. And AGC will have to decide case by case, and the courts have to decide case by case. But what is important is that Parliament understands and affirms, and the executive, my ministry, puts before Parliament the government's policy. And this ministerial statement sets out the government's policy for Singaporeans, which we put before Parliament, that we will take a no-nonsense approach to sexual and hurt offences. Rehabilitation will not be the primary consideration. The primary considerations will be deterrence and prevention and sending the message clearly, consistent with what I've articulated as a fundamental tenet and value. So it is for the government to set out that policy. It's for Parliament to put that policy in law where it's already not in law. And I've said we will make amendments in 3 specific situations. And we set out what we believe should be the approach which is good for society as a whole. And that then has got to be the guidelines for AGC to apply in exercising their prosecutorial discretion. The discretion has got to have a framework to be applied in. Framework has got to be supplied by Parliament. And for the courts, with their judicial independence to apply, the courts also need a framework. So that is the context of the statement. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Minister for his ministerial statement. I think his unequivocal statement in relation to the fact that qualifications of an offender would not matter in relation to sentencing will go a long way to assuage members of public who were hitherto concerned about sentences imposed on offenders that the Honourable Minister mentioned. My clarification is on the Sentencing Advisory Council. The Honourable Minister mentioned that his ministries would be looking at this. May I ask whether the remit of the Advisory Council would extend to not just offences dealing with hurt or having sexual elements, but really to the entire spectrum of offences, so that members of public would be able to be apprised as to the sentencing guidelines, that this would improve access to justice as well. The second clarification concerns the Attorney General's role. The Honourable Minister spoke about the case whereby the 22-year-old undergraduate strangled and I think injured his ex-girlfriend's eye as well. I note that in that case, actually there were two offences that he committed. The Attorney General, or rather the public prosecutor, applied for the criminal trespass charge to be taken into consideration for purpose of sentencing. And I also understand that there was no appeal arising from the sentence. Now, given that the Honourable Minister mentioned in answer to the Honourable Member, Ms. Sylvia Lim, that there has been a practice of the AGC to object to rehabilitative and community sentences in relation to such offences. Why then was there not an appeal? And in relation to the offence that was taken into consideration, it was criminal trespass, but as I understand, the offence was that he broke into the house of the girlfriend. Then the Penal Code has an aggravated form of offence. Housebreaking is an offence for which the offence is punishable by 3 years sentence. So may I understand what is the AGC policy in relation to such matters where there's hurt in the context of a relationship? Thank you.
I thank Mr. Pillai for the questions. On the sentencing advisory panel, the remit is being worked out. I think it makes sense for the remit to be covering beyond sexual and hurt offences, and that is the intention. Precisely which offences would be covered, I think I don't want to prejudge that at this point. Second, on specific to the facts of the 22-year-old undergraduate, on the criminal trespass charge that was taken into consideration. Now, this goes directly into what Ms. Lim had asked. It's really not for me to second guess and say on specific cases that why the Attorney General's chambers did or didn't do something. That is a matter of discretion, but let me recall or put across the facts as I remember them. I think Mr. Pillai will remember it was a case where, yes, there was a break-in, but the ex-girlfriend then spent some time talking to the young man and in fact took him, if I recall correctly, to a part of the house. Now, it may well be, if I were the prosecutor, I will look at it and I will say that's not going to be an easy case because, yes, there was initial trespass, but was there subsequent consent? So one has got to look at the facts carefully. There can be a variety of reasons why charges are taken into consideration. Why was there no appeal? As I said, it was dealt with in accordance with the law at that point in time. Today, we have enhanced the penalty. For example, this would have been treated like an intimate partner violence case where the penalty would be higher. And, the court imposed a sentence that was in line with the precedents at that point in time. And AGC's assessment was that it was not going to be easy to challenge. And I can't be dealing with every specific discretion that AGC exercises.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd really like to thank the Minister and the teams from MHA and MinLaw behind this review and for hearing the voices of many young women, as well as the effort to engage and review the framework. So I have 3 clarifications. The first, from a victim-centric point of view, other than the intention to amend the maximum penalties for 3 sexual offences, will the government consider putting in place programs and trainings to better ensure trauma literacy within the criminal justice system to safeguard the interests of victims of hurt and sexual offences? Second, sir, the trauma on victims can be irreversible, but I've also spoken in this House about going beyond second chances, and I've worked with young offenders and families with people incarcerated, and I know that some offenders pay for a very long time beyond their sentence, and society includes them too. I hope the Minister can elaborate more about how the sentencing principles of deterrence and rehabilitation to prevent future incidents of reoffending are balanced in the second proposal, as the range of sexual and hurt offences is very wide, and what do certain offences where rehabilitation won't be considered include? My last point, it's very evident from heated discussions online that there is significant public interest in this space. What steps are being taken to educate the public, and in particular youth, about consent and power dynamics in sexual interactions? And what role can the media and public more responsibly play to elevate the conversation? I appreciate the sentencing guideline and just hope it can be made friendly to the layman so that it's easily disseminated, for example, by social media. Thank you very much.
I thank Ms. Samden for those questions. Let me start out with one point that I think we should all be very clear about. We can express our views set out in Parliament through legislation, tough laws, but let's not walk out of this chamber with the belief that the laws alone or even the enforcement of them is going to prevent all offenses. No society works on that basis. And the one thing I've learned in 30 years in the law, in one way or another, is that the laws are there, the majority of them, majority of people don't need, in fact, laws to keep them straight. And a small minority who will be tempted, many of them will not be tempted as long as they know that their laws are tough and there will be enforcement. But there will always be, regardless of what steps you put in to prevent fraud, what steps you put in to prevent criminal action, there will always be a group that breaks the laws. So having the laws is important for the bulk of society, but let's be clear. There will be people who will break them, and we will have to deal with it. Right? So that's a starting point. Whether it's laws against sexual offenses, or laws against fraud, or laws against speeding, any of which. Right? With that, how do we take into account victims' interests and protect them? You have victim impact statements. They can be submitted to the courts so that the courts are better informed about the impact of the offense on the victim and the emotional and physical trauma that has been suffered. I've talked about it earlier. You can, in order to protect the identity of the alleged victim, gag orders can be made. And I've given you in my ministerial statement a framework in such cases on how the victim could be protected from some types of cross-examination, from having to face the accused, from having screens to protect them. And of course, in addition, there are protection orders available and expedited protection orders available under POHA and the Women's Charter, as appropriate. We are also exploring, we are talking to the courts, with the possibility of recording video recorded interviews of victims and then using those videos as evidence in court in lieu of examination in chief. And we think that that might help reduce the victim's trauma from having to recount again in court the ordeal that the person went through. We are trying to reduce the number of times a person has got to talk about the ordeal that he or she went through, usually a she. But when we speak about all of this, don't forget the presumption of innocence and the accused's right to fair trial and have the allegations tested in court. So never forget that. Second, Ms. Samdin also asked about the role of media and members of the public. I think to try and, in order to have meaningful discourse, you need a better understanding. To raise the level of understanding, we are, for example, publishing the guide on sentencing that I spoke about in my statement. We are also talking about the Sentencing Advisory Panel issuing guidelines. But of course, I think we must be realistic. Not every member is going to go and check up the MHA website on guidelines and read it. I think a few days ago, I recall Mr. Singh saying that, he didn't realize I made 9 speeches, because I'm realistic of how many people read my speeches and visit the MHA website. But we will put it out. We will try and get people to understand. And of course, lawyers will be better informed as well. Media, I think they play a very important role in helping the public get a better understanding, a fuller and better understanding of the process and what is the framework. But I think one point to which I don't really have a solution is that individual cases partially reported without the full facts tend to invoke a lot of passion, excite a lot of passion, and then people form views. And we have to be careful about the cases being tried in the court of public opinion, or there being decisions which are pushed upon by public with not a full understanding either of the law or the facts, because not the full facts are out in the media most of the time. And we have to allow judges to carry on and do their jobs. But public opinion is important, and for Parliament to be aware of the public sense of right and wrong is also important, because that allows us to calibrate and make sure our laws accurately reflect where the balance ought to lie. Now, we ought to decide that in the best interests of the public. But public viewpoints, public opinions are relevant in coming to that assessment. Ms. Samdin also asked about the balance between deterrence and rehabilitation in sentencing. And most of my speech, or quite a lot of my speech, was targeted at dealing with that. Again, it's for Parliament to decide, depending on the offense, what the balance ought to be. And it should depend on age. That's why in my ministerial statement, I spoke about adult offenders being treated most severely. You will treat a 15-year-old differently from a 25-year-old or a 23-year-old. So we need to look at those factors. We need to look at the degree of active consideration of what the person was going to do, the culpability, the seriousness of the offense. And for younger offenders, the general approach, the dominant factor ought to be rehabilitation, because they don't have the full maturity of adults, and they are still in their formative years, and the chances of reforming are higher. But, other sentencing principles like deterrence and proportionate punishment may take precedence over rehab, even for younger offenders, where the offense is serious, the harm caused is severe, the offender, in our assessment, is hardened or recalcitrant, or the conditions that make rehabilitation options viable do not exist. If, say, a young offender has committed rape, the court may impose imprisonment and caning instead of a rehab sentence, like probation or reformative training, because of the nature of the offense and the severity and the likelihood or the possibility that this may happen again and other people need to be protected. For adult offenders, I have explained for sexual and hurt offenses, rehab would not be the dominant consideration unless there is a strong propensity to reform and the very specific factors strongly point to rehabilitation. But I've also said, I'm a person with bright prospects, so I'm an undergraduate with who is going to do well in life. Those, I think, are not very relevant factors. And I've been quite clear about that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Zulkarnain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister for Law, for the very clear statement. As an advocate to end domestic violence, I really appreciate the statements made. I have two clarifications. One on the guidelines themselves. Second, on the composition of this advisory panel. On the guidelines, if I understand that the guidelines are non-binding but highly persuasive, in the UK, they amended the Evidence Act to make those guidelines binding upon the courts, but the courts can depart from them if it's in the course of justice to do so. But if I may offer another alternative position used in the Victorian courts, where the panel themselves can be invited by the Court of Appeal to provide some views before the sentencing of a particular case. I say this so that we don't shut up any possibility of flexibility to cater to evolving societal needs and specific individual cases. On the second part, on composition of the panel, I asked for maybe the ministry can consider diversity both in terms of gender and also expertise. In UK, it's about 60% female women, but almost entirely made up of legal professionals and judiciary. But in Victoria, it's about 50%, but comprising of victim crime support advocacy group and also criminal justice professionals. So perhaps if Minister can see whether the ministry can consider such diversity in the panel. Thank you.
On Mr. Zulkarnain's two questions as to whether the panel can be invited to give views. We will give consideration, but the situation in Singapore is slightly different from Australia. Let me explain why. This is a relatively small place. The panel will also have judges, and first off, it would look a little odd that judges appear before judges to give their views. So the composition that we are thinking of will have judges, practitioners, lawyers certainly, appointed by the law minister. And the way we are thinking of, Ministry of Law might appoint two. Who those two persons will be, we will decide whether it needs to be from the bar or other places. Other stakeholders will be involved. And a sentencing guideline issued by such a body would be, as I said, highly persuasive. And it would be widely known across the legal and judicial circles. And I think it helps us put up a framework beyond the legislation. Whether you need to go further, I mean, we can look at things as they evolve, but we also need to be careful how we structure it. Yeah. Second, I know it's a buzzword, diversity. Now, I am a believer that you appoint the appropriate persons to the right job. This requires expert viewpoints. The guidelines from the panel must carry weight. It must have gravitas for judges to take it seriously. Now, that does not mean that you cannot take in the viewpoints of a variety of people interested in this matter. NGOs will have interest. Others would have an interest. People who want, specific laws or specific types of penalties to be changed will have an interest. And you must appoint a panel that is open to hearing all these viewpoints. But the panel must have the expertise to make an assessment based on the law and what makes sense and put it across. Open-minded, but an open mind is not an empty mind. It must also not absorb whatever nonsense that comes up. It must be able to assess what makes sense, what doesn't make sense, make an assessment, give guidelines that would carry authority and respect. Who can provide that? There are many, I think, who have viewpoints. They will all be welcome to give their views. By necessity, the panel will not be a very large panel, and there will be limits on how many people can be there. There is, in principle, no disability imposed on people, but I don't think we should run after this with diversity as a primary goal. The primary goal must be a sentencing body that would carry respect. Now, in terms of gender diversity, I don't think Mr. Zulkarnain or members need to worry. That is something that my ministry will keep front and center. And even if we didn't, I think more than half the profession are women anyway. So you will expect that to be reflected in the panel. Thank you.
Ms. Hazel Pua.
Mr. Speaker, we welcome the government taking a tougher stand on sexual and hurt offences, and we also support the position that the offender's academic achievements should not be a factor in sentencing. I do have a clarification, though, on the sentencing advisory panel. While it says that this panel decisions will not be binding on the courts, but it does create a situation when the courts, if the courts were to deviate from the guidelines issued by this panel, it does create a situation that requires explanation and therefore could create some pressure. So my question is, how does the minister address the concern that this could be viewed as the executive arm going into an area that has traditionally been under the judiciary, and could this potentially compromise the independence of the judiciary in the area of sentencing? Thank you.
I'm having difficulty following the question, but perhaps can I ask Ms. Paul, In principle, does she support the setting up of a sentencing advisory panel? Then we may be able to discuss further.
Okay, I am afraid that I won't be able to answer that question because I need clarifications on how this sentencing panel will influence the judiciary. My concern is actually about whether it would compromise the independence.
I think Ms. Phua understands what I'm asking, but she doesn't want to answer. Now, why should it compromise the independence of the judiciary? First of all, I've said more than half the members would be from the judiciary. Second, the purpose is guidelines for the future without referring to any specific case. Just like here, we are discussing what the laws ought to be. Do we compromise the independence of the judiciary by doing so? Do we compromise the independence of the judiciary when we set out in the law what the punishments ought to be, maximum, minimum? Sometimes we say mandatory. Those decisions are made. That's a framework in which the laws are applied. The guidelines are guidelines which will flesh out a little bit more. And it's for the courts and the judges in individual cases to decide whether the guidelines need to be departed from or need to be applied. How do giving these guidelines, how do the guidelines that the courts have internally, how does any of this compromise the independence of the judiciary? On Ms. Phua's reckoning, the judiciaries in Australia and UK are no longer independent. May I have a view, please?
Okay, the range of sentencing will be actually specified in the law. And within that, the courts then mete out individual sentences for each case. But so how does this sentencing advisory panel add on to what is in the law? How does it further restrict? I need further clarification on how it will work.
I think I've tried to explain this a number of times. Let me make a further attempt. The law sets out maximum penalty, 4 years, 5 years for such an offense. The law cannot, if you look at the legal provisions, go into much more detail than that. Sometimes you can have illustrations, you can have some examples, and the second reading speech tries to flesh it out a bit more. But a sentencing advisory panel, looking at different types of cases, can set out, flesh out a little bit more in non-binding language, in cases that fall into this sort of factual matrix, involving offenders above a certain age, involving this type of offense. Generally, we think the range of sentences, our view is that it should be between this and this. That's what a sentencing advisory panel can do. And as I indicated, more than half of the sentencing advisory panel will comprise judges anyway. And it is bringing together a combined wisdom to set out a framework for how cases can be dealt with. And it's aid for the individual judges faced with individual cases and applying the law and the guidelines to the specific facts to see whether the facts come within, should it fall within this range, or there are facts which take it out. As I said on the reasoning of Ms. Phua, a number of judiciaries around the world would not be considered independent.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement, and I fully support the measures and the framework. I just wanted to make a point on behalf of workers in particularly 4 sectors: healthcare workers, transport workers, private security workers, as well as cleaning sector workers. I'm fully aware that Section 6 of the Prevention of Harassment Act does extend to public service workers, and we have enhanced that. Whether Minister can consider, in view of
the vulnerability, or should I say, in the sense that they are essential workers, consider covering them within the ambit of this framework?
Sorry, what? Including them in vulnerable workers? Vulnerable categories?
I thought that it's vulnerable, but perhaps consider them as in a position where we need a better protection for them, and in more deterrent sentences.
I think we need to be careful about using the tag of vulnerability. You see, there are two points here. Certain categories of workers that you have mentioned perform essential services. They are front-facing, they face people, and we need to help them because they are more often abused. And that's a fair point. But you got to find the right rubric. The right rubric is therefore not to extend the categories of vulnerable victims. I think the right rubric is to say these people face bigger risks, and can we identify them or people who fall in those categories for some additional protection? For example, public sector workers, essential workers, these are all defined and we help them. And I think upon your advocacy, we have also extended greater protection to other categories of workers. So it is possible to work the law towards covering different categories, but you must use the right framework. Thank you.
Mr. Jerogam.
Thank the Minister for his statement. However, he did not mention MinLaw's effort to protect victims of workplace sexual harassment, which is also very serious. And Aware Ipsos survey in November found that 40% of workers in Singapore said they had been sexually harassed at the workplace, but only 3 in 10 of them officially reported it for reasons that include the fear of not being believed or being blamed for bringing it upon themselves. So my question is, has the government done any victimization surveys of its own to uncover the extent of workplace sexual harassment in Singapore? And if so, what are the findings? And secondly, are there plans to table any legislation to oblige employers to prevent and address workplace sexual harassment? I understand that TAFEP has issued a tripartite advisory on managing workplace harassment. However, and that is quite comprehensive. However, it's only an advisory, and it's not a statutory requirement. So employers can choose to ignore them. I also understand that we have POHA, but that requires the victim to file for a court order, which may be too onerous for them. So would it be better to give the TAFEP advisory more teeth?
As I understand Mr. Gyam's question, harassment, there is a continuum. There is harassment which does not cross the threshold of criminality, and then there is a harassment that does cross that threshold. Once it crosses the threshold, that's what I have been talking about, amongst other things, right? The law takes over, criminal sanctions apply, and then I'm not sure Mr. Gyam was in Parliament then, but when POHA was amended, it specifically allows individuals who feel harassed to take steps and to prevent the harassment, because as I said, not all harassment amounts to criminal conduct. So we drew a line ahead of whatever is criminal and said, individuals, you can go and get remedies. And it has been made relatively easy to apply and get such orders. And we amended POHA to make expedited orders possible and make it even easier for orders to be obtained. And we also made it criminal if people continuously breach protection orders. So there are these steps that have already been taken. So whatever the law can do, we have done, and one of the remedies I've asked MinLaw to look at has been to analyze the number of applications that have been made, the time that has been taken, and how effective is the process, and whether there are things that can be done to make it more effective. So from the legal perspective, we have empowered the individual, we have tightened up the criminal law, and the law stands there first to give aid and succor to individuals, and second, to protect them through the criminal process against the offender. I think the part of Mr. Gyam's question, the essence of his question really is, beyond the legal framework, can more things be done from the perspective of employers and workplace safety? And that is a question I would invite him to file with Ministry of Manpower. Thank you.
Ms. Carrie Tan.
Speaker, and I thank Minister and the Ministry of Law and Home Affairs for the enhanced framework. I think it's really important, and I'm grateful for the government in taking a strong stand against the sexual offences and hurt to better protect women and girls. I have a question, and I'll take the opportunity to ask. It's not so much related to this particular sentencing framework, but to address the trend, or rather the norm in society where women are subject to sexual objectification and often in the media. And I've come across residents, parents who grapple with their young children being exposed or even exchanging sexual content over their phones, etc., with their peers as young as the ages within primary schools. So I think that is a very alarming phenomenon. So we'd like to hear from the Minister what are his views in terms of this trend, and whether there will be any laws, or whether there are currently any laws to look into the media and content to take an upstream approach in protecting women against sexual objectification. And also, I'd like to express my gratitude for the fact that sexual communications is now a category of offences to avoid sexual grooming of persons from a young age. But I think the general societal exposure to sexual content victimizing or objectifying women might be something that we want to address on a broader scale. Thanks.
Thank Ms. Tan for that. On the exposure of young children to sexual images, that is an offense. I talked about it, and in fact, the penalties have been enhanced. The other question is a much broader one: sexual objectification. How do the media portray women? How do we think of women? Now, that is beyond the remit of Home Affairs and law, because we deal with crime and punishment. But it is precisely the topic that is front and center for the women's conversation, so which has been kicked off in September of last year. I spoke about it when I started off my ministerial statement. Really, what is needed, let me back up and say, these cases where the boys go into girls' toilets in universities and take a video, and they think of it as a prank or something that's cool to do. How does that mindset come about? And if we approached it simply from a criminal law perspective, we'll keep putting these boys into prison. But while we have to take a tough approach, what is really needed is a new approach, a new way, a change of mindset, which is why last year, when we kicked off this entire process of having conversations on women's development, I spoke about us having to affirm the status of women, the inviolability, as a fundamental value for society. And every boy and girl has got to grow up learning that respect for women is a non-negotiable point. And therefore, it's not cool to go and do this. It's not just a prank, it's a serious violation of a fundamental value. That is the approach we have to instill. So it's got to bring a multi-agency effort to the table, and that is what's being done through the conversations, understanding. We've got to do it in the schools, we've got to get people to understand, we've got to get them to understand from the time they are young. And that has got to pervade across all sectors, including the media. Now, against that are very powerful countervailing forces. The power of money, what sells, what makes a film more watchable, what makes a TV show successful. So these are all factors. And in a context where people will do everything possible to push their products, including objectifying women in the process, if they can sell more cars or whatever. But how should we approach it as a society? It's a value system. And it's going to require a mindset change. It's going to require education. The answer does not lie with the law alone.
Mr. Pritam Singh? End of clarifications. Order. We have completed the ministerial statement. We are now going to the Committee of Supply to debate the estimates. I've revised the commencement time of the Committee of Supply to start immediately. With the change in commencement time, the revised guillotine time for Head W, Ministry of Transport, is 2:10 p.m. Honourable members will be notified of the revised conclusion times for the subsequent heads of the expenditure. Orders for the day.
Item 1, resumption of the Committee of Supply to consider the estimates for the financial year 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2022.
Head W, Ministry of Transport, Mr. Satyandi Supat.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head W of the estimates to be reduced by $100. It did not seem so long ago that peak hour congestion on our public transport was a common grouse among commuters, and it has actually increased now, peak hour congestion. Over the course of a year, COVID-19 pandemic has dealt us a vastly different set of challenges as a result of reduced ridership and changing travel patterns. Earlier this month, the LTA revealed that the average daily ridership for buses and trains had hit an 11-year low, falling by 34.5%. Whether demand for public transport services will rebound remains to be seen. But in Singapore, public transport remains the cleanest way to move large masses of people around. It builds the foundation of our car-like vision. According to a recent report by the Institute of Policy Studies, our citizens are increasingly taking an interest in environmental issues and prioritizing them among their key concerns, even above economy and jobs. We must capitalize on this opportunity and include greener transport in our 2040 vision. But we also need a transport system that is affordable for all and sustainable to run. Barring environmental benefits, the changing patterns of travel poses a conundrum. As of July 2020, all bus services were already operating in the red. Even before the pandemic struck, just 3% of bus services here were able to generate enough fare revenue to cover operating costs. The trains are not doing better. In May last year, then Transport Minister Mr. Khaw Boon Wan shared that rail operators were already making losses before the pandemic struck. This has given rise to concerns about the economic viability of our public transport industry. I think it is timely for all stakeholders, Singaporeans and MOT, to discuss and address this issue over time, especially so now in this new normal environment. Over the years, our public transport network has grown increasingly sophisticated and integrated. The fares follow an integrated distance-based structure. Commuters are making more transfers during trips, but the trips are shorter. Travel time has also reduced drastically. Now there are many integrated routes to get to your destination. The average fares are lower, especially for bus trips. In previous fare review exercises, the actual fare increase was found to be less than that determined by the current fare adjustment formula. This has had an adverse impact on the financials of the industry, as the additional fare revenue could never fully compensate for cost increases in operations. Despite the dip in ridership, service capacity and headways must be preserved to ensure safe distancing measures can be practiced. The introduction of additional disinfection procedures, protection equipment and safe distancing personnel only lead to increased costs. Of course, we must also factor in maintenance costs as our rail and bus system ages. But as we embrace these changes, are these financially sustainable on the current operational model? What is worrying is that in most discussions on sustainability now, the emphasis has been on environmental sustainability. The neglect of financial sustainability has been an important omission. Improving the financial sustainability of public transport would help to realize potential environmental and social benefits of public transport, since it would make expanded public transport service more affordable, both for the governments who provide it and for the passengers who use it. Germany and the US offer interesting contrasts in the financial sustainability of our public transport. Over the past decades, Germany has improved its public transport services, increased productivity, reduced costs, cut subsidy requirements, and attracted more passengers. American public transport systems have improved and expanded services, but at a far higher cost, requiring much larger government subsidies and attracting fewer additional riders. In Singapore's case, are we at risk of skewing towards the American trajectory? Can the Minister explain the viability of our current fare model subject to our government budget constraints going forward? We need to strike a balance between ensuring financial sustainability for operators while keeping fares affordable in this difficult climate and maintaining the quality of service and ease of access to areas which are far from transport nodes. Can we also explore ways to maximize even more non-fare revenues from ads and retail business, property rentals, and other value capture mechanisms such as click and collect at transit stations? Can we also explore other financing options such as private investments? But we need also to focus on encouraging higher usage of public transport. I have a few suggestions. First, can we encourage transport operators to explore a new integrated mobility ticket or enhance our existing offerings by providing free access to all transit services, including reduced rates for taxis, car sharing services, and rental cars, as well as discounts for other services such as bicycle maintenance and travel information services. Second, can we also explore linking e-tickets for large events such as professional soccer games and music concerts, generally also serving as transit tickets to access and leave the venue at no extra charge. Third, we should ensure existing feeder bus routes are efficiently linked to different MRT rail nodes, especially the new ones. Fourth, to ensure fares are affordable for financially needy commuters, I would like to suggest we ensure fare concessions are extended to also assist adult learner students who may have stopped work or are increasingly going back to night or part-time school to upgrade their skills. No matter the funding sources employed to cover public transportation costs, it is crucial that transport authorities find the right balance between efficient and affordable prices and the financial sustainability of the system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question is that the total sum to be allocated to head W of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Ang Wee Nun.
Chairman, I would like to declare my interest for being part of the ComfortDelGro management team for the rest of my MOT cards. Singapore's public transport system has been ranked the best in the world in 2020 by consulting firm Oliver Wyman and the University of California, Berkeley. In 2018, McKinsey ranked the Singapore public transport system the second best in the world after Hong Kong. But our public transport fare is the most affordable in the world according to McKinsey. Many thanks to the public transport workers, MOT, LTA for making this possible. What is the cost of achieving the most affordable public transport in Singapore? $2 billion in operational subsidies a year, not including capital cost expenditure. The government is spending $60 billion this decade to expand and upgrade the MRT system in Singapore, and this is over and above the $2 billion operational subsidies. Is this sustainable? In evaluating public transport affordability, McKinsey considered the monthly cost of public transport relative to residents' income. That is, the methodology is not looking at the absolute cost of the public transport fare alone, but in relation to the income level of each city. Using this objective model, McKinsey concluded that public transport in Singapore is the most affordable in the world. However, public transport is a very sensitive topic. Very few people in Singapore will openly agree that the Singapore public transport fare is affordable. Most people will want public transport fare to be free. However, there's no free lunch. For bus operation, the capital cost is relatively low as compared to the train system. Earlier in the budget debate, I spoke on the need to revamp the bus route to be sustainable. For train operations, the most profitable train operator in the world is Hong Kong MTR, which uses the rail plus property model. Hong Kong government is a majority shareholder of MTR, and it gives land and development right to MTR at the greenfield price. That is the price of the land before the railway is built. MTR subsequently builds malls, offices, private residential houses around the MRT station and collect lucrative rent to subsidize the train operations. In Singapore, revenue from land sales are channeled to the government's reserve. No other major train operator in the world is making money. SMRT and Downtown Line Private Limited have been losing money for the past few years. But why was SMRT so profitable in the earlier years? There were many reasons. In 2015, the mean kilometers between failures, or MKBF, for the Singapore rail network was 133,000 train kilometers. In June 2020, 5 years later, MKBF was an amazing 1.6 million train kilometers, a 12 times improvement. The dramatic improvements were due to the hard work of public transport workers, MOT, and LTA. However, such improvement would not be easy to achieve, if not because of the new Real Financing Framework, or NRFF, that came into effect after 2016. Without going into the technical details, the NRFF allows the train operators to shift the revenue risk to LTA. This was especially crucial during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the ridership plunged and so were the fare collection. The question is whether LTA is prepared to take on the full revenue risk, just like the bus contracting model. This is so that the train operators can concentrate in operation excellence at the lowest possible cost, without worrying about fare revenue collections and fluctuation. If so, will the government have to subsidize the train operation even more, or charge a higher fare? If not, could we maintain our excellent MKBF records? I know it's a very fine balance, but as a responsible government, we have to make tough choices and not kick the can down the road for the next generation. Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Mr. Chairman, during the budget debate, I spoke about the implications of the work from anywhere and work from home phenomena. COVID-19 has transformed our travel patterns due to the changes in the way we live and the way we work. Has peak travel public transport commuter load returned to pre-COVID levels, or are we in a new normal situation due to staggered working hours, split team, and telecommuting arrangements? Should we review our public transport provisions, which were developed in the pre-COVID days, to account for these changes? Sir, we spend about $1 billion annually to subsidize our public bus operations. Before the pandemic, only 11 out of 356 bus services were profitable. However, the drop in ridership due to the safe management measures taken to combat the pandemic has worsened the situation. According to MOT, as of July 2020, all our public bus services were in the red, meaning that their fare revenue could not cover their operating expenses. Rail operations too are heavily subsidized. Sir, it is important that we find a sustainable financing model as we continue to expand our public transport network in the coming years. We need to ensure that also fair remuneration for the more than 20,000 workers who work tirelessly day and night to keep our public transport system operating smoothly and safely. Perhaps it is time that we review our bus contracting model, which was introduced in 2016. With our expanding MRT network, is the traditional hub and spoke model of our public bus operations still relevant? Will we consider affordable on-demand bus services to replace trunk and cross-island bus services that incur high costs but have low commuter load?
Second tempo.
Chairman, to minimize our carbon emissions from land transport, we need to have more people using the public transport system as their preferred or default mode of travel. MRT and buses are the greenest, cleanest, and most efficient people mover. Does the ministry have the latest updates on the usage of our MRT and buses? What are our targets for public transport utilizations as compared to other travel modes in 5 and 10 years' time, respectively? What measures and incentives will MOT implement to enable Singapore to reach these targets? The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the adoptions of flexi work and work from home. Working arrangements and commuting trends has been affected significantly. How does MOT assess the impacts of this new circumstance on our public transport usage in the near future, and what are the plans to adapt the operations of our MRT and buses to the new norm? The government has announced the expansion plan for MRT network. In view of the pandemic and change in commuting patterns, would our public transport infrastructure investments still be viable and financially sustainable? What are the projections for other financial outlays, such as maintenance and replacement works, which need to be paid by the government to keep our public transport system going? As MOT introduced new MRT lines and bus services, fares has been kept affordable. However, this also meant that fare revenue could not keep pace with cost increases. The government has been subsidizing bus and rail fares and operations heavily. What are the subsidy projections for the next few years? Government funds are finite, and the subsidies cannot keep increasing. We need a system that is both affordable for all to use and is sustainable for us to run. All us, commuters, operators, government, have to play our parts for public transport system to work and work well. Can we rely on technology to achieve this? Presently, transport demand is unevenly spread between peak and non-peak periods. We have apps for people to check bus schedule and arrivals. Perhaps some forms of pre-booking may be helpful for operators to optimize trips, improve efficiency, and cut down wastage. Commuters can be incentivized to be pre-informed with discount on fares. For example, the greater the adoption of such apps utilization, the better the match between operators and commuters, a win-win situation and a much more sustainable way to move around. Finally, I would like to request that we should always have a core network of bus routes, even though there will be some duplication with certain MRT routes to serve as a buffer in events of any MRT breakdowns. This provision is to deal with the just-in-case situations which can potentially leave thousands of commuters without transport. The advantage of buses is that they are flexible and their routes can be easily adapted for contingency and emergencies. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Singapore's aviation industry has been one of the hardest hit industry in this pandemic, given the sector's complete dependence on international travel. With the resurgence of COVID-19 in many regions of the world, as well as the emergence of new and more contagious COVID-19 strains, the outlook for the aviation sector remains bleak, with air travel likely to be stymied well into this year and next. I recognize the efforts made to support this industry in terms of re-establishing air travel and supporting airport-related companies and employees through the various support packages previously announced and the newly announced plans in Budget 2021. However, I wish to clarify the Minister on a few matters. The aviation sector has seen the biggest influx of targeted support of 870 million in this budget. However, is the Ministry also looking to extend targeted support to other aviation-related businesses that are similarly affected by the effective halt of air travel? Specifically, the aerospace sector needs help. It currently employs some 22,000 people, of which 80% are Singapore residents, and contributed some $13 billion in total output to our national economy in 2019. Companies in this sector include those involved in maintenance, repair and overhaul, MRO, avionics and aircraft component production and repair. These businesses are essential segments of our aviation supply chain in Singapore and face major and sustained downstream impact resulting from airlines deferring aircraft orders and reducing their aftermarket expenses. Already, we have seen significant retrenchment exercises among a number of key players in the sector. For example, the aircraft engine manufacturer Rolls-Royce retrenched about 24% of its workforce in Singapore in July last year. NTUC itself had to intervene in the retrenchment exercise conducted by Eagle Services Asia to protect Singaporean jobs. With no signs of an immediate recovery for aviation, more of such retrenchments may be expected as companies seek to cut down on their expenses. Even when the air travel does begin to normalize, given that the aviation supply chain is driven by airline demand, aerospace companies could likely be some of the slowest to recover in this hard-hit sector. While they still do have continuing GSS support, the sector could use more targeted support if we are to maintain our position as an aviation and aerospace hub. Could the Ministry consider tailored support schemes that could be explored specifically for this group? Would the Ministry also be able to provide further details of its previously announced plans to develop programs for aviation workers at risk of losing their jobs or being underemployed, first mentioned in December last year? What is the coverage and scale of these programs, and when will they come into effect? This is especially pertinent as aviation workers are likely to continue to experience a dent in their incomes, not to mention face increased job risks well into this year and next, even as other parts of our economy slowly start to pick up. I would also like to ask, in terms of retrenchments in the sector, what percentage of the aviation and aerospace sectors has been made redundant, and what percentage of this retrenched group has benefited from the COVID-19 recovery grants? Can there be consideration of extending the eligible period of support beyond the current 3 months, given that the aviation sector is likely to remain impacted by the pandemic for a prolonged period of time? And employees in this niche industry may need more time to secure jobs outside this field, given the need for retraining and reskilling. Lastly, I think there's a need for us to evaluate the upcoming pipeline of talent from our institutes of higher learning into both the aviation and aerospace industries. Fresh graduates from these programs may find little opportunities there if the global recovery is gradual. I hope the Minister can assuage these concerns. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Chairman, sir, I declare my interest as an employee of the aviation sector. The COVID-19 pandemic has literally sent our once vibrant and booming aviation sector into a cliff drop. Since the imposition of border closure in March 2020, passenger traffic has plunged from pre-COVID peak of almost 69 million passengers per year to less than 3% of that. With the COVID-19 pandemic still raging in many parts of the world, non-essential overseas travel will likely be still curtailed for at least another year, until vaccination operations for the majority of our local population is completed. Changi Airport was the 6th busiest international airport, and the Singapore Airlines used to carry more than 36 million passengers per annum pre-COVID. Unlike other airports and airlines that are still able to continue to operate domestic flights during this pandemic, Changi Airport and Singapore Airlines Group are 100% dependent on international travel. To the credit of many stakeholders in the aviation sector, tremendous efforts have been made to keep the planes flying, serve passengers, and carry cargo during this extremely difficult period. SIA has reconfigured some passengers' aircraft for cargo flights and kept key city links connected even with very low passenger loads. Chairman, sir, I have a few queries relating to our strategies to reboot air travel and to revive the Changi Air Hub. 1. How much longer can SIA and Changi Air Hub sustain if travel border remains closed beyond this year? 2. Beyond the extended JSS and support for the aviation sector as announced in Budget 2021, does the government intend to continue to support the recovery of the aviation sector? And if so, what are some of these additional support measures for companies and workers? 3. Can the government provide an update on the developments in the aviation sector since the ministerial statement in October 2020? And what has the progress of our measures been so far? 4. We have seen an increase in the number of imported cases over the past few weeks. Is this due to our border reopenings? How can we continue to reopen our borders safely? 5. There have also been a few cases where aircrew and other aviation frontline workers who caught COVID-19 earlier this year. What has the government done to safeguard our borders and our frontline aviation workers? 6. In a post-vaccination world, what are our plans to open up our borders and to revive air travel? Will vaccinated individuals be allowed to travel with fewer restrictions? 7. How can we rebuild the connectivity at Changi Airport and protect our status as an aviation hub? And lastly, how can we strengthen our competitive advantage to capture air travel demand as it recovers? I hope Minister for Transport can inspire hope, confidence, and provide guidance through this harsh winter for the aviation industry. Thank you.
Winner.
Chairman, I would like to declare my interest as advisor to the Singapore Ports Worker Union. We understand that maritime sectors is the least affected transport segment in the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, the construction sector was badly affected by the circuit breaker last year, which dramatically slowed down the construction schedule of many infrastructure projects. Was the construction of the Tuas Mega Port affected by COVID-19 pandemic, and by how much? If so, given the rise of international trade due to the popularity of cross-border online purchases and the recovery of the world economy from the pandemic over the next few years, are there plans to accelerate the construction of the Tuas Mega Port? I am also concerned about the accessibility of the Tuas Mega Ports worker, because unlike the former site at Tanjong Pagar and Keppel, the Tuas Mega Port is right at the extreme western end of the Singapore. For the benefits of those who have to travel to the Tuas Mega Port, which will definitely become an activity hub, could the MRT line be extended to the Tuas Mega Port? If so, when? Are there plans to provide priority housing in Jurong West for port workers who opt to work in Tuas? Thank you.
Sakyandi Supat.
Mr. Chairman, the maritime sector remains a crucial pillar of support for our economy. In spite of the pandemic, it has remained resilient thanks to good pandemic safety management along with its global reputation for excellent connectivity and efficiency. As other countries are looking to diversify their supply chains to the Southeast Asian region, we can leverage on this sector to strengthen our position. During the Committee of Supply debates last year, the Ministry announced that the sustainability remains a key priority. Indeed, while shipping is one of the world's cleanest and energy-efficient modes of cargo transportation, it leaves a significant environmental footprint. Since 2011, under the Maritime Singapore Green Initiative, MSGI, $100 million was set aside to promote sustainable shipping. This initiative was further extended till December 2024 and enhanced to focus on decarbonization of shipping. The Green Energy and Technology Programme in particular aims to encourage Singapore-based maritime companies to develop and conduct pilot trials for green technologies. What is our progress? Can we leverage on this to create more jobs for Singaporeans? Can the Minister share the plans to promote more sustainable practices in the maritime sector? How will this lead to new and exciting career pathways for locals? We should not waste this crisis and ensure that we create new jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Yohan Ling.
Sir, the Labour movement thanks our tripartite partners, the LTA, our taxi, PHP platforms, for working hard with us on providing the much-needed short and medium-term reliefs for our driving brothers and sisters. The expedited tax disbursements are certainly well received. Our point-to-point drivers have also raised longer-term livelihood concerns due to the prolonged crisis, as well as the evolution of technology in the transport sector. With long queues at taxi stands, not of passengers, but of taxis themselves, our drivers know that the recovery of the domestic consumer economy will not be the end of their problems. Instead, our drivers anticipate the reopening of borders and our nightlife to give their livelihoods a much-needed boost. These are strange times as our taxi and PHV drivers trawl our empty streets night after night, hour after hour, looking for a possible passenger. We need to practice empathy and indeed sympathy towards the plight of our fellow Singaporeans. Our brothers and sisters are hit with the double whammy of low street hails, having to drive aimlessly around, wasting fuel and time while having to deal with the petrol tax hikes. Would the ministry consider allowing for more flexibility for our P2P drivers to allow them to stop and wait in taxi stand bays, outside the designated waiting lots, and even around taxi drop-off points during the night when there's no longer any traffic or road safety worries about parked taxis along the road? This would greatly ease the burden and stress of our drivers. As our drivers focus on getting passengers safely and efficiently to their destinations, we must allay their concerns of obsolescence. Be it electric or driverless vehicles that hallmark our future, transitions will always require adjustments. Having undergone technological change with ride-hailing apps, diversifying into transport services like deliveries, or even just facing the economic realities of COVID-19 crisis, our P2P drivers are a resilient bunch. However, the government must anticipate ease and enable our drivers to prepare for these changes. We must not let the P2P transport sector become a byword for creative destruction, just as rickshaws and trishaws are looked upon today. But beckon and support them along the evolution journey of our P2P transport sector. Take the petrol tax hikes, for example. As far as it may go in pushing the rest of Singapore into a car-like society, our drivers inescapably live in a car-heavy livelihood. If they are given the support and opportunity to go electric to avoid petrol costs, many will gladly do so. However, their hands are tied, and so the environmental boons become their economic bane. While we must prepare our P2P drivers for the future, could we do more to gird their livelihoods into present as well? Could the ministry share more on how taxi companies will be supported in shifting to more energy-efficient cars without the burden of this cost being put on our drivers?
Chairman, I have earlier declared my interest for being part of the ComfortDelGro management team. Would it be possible for LTA to give some insights onto the demographics of those who are driving taxis and private hire cars or PHCs? Taxi and private hire cars are collectively called point-to-point or P2P vehicles. Specifically, how many young tertiary educated Singaporeans below the age of 40 are driving P2P vehicles? My sense is that driving a P2P vehicle has become very popular amongst the youth, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is good that they are finding ways to make a living, but I do not think it's wise for so many young Singaporeans to be contented with a P2P career as a driver. Would MOT consider capping the number of PHCs like what MOT has done to limit the numbers of taxis? In fact, our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, did not want so many Singaporeans driving taxi. Thus, the growth of taxis was restricted, and only Singaporeans above 30 years old could drive the taxi. The rationale is not to hog too many young people in the driving profession. Is this rationale still valid today? This is also in the context of an explosion of P2P vehicles in Singapore in the last decade. When Uber officially launched its service 8 years ago in Singapore, there were 27,000 taxis and very few PHC. Today, there are 16,000 taxis, but there are 50,000 PHCs. In totality, there are 2.5 times P2P vehicles today as compared to 8 years ago. Do we really need so many P2P vehicles and drivers in Singapore? Thank you.
Melvin Yong.
Sir, the COVID-19 pandemic has badly battered our aviation and point-to-point land transport sectors, and I'm glad that the government has provided continued support to the workers in these sectors with the extensions to the Jobs Support Scheme and the COVID-19 Driver Relief Fund. However, with many governments globally struggling to procure vaccines for their population, the downturn in global air travel is likely to continue. Many of our aviation brothers and sisters from SIA and SETS, for example, were redeployed to other sectors for the past year. What will happen to them? Are there still job prospects left in our aviation sector? Despite the prolonged downturn, certain segments of jobs within our transport industry have remained resilient. First, the electrification of our land transport system is expected to give rise to new jobs. An electric motor has only about 20 moving parts compared to nearly 2,000 in an internal combustion engine. How does MOT intend to retrain our existing technicians and create new jobs in tandem with the push for electric vehicles? Second, our MRT network is expected to double to 360 kilometers by 2030. How many new jobs will our expanding rail network create for Singaporeans? Third, the e-commerce boom during the pandemic has shown us that logistics is a vital sector with more than just the delivery of goods and food. What is MOT's plan to leverage the fast-evolving urban logistics industry to create new jobs? Lastly, can the ministry provide an update on the Tuas Megaport and whether its first phase opening scheduled for this year is still on track? How many new jobs will the Tuas Megaport offer? Thank you.
Satyandi Support.
Mr. Chairman, land transport SMEs are valuable partners who complement our public transport system. During the pandemic, many were affected as they saw demand for their services fall drastically. Tour bus operators experienced a twofold setback, with the tourism sector being badly hit. Even before the pandemic, land transport SMEs have been identified for upskilling opportunities. Some of these collaborations involving the Singapore Institute of Technology, SMRT, and SkillsFuture Singapore were aimed at improving rail reliability and driving innovation and productivity enhancements across the sector. The curricula could impart skill sets in important areas like data analysis and project management. With change comes opportunity and new technology that we did not envision before. And now, as we look to tackle the challenges faced by the transport industry, our SMEs can put their new training into good use. The transport sector should welcome companies with innovative solutions in a variety of areas. This would include understanding consumer patterns, facilitating enterprise, reducing compliance costs, ensuring the safety of construction projects, for example. There are also many areas we can explore as we work on adapting the infrastructure for a post-COVID society, such as green technology, big data, and automation. All of this would contribute to job redesign and create new and exciting careers for Singapore in the transport industry. Can the ministry share what are the opportunities for land transport SMEs? Is the LTA already conducting consultations with the industry? And if not, will it do so? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sang Wenang.
Chairman, again, I have to declare my interest for being part of the ComfortDelGro management team. The robust transport ecosystem in Singapore comprises not just public transport, but also many private transport providers which fill in the gaps. It is critical that these providers are able to flourish and thrive in the business landscape while ensuring that Singaporeans are able to travel safely and efficiently. But the rules which define this landscape have not been consistent. A few years back, in the name of facilitating innovation, LTA allowed new rental bicycles companies to flourish. But this created much social problems, and many of these companies fell by the wayside. Similarly, LTA once was lax in regulating PMTs on pavement on high side, leading to many injuries. On the other extreme, LTA is occasionally strict in regulating existing businesses and increasing compliance costs even when times have changed. It is not healthy for LTA to swing between the both extremes. Thus, I would like to ask if LTA has planned to do a comprehensive review of its regulations to ensure that the regulations are up to date, without unnecessary red tape, and it remains consistent in its approach. Before I end, we heard yesterday that LTA would be taking over the regulations of EV charging facilities from the Energy Market Authority. I have previously mentioned in this House, industry players have a lot of pains in getting regulatory approval to install EV charging stations. With the change, we know that LTA is willing to set up regulatory sandboxes to facilitate the introduction of new charging solutions. This is a good move in the right direction. We hope to see more of such initiatives. Thank you.
Ms. Polisan.
Chairman, sir, the Caring SG Commuters Committee was set up in 2017 to transform Singapore's public transport system and commuter culture into one that is more caring, welcoming, and inclusive. At times, having to wait a long time for buses, squeeze into crowded trains, and brave the elements of inclement weather can be frustrating. I would like to know the progress on how commuting on public land transport can be a more enjoyable experience. And what are the plans to build a more inclusive transport system through hardware improvements, such as more considerate design features and barrier-free accessibility facilities? The COVID-19 pandemic has reduced the number of commuters, and some may even avoid taking public transport for the fear of increased exposure to potential COVID-19 infection. Will the Caring SG Commuter Committee also focus on shaping commuters' behavior with the aim of ensuring public health in times of pandemics or even during the less lethal influenza seasons? Should we work on having all commuters to wear masks even after the COVID-19 pandemic? On a more challenging front, how do we create the hardware to promote a more caring and inclusive commuter culture for everyone? Thank you.
Jerigam.
Efficient and convenient public transport is vital to achieving many of our national priorities. It allows HDB to build more flats away from the city. It enables workers to travel to further out workplaces. and it helps us to reach our climate change goals. I sold my car 5 years ago and now make most of my trips by bus and MRT. I have not regretted this decision, and I highly recommend it to others who can afford not to drive. Improving the commuter experience can convince more people to take public transport, reducing both traffic congestion and carbon emissions. How can we nudge more people towards going car light? I have a few suggestions. First, reduce the amount of walking needed during the journey. Singapore's tropical weather is not conducive for walking outdoors for long distances while dressed up for work. Transport planners should keep this in mind when planning the location of bus stops and routes for feeder bus services. For example, some of my HDB and condo residents living along Bedok Reservoir Road do not have a direct feeder bus to the nearby Bedok North MRT and have a rather long walk to and from the station. Second, construct more covered linkways from housing estates, including private condominiums, to transport nodes. Covered linkways can influence a commuter's decision whether to brave the elements or to take private transport. And third, reduce crowding on trains and buses so that commuters can have a more comfortable ride with better safe distancing. I hope MRT operators will also stop removing seats from their train cars because we commuters like sitting during our rides. And fourth, continue to make our roads and public transport more accessible for people with disabilities. I had earlier suggested how we should use tactile signals to enable visually impaired commuters to cross roads late at night. I look forward to that being implemented.
Mr. Muhammad Faiz Abdul Manap.
Sir, I've observed there are schools in the HDB estates where there are covered pathways that extended from the school gate to the nearby bus stop. In locations where the nearest bus stop is located opposite of the school which requires road crossing, the shelter is extended across the pedestrian crossing. However, there are schools which are not provided with such facilities. The primary school located in my Kaki Bukit constituency is one of them. I have previously written to LTA requesting to construct shelter for existing pathway and pedestrian crossing, but to no avail. I would like to seek clarification from the Ministry on what are the considerations in determining whether to or not to construct shelter for walkways and pedestrian crossing in school zones. Apart from this clarification, I would like to touch on one of the LTA's initiative, Silver Zone. My constituency, Kaki Bukit, is one of the earliest beneficiaries of Silver Zone. Under this initiative, LTA has introduced numerous features to enhance road safety for pedestrians, especially our senior citizens, as well as for road users. Among these features are rest points and roundabouts. The former is to allow road crossing in 2 stages, and the latter is to smoothen traffic flow and traffic conflict points. I would like to ask LTA to consider adding construction of shelter for pathways and pedestrian crossing to the existing list of the Silver Zone features. These features should be constructed at locations where LTA deemed necessary and feasible. Sir, covered pathways and pedestrian crossing will provide better protection to our seniors against bad weather. This will further enhance safety as well as comfort of our elderly Singaporeans. Thank you, sir.
Cheng Seng Yao.
Chairman, a key component of a livable city is its walkability. I would like to ask about the walkability of the areas of historical significance. These areas, such as the Civic District, comprise many interesting buildings, streets, and public spaces of historical significance. Through a combination of public and private efforts, there has been a lot of capital and resources pumped into these areas to transform the users as well as the older buildings. What has the government done to enhance walkability in Singapore in areas of historical significance? What are the government's upcoming plans for these areas? Thank you.
Ms. Yuan Ling.
Sir, I'm heartened by our resolve to encourage greener means of commute. Popularized in the 1960s, cycling as a mode of transport is not new to Singapore. It gives life to our city, is more affordable, healthier, and possibly more convenient. However, active mobility is a buzzword, but what does it take for us to make it a reality? As things stand, I wonder if those seeking to participate in the active mobility movement feel safe to do so. The speed of motor traffic on the roads leave most of our cyclists contesting for space on the narrow 1.5-meter footpath. This is inconvenient at best and dangerous at worst for our footpath users, calling to attention the safeguards that need to be in place to encourage more to embrace walking and cycling. Could we have an update from the Ministry on its plans for improving our infrastructure to enhance the safety and travel efficiency for all road and footpath users? So with this, I turn our attention to the growing community of delivery riders who are arguably the heaviest users of these cycling networks. Needless to say, COVID-19 has revealed the importance of our delivery riders. They brought our favorite foods to our doorsteps when we could not dine out and allowed us to eat in the safety of our own homes. Our riders' journeys can often be precarious, especially on rainy days. It is unfortunate that we are still seeing accidents on the footpaths and riders colliding with drivers on the road. Riders we spoke with feel like they neither belong with the motorists on the roads nor with the pedestrians on the walkways. Perhaps it is time for us to examine how more deeply we can protect the lives of our delivery riders. Yong Wei is a leader with us at the National Delivery Champions Association. A delivery rider, he met with an accident recently. We thank good fortunes that he walked away only with a broken wrist, because I can't imagine how it would be otherwise. Yong Wei, however, ended up not being able to work for the next 4 months, and this time we thank prolonged medical leave insurance that helped him tide through these 4 months of lost income. We have heard from many other riders on their own near misses. I believe to address the issue of safety for our riders, besides infrastructure improvement, education and awareness must play a bigger part so that all road and footpath users build better awareness to coexist. Perhaps it's timely for compulsory road safety certification and more community awareness campaigns on active mobility. Delivery riding is a physically tough occupation. Some riders work more than 10 hours a day and delivering upwards of 30 deliveries a day. We need to better promote the welfare of our riders. Rest areas, accessible parking, charging points at malls and food outlets, more efficient pickups and drop-offs will come a long way to alleviate the mental stresses of our riders. The union calls for better safety nets for our riders and for the government to push for greater awareness for road harmony and to build better supporting infrastructures for our riders.
Lim Biao Chuan.
So in 2019, LTA imposed a ban on users of personal mobility devices from all footpaths. This came amid an increasing number of accidents involving such PMDs. One cyclist died after an accident with the PMD, and this ban brought some relief to the other users of the footpath. However, due to the push for healthier lifestyle, more and more cyclists are also using the same footpaths. I support the concept of shared footpaths whereby both cyclists and pedestrians can share the use of footpaths. Unfortunately, I regularly receive feedback about the behavior of irresponsible cyclists who think that footpaths and park connectors are a racetrack for them to race at alarming speeds. So I walk along Gardens by the Bay East because that's within my constituency. And many a time as I walk, I worry when I feel the speed, when I feel the buzz of the bicycles racing by me at a fast speed. So we need to do more to ensure the safety of pedestrians using the footpaths and park connectors. Sometimes I see seniors taking a leisurely stroll along the footpaths, and sometimes there are couples with young toddlers and children who meander all over the paths. If a cyclist comes along riding at a high speed and crash into the senior or the young child, that would be disastrous. In a recent court case, a cyclist was sentenced to 1 week jail after he crashed into a 53-year-old pedestrian who subsequently died. So a crash of a bicycle at a high speed can have fatal consequences. I submit the LTA can do more to educate cyclists who use the footpaths to commute at a reasonable speed. Let me stress that I've got nothing against cyclists riding at a reasonable speed, But education must also come with enforcement, because we need to deter a small minority of reckless riders from being a danger to other users of the footpath or park connector. Hence, I urge LTA to step up enforcement along the footpaths and to install more cameras to deter inconsiderate drivers. And wherever possible, LTA should consider widening the footpaths of park connector and demarcate one side for cyclists and one side for pedestrians.
Mr. Ong Ye Kung.
Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Transport, MOT, looks after three connections of Singapore: sea, land, and air. In Chinese, we call it Hai Lu Kong. The seaport and airport, I described before, they are like the lungs of the country. It draws in oxygen from the global ecosystem, vitalizing the rest of the Singapore economy. Land transport is like the arteries and vessels, providing mobility for each of us as we work, live, and play across the island. Today, my colleagues and I will update the House on key long-term challenges and developments of our three connections. First, maritime. The fortunes of a port city rise and fall. Singapore suffered over 3 centuries of oblivion from the start of the 15th century. So our status as a global transshipment hub today is not a right of birth, but an earned and constant struggle for relevance. Fortunately, our maritime sector has been resilient throughout COVID-19. In 2020, last year, container throughput was only 1% lower than 2019, the previous year. And so we are cautiously optimistic that we will have a good year in 2021. But we had to make difficult decisions to get here. And one critical decision was crew change. Every day, more than 250 ships call on Singapore to deliver and transship cargo for bunkering and repairs. And while they are here, many ships want to change their crew, who has been out at sea for several months. When the pandemic hit, crew change came to a halt because of border restrictions. Seafarers on the vessels cannot disembark, and new crew cannot fly in to board the vessels. The shipping community faced a looming humanitarian crisis. Hundreds of thousands of seafarers stuck, stranded on board their work vessels, sometimes for more than a year. And that was last year. So shipping lines urged Singapore as a major transshipment port to do something. But to allow crew change in Singapore will expose ourselves to the risk of COVID-19 infections. If we wanted to be absolutely safe, we would have said no, as many countries had. But that would have turned our backs against the international maritime community. They would have lost faith in us, and it would have damaged our standing as a maritime hub. Therefore, together with the industry and unions, we devised rigorous protocols to do crew change safely. Repeated testing, quarantine, bubble wrap travel between the vessel and the hotel and the airport, and vice versa. It worked. Today, more than 100,000 crew changes have taken place. Our practice has been held up as an example at the IMO, at the International Maritime Organization. Shipping lines saluted Singapore. It was not without cost, as at end February 2021, we had 8 imported cases due to crew change for ocean-going ships. Very sorry to the Minister for Health. But none led to community infections. Was it worth it? I acknowledge that opinions differ. For some, they feel that it is more important to eliminate the virus from Singapore altogether. But I think we did the right thing. For a city-state like Singapore, the fight against COVID-19 is not about eliminating all risk by isolating ourselves. It is about how to keep our connectivity open, supplies flowing, protecting jobs, and our economy, while keeping Singapore safe. And this is the real challenge of COVID-19. Not all or nothing, black or white, but the ability to navigate safely in a grey zone. This will not be our last test. The Arctic route, the possibility of a Accra Canal, competition from neighbouring ports will continue to test our maritime relevance. SMS Chee Hong Tat will speak more about this. Let me now move to land transport, where our long-term challenge is sustainability. There are two aspects of sustainability. The first is environmental. We spoke a lot about it yesterday. I spoke about EVs, but EVs are at most a second-best solution. The cleanest and most sustainable way to move is still by mass public transport, buses and trains. So in response to Mr. Gan Thiam Poh, we want to raise mass public transport modal share during peak hours from 64% now to 75% by 2030. Over the last 10 years, it has increased almost by 10%. Mr. Gerald Giam switched, and so I think he helped a little bit, but every commuter count. Members have asked about the plans for our public transport system. COVID-19 has delayed our plans, but notwithstanding this, over this decade, we will spend more than $60 billion to expand and renew our rail network, and we will open new stations or lines almost every year. Let me do a rundown. Between now to 2025, we will progressively open the rest of Thomson East Coast Line. By 2026, we will close the loop for the Circle Line between Harbourfront and Marina Bay. By 2029, the Jurong Region Line will be completed. In the 2030s, the Cross Island Line will open progressively. So with all these projects, the MRT network will grow from about 230 kilometers today to 360 kilometers in the early 30s. And in that process, in response to Mr. Melvin Yong, many jobs will be created. By then, our network density will be comparable to London and New York City. And as suggested by Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Gan Thiam Poh, we will use technology wherever we can. Big data to optimize routing and scheduling, sensors to carry out preventive maintenance effectively, Kaizen projects to improve productivity, and apps to help commuters plan for their trips. As for the men and women on the streets, we will bring buses and trains as close as possible to their final destinations and also their origins, with pedestrian pathways and covered linkways wherever it makes sense. For short trips, we will notice commuters are increasingly either walking or cycling. And that is why we are expanding the cycling network and repurposing roads wherever possible. LTA has identified 60 projects to convert suitable roads into footpaths, cycling paths, or bus lanes. Each project, we reckon, will have their pluses and minuses. So for every project, we will work closely with the community and proceed only when we assess that on balance, it benefits commuters and benefits the community. So I don't expect all 60 projects to proceed, but we will learn from each experiment. SMS Amy Kaur and SPS Bayam King will elaborate. The other aspect of sustainability is financial. Several members have shared your concerns on this, and I appreciate Mr. Satyandi for especially highlighting this aspect of sustainability. Train lines are expensive to build. Take, for example, Thomson East Coast Line, that costs more than $25 billion to build. That said, capital expenditure is one time. What worries us more is whether we can afford the operating costs year after year on a long-term basis. And this includes manpower, energy, maintenance, and renewal of operating assets like trains and signaling systems. Train fares so far are not enough to cover these operating costs. So government has been spending about $1 billion a year to subsidize rail operations. The situation is the same for buses, as MSG Hong Tat gave an update to the House recently. So operating subsidy amounts to another $1 billion of taxpayers' funds every year. The government needs to continue to subsidize the operations of MRT and buses. I think can't run away from that. But the bill to taxpayers cannot keep ballooning. If it does, we would leave our future generations a growing financial burden. So how do we square the circle? Financing and subsidy policy, they matter. For buses, we have settled on a bus contracting model that leverages competition to enhance efficiency of operation. For MRT, we fully transited to the new Rail Financing Framework, or NRFF, mentioned by Mr. Ang Wei Neng a few years ago. So the first version of NRFF, government takes over from the transport operator the ownership and replacement of operating assets, trains and signaling systems. Government then charges the transport operator a fee for using these assets. So it's like renting on the part of the operator. So under NRFF version 1, which was implemented for the downtown line or DTL, the operator pays a fixed fee, like a rental. The public transport operator of the DTL still bears significant commercial risk. If ridership is healthy and fare revenue far exceeds operating costs, they get to enjoy a good part of the profit. But if the reverse is true, they suffer losses. This was not ideal because as a public utility, public transport should be a more stable business. And so we adjusted the NRFF to reduce the commercial volatility. If the operators enjoy high profits, government will cream off. If the operator suffer big losses, government cushions. So this is NRFF version 2, implemented in 2016 to north-south, east-west circle, and north-east lines. And for the most recent Thomson East Coast Line, the TEL, we took on another approach. So that is NRFF version 3. For the initial period when ridership is not stable, government collects all the fare revenue, bears all the revenue risks, and grants the operator a fee to run the line. So it's a bit like a contracting model. And after ridership stabilizes, we revert to NRFF version 2. So recognizing that the NRFF has evolved over the years, we will review the arrangement for the downtown line, given that it is still on NRFF version 1. And this will be done with a view to ensure that the operator will run the line reliably with high productivity, and that the line is sustainable. There are other things we need to do to keep our public transport system sustainable for the long run. First, operators must train their workers well, find new ways to be cost efficient. This includes keeping train services reliable and not trying to penny pinch on maintenance costs, thinking that this will translate to savings and productivity. It does not, and we learned this lesson the hard way. Second, like before, we will need to adjust fares from time to time. This is needed as costs do go up, including the wages of public transport workers who look forward to earning more. The Public Transport Council makes a careful decision on fares every year. Whenever there needs to be a fare adjustment, we will help lower-income households through public transport vouchers. And we also have fare concessions to large groups, such as seniors and also young students. To the suggestion that maybe we should also extend this to adults taking courses, I will be very careful about it, because after all of us are going to be lifelong learners. Third, we will need to try to reduce excess capacity. The majority of our bus services are trunk services, majority, and they provide connection for commuters between towns. So it has never been a pure hub and spoke system, as mentioned by Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Gantian Po. And this will not change. There will always be a core set of trunk services for buses. But we should also try our best to reduce excess capacity in the system. This is especially when new train lines come up and ridership for bus services that run in parallel plunge, and then chalking up tens of millions of operating subsidies per service per year. So we need to progressively adjust these bus services to better keep subsidies in check. I used to be a union leader for the Transport Workers Union, and bus drivers on these services will always lament that 很心痛啊，在空气. So they say in Chinese. In English, it means when they drive and there are no passengers, they say a bit of heartache because they are just ferrying air, not enough passengers. Fourth, COVID-19 has also opened up an opportunity for us to make the system more efficient by making the morning and evening peaks less pronounced. Mr. Gan Tiam Po mentioned that. And to achieve this, we need the cooperation of employers, stagger work hours, allow working from home, even after COVID-19 passes. Finally, let me talk about aviation. When COVID-19 struck, passenger volume at Changi fell to 0.5% of pre-COVID-19 levels. Almost a year later, the good news is Changi is running 5 times that. The bad news is that works out to 2.5% of pre-COVID-19 volume. So we are still in a crisis mode. Flight movements look better. It is 1/4 of pre-COVID-19 levels, but this is to a large extent due to a larger number of cargo flights. Changi Airport is now connected to 66 cities around the world, compared to 160 cities pre-COVID-19. We expect connections to expand further in the coming months to about 80 cities. In response to Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Dennis Tan, in a crisis like this, job prospects in the sector are naturally muted and subdued. Based on the labor market survey up to 3Q 2020, the sector has lost 6,000 jobs. About 500 are retrenchments, and the rest, non-renewal of contracts or early retirement. Non-residents shouldered the great majority of the reduction. Hiring of graduates, asked by Mr. Dennis Tan, have slowed, though there is still good demand for technicians coming out of IT, coming out of our polytechnics. I then checked with our universities, who told me that most aerospace graduates still found jobs this year, but likely in non-aviation sectors. So fortunately, engineers are a very versatile bunch. Mr. Dennis Tan asked about help for the aerospace sector. There are 3 areas of help, and this was covered in the budget statement. One is the job support scheme. The aerospace sector is now in the top tier, 30% for the next 3 months, and then 10% for the following 3 months. They also enjoy the enhanced training support package, which provides stronger support when they send their workers for training. Thousands have gone, and it has been very helpful for the aerospace sector. And also, EDB put in a lot of effort to temporarily redeploy talents to other sectors while the sector waits for recovery. Mr. Dennis Tan asked what proportion of workers benefited from the COVID-19 related grants. I would say everyone who kept their jobs. And this is the impact of the job support scheme and the enhanced training support package. It helped all these companies stay above water and retain core capabilities so that there is still a future. It's still possible for the sector to have a future. And that strategic outcome is either there or not there. Either you believe it will work or you don't believe it will work and don't do. You cannot quite measure or audit it. Ms. Bodhi-san asked how MOT plans to revive the aviation hub. Unfortunately, I can't answer that question with certainty. We may have a plan, but this virus has no plan, and it does not observe any rules. It is driven by an instinct to dominate the world. To do so, it is transmitting without symptoms, it is mutating. So in terms of prospects, I think I can only say this. First, this year, I don't think it is realistic to expect a V-shaped recovery for the aviation sector. Second, it is also possible that the virus become endemic, meaning it is something we have to learn, to live with, to cope with, and to adapt to in the long term, just like the influenza virus. And third, notwithstanding this, with vaccines and the realization of governments around the world that they cannot perpetually close up their borders, I believe there will be some reopening of borders this year and some recovery this year. So our mission this year is not so much to force this sharp recovery of the aviation sector, but to adapt to a new normal, to reopen safely, to build up confidence, to test workable concepts, and to strengthen the belief that Changi Airport will still be an international air hub post-COVID-19. And we are seeing signs of that happening. When WHO scientists from around the world were planning their study visit to Wuhan, they decided to gather in Singapore before they make their way, and they flew through Changi. The World Economic Forum has decided to hold its meeting in Singapore in August. A few months ago, a group of Vietnamese trainees going to Japan to complete their apprenticeship decided to come to Singapore first and then up to Japan. It's a long route, but I think they like to fly SIA. So the key question is, what are the steps we can take to reopen safely? As I explained to the House before, what kills travel is quarantine and stay-home notices, SHN. Very few people will want to travel abroad if they know they have to go through a lengthy isolation. So to revive aviation, we need to replace quarantine and SHN with other methods that can also substantially mitigate the risk of transmission. And I think there are 4 ways after all these months of experience. The first is testing, which is key to reopening borders. Nationally, we can now perform more than 60,000 tests a day. I read that again. Nationally, we can now perform more than 60,000 tests a day. And with tests, we can detect infections early and prevent transmissions. The second is to bubble wrap travelers, ensure that they are kept to a tight itinerary, restricted premises, away from community, don't see anybody in the community. And this is how we managed to do maritime crew change, and this is how the new Connect at Changi facility works. The third is to recognize that travelers from certain places are safe because they have successfully controlled the virus. That is why we unilaterally open our borders to places such as Australia, New Zealand, Brunei, and China. And so far, this scheme has not led to any increase in our local transmission. It works. If other places reciprocate what we do, we have an air travel bubble, or ATB. We have yet to launch an ATB successfully. We were close, but we could not. But we have now an agreed text with Hong Kong, and the ATB can be launched when conditions are right. We have not given up the idea. In fact, I think ATBs are going to be important, which I will explain. Then that leads to the fourth way, which is a new critical development, and that is vaccinations. As more scientific data become available, we will be able to ascertain the extent to which vaccination reduces the likelihood of someone carrying the virus and passing from somebody else. And this will enable us to allow vaccinated individuals to travel with fewer restrictions, perhaps even without SHN. It will require a system of certification, like the yellow booklet, which some of us have, that records our vaccinations against malaria or yellow fever. And these discussions are happening bilaterally and also at the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization. And Singapore, we have been active in all these discussions. So in aviation, I mentioned aviation is like the lung of Singapore. So this lung needs inflating. but our head is underwater. But each of these 4 methods I mentioned earlier are like snorkels, sticking out of the surface of the water. They allow us to take in some oxygen to keep Changi and to keep SIA going. And each snorkel cannot work in isolation. They must work together. So for example, an ATB is a combination of identifying safe places and imposing test requirements. So I see ATBs playing a key role in safe opening this year. Because as vaccinations bring down infections across the world, more countries will be prepared to forge ATBs. We can also identify places from low to moderate infection rates and combine vaccination with tests, even bubble wrap travel, and to open up travel corridors. We will do our best to make all these arrangements bilateral so Singaporeans can travel outwards too. Mr. Chairman, COVID-19 has claimed many casualties, lives, careers, years of hard work wiped out in months. Amongst them are notable brands like Dan Ryan's, like Robinson's. I think we can get over the loss of these names. Painful, but we can get over. But if we lose SIA or we lose Changi Airport, life in Singapore will never be quite the same. We will be bereft. The transport community knows this and what is at stake. On the first day of Chinese New Year, I joined the PM to send off 3 SIA flights. A cabin crew member I met told me she was issued quarantine orders 3 times, each time because she served somebody who later was tested positive. Fortunately, the last one was rescinded, so she served 2. Even that is almost 4 weeks. But each time she emerged from quarantine, she was just as passionate about flying. That day, she was going to Manila. When we rolled out vaccination for maritime and aviation frontliners, the workers turned out in force. Today, our frontline workers at the port, at the seaport and airport, are substantially vaccinated. 92% have gotten their first dose, 85% with both doses. In the coming days, I think we will cross 90% for both doses as well. I recently met a resident in my constituency. He greeted me warmly, gave me a fist bump. He told me he's a maritime worker. He said, I have gotten vaccination. I can now protect my family. Crown Plaza is our airport hotel, housing foreign aircrew laying over in Singapore for 1-2 days. Unfortunately, there were transmissions in the hotel. 3 workers, local workers, got infected. The whole kitchen staff got quarantined. So the GM and his executives rolled up their sleeves, went to the kitchen, took over the kitchen operations. I hope the food tasted okay that day. They closed the hotel after that for a month, tightened the procedures. Today it is open again. Week in, week out, I see for myself the fight in our workers at our borders. Mr. Chairman, I've told the tale of our 3 connections. On the seas, we learn to adapt, find the courage and humanity within us to take reasonable risks and to be of service to the world. On the roads, we will need to be greener, more sustainable in both the way we travel and the way we fund our infrastructure. In aviation, it is the battle of our lifetime and the story about our spirit of resilience, to press on with duties despite rounds of quarantine, of fortitude to answer the call to be vaccinated, to protect family and nation, of never say die, rolling up our sleeves and doing the hard work when duty calls. So on the revival of aviation, I don't have a watertight and detailed plan to present to the House, one that meets the much vaunted high standards of our civil service. Instead, we can only be guided by an unfailing drive to keep pushing forward, knowing that for every 2 steps we move forward, we may have to take 1 step back, sometimes 2 steps back, and knowing that if we are too reckless and ambitious and take too big a leap, we may have to be set back by a mile. With each setback, we and I will be questioned. Why you even bother with such an idea? Why never plan properly? Why so naive? Fair questions, but try we must, Mr. Chairman. The worst thing to do now is not even try, because that's giving up the fight. With vaccines, the fight is in our favor. We have strong lungs and open arteries. Most important, we have an unwavering heart. And this is what we need most, and perhaps as important as vaccines. To not just walk, run, ride, cycle, sail, but to fly and to soar into the skies again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
SMS Cheong Tat.
Mr. Chairman, I'll speak about growing our maritime sector and LTA's pro-enterprise efforts. Maritime Singapore did well last year. Our port handled 36.9 million TEUs. Our International Maritime Centre grew in scale and diversity. We attracted 11 new shipping groups to Singapore and worked with 8 maritime companies to expand their operations here. Mr. Satyanarayana Supaat asked about growing the maritime sector and creating jobs. This is important. We must not be too satisfied with our success to become complacent. We will build on the momentum and seize new opportunities to create an integrated, innovative, and inclusive maritime Singapore ecosystem, what we call the 3 I's. Let me start with the first I, integrated. Our port is consistently ranked first or second in the world on efficiency, reliability, and connectivity. But future growth is never guaranteed. If we don't stay ahead of the competition, others will steal our lunch. We must continue to differentiate ourselves and bring value to our customers. We are consolidating all of PSA's operations from Pasir Panjang, Keppel, and Brani into one integrated Tuas port, what PM called our next bold move. Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Ang Wei Neng asked for an update on Tuas Port. We are on track to complete the first phase of land reclamation works by end of this year, creating 400 hectares to support 21 berths and handle 20 million TEUs a year. When Tuas Port is fully operational, it will be as large as 2 Ang Mo Kios and handle up to 65 million TEUs a year, 50% more than our current capacity. This additional capacity will allow PSA to serve more ships and further enhance our network connectivity, which is a critical factor for a transshipment hub port. Tuas Port will offer customers best-in-class efficiency, productivity, reliability, and sustainability. It will be fully automated from cranes to driverless vehicles. These will more than double our labor productivity at Tuas compared to our city terminals, and create many skilled jobs for Singaporeans in the port sector. It will also be a greener port with a 50% reduction in carbon emissions intensity. The concept of integration extends beyond the port to key sectors like advanced manufacturing, cold chain and logistics, which form the Tuas Port ecosystem. We can move containers directly from the ships to the factories without additional delays or handling costs. We are also enhancing digital integration to facilitate data exchange, helping companies to enjoy greater convenience, reduce costs, and save time. Ms. Ang Wei Neng asked about accessibility and housing for workers. We plan to develop Tuas South region for industrial use over the next 2 decades. We'll continue to explore viable transport options for workers and work with MND to increase public housing options in the West. We'll further grow our International Maritime Centre and encourage maritime companies to expand their operations here, including maritime law and arbitration, ship management, and marine insurance. We aim to bring in $20 billion in total business spending commitments from maritime companies from 2020 to 2024 and create more jobs and more opportunities for our people. So let me move to the second I, an innovative maritime Singapore. We'll partner and support maritime technology SMEs to push research and technology boundaries, scale up and team up, and turn challenges into new opportunities for growth. We'll increase the cap of co-funding support for maritime technology SMEs from 50% currently to 70%, and encourage industry players to share expertise and resources to co-develop scalable solutions. Eligible projects by industry consortiums will also receive up to 70% co-funding support. MPA will top up $15 million to the Maritime Innovation and Technology Fund. In total, we will have $100 million to fund maritime R&D and product development. We aim to more than triple the number of maritime tech startups supported under the Pier 71 funding program from 30 to 100 by 2025. The startup ecosystem is gaining momentum with wider industry support. Recently, Seeds Capital partnered venture development firms to co-invest up to $15 million into maritime technology startups. Our goal is to be the top maritime startup hub in the world, the Silicon Valley for maritime technology. Mr. Satyandi asked about the Green Energy and Technology Program. A key project is the electrification of hovercraft. Our call for proposals has received interest from 16 industry consortiums. MPA is also drawing up a Maritime Singapore Decarbonization Blueprint 2050, together with the industry, to promote sustainable practices and identify new job opportunities. So I've spoken about the first two I's, integrated and innovative. The third I is inclusive, which reflects our vision of creating a diverse range of jobs for Singaporeans with different backgrounds and skill sets. We want to attract and train more Singaporeans, take on seafaring and shore-based jobs. As the maritime sector grows and transforms, there will be new opportunities and new pathways in areas such as environmental sustainability, systems engineering, cybersecurity, and data analytics. MPA is partnering the industry and institutions of higher learning to facilitate training, attachment, and traineeship opportunities as part of the SG United Jobs and Skills Package. The training allowances will increase from 1st April. We are also encouraging maritime companies to tap on the Jobs Growth Incentive to increase local hiring, as well as professional conversion programs for mid-career entrants. MPA will partner the industry to groom a pipeline of future leaders for Maritime Singapore. We are starting a new maritime leadership program to train up to 30 local maritime managers for the first 2 runs, to hone their leadership skills, build global perspectives on key maritime issues, and strengthen their business networks locally and abroad. Let me now turn to LTA's pro-enterprise efforts. Mr. Satyandi and Mr. Ang Wei Neng asked about this. LTA's work impacts businesses beyond the land transport sector. The built environment sector is one example, as development plans involving transport infrastructure or traffic flows require LTA's approval. Companies often request LTA to expedite their approvals to reduce processing time and business costs. Companies also introduce new business models and technologies, including green solutions. So LTA's rules and regulations need to stay ahead of the curve to support innovation. At the same time, LTA is responsible for public safety and a pleasant commuting experience for all. A balance must be struck. In line with the SG Together movement, LTA will partner the industry to make its approval process more pro-business. It will form a transport infrastructure collaboration panel with representatives from the Real Estate Developers Association of Singapore, Singapore Institute of Architects, and Institution of Engineers Singapore. The panel will find ways to reduce business costs and improve efficiency. For example, it will simplify and shorten the approval process for development plans by expanding the lodgement scheme to allow more categories of submissions to receive in-principle approval upon submission. This win-win outcome can only be achieved if the industry is clear about what is required in the submissions to avoid multiple back and forths. LTA will work with the professional bodies to conduct sessions and raise awareness on what is required for the submissions. LTA is also working with URA and other agencies to better integrate transport and land use planning related information. This will be uploaded online for public access when ready. It will reduce information gaps and facilitate more public-private collaborations. Next, the panel will review existing rules and set up regulatory sandboxes to support innovative ideas and new business models. As regulator, LTA is a gatekeeper. It needs to assess proposals objectively. Some they will support, others they will have to say no. It is not free for all, but also not nothing at all. To try new ideas, we must also be prepared to take calculated risks and accept some failure along the way. If we have zero tolerance for failure, or if we are too afraid of making mistakes, we will have zero capacity for innovation. This is why I support setting up regulatory sandboxes where necessary to pilot new technologies and business models. If the experiment fails, we limit the downsides, we learn from the experience, and we try again. If it succeeds, we can scale up the idea and extend it to other areas across Singapore. This is what former head of civil service, Mr. Peter Ho, calls aiming for safe fail rather than fail safe. Mr. Chairman, in the Summer Palace in Beijing, there is a stone boat built by Emperor Qianlong. He hoped the Qing dynasty would be like the stone boat, unshakable and unsinkable. Unfortunately, it is also unsailable. And we know what eventually happened to the Qing dynasty. When we build ships, it is not to anchor them in the harbor or in some lake in the Summer Palace. It is to sail out to the oceans, to the open seas, and reach new lands, including going into uncharted waters. To be an innovative nation, we must have the same pioneering spirit and sense of adventure like our forefathers, willing to leave our comfort zones and take calculated risks, never giving up when we encounter challenges, and always looking to pursue new rainbows on the horizon. Thank you.
SMS Dr. Amy Khor.
My speech will touch on how the land transport sector is coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. I will share how we are future-proofing our land transport workers. Then I will explain how we'll partner the community to repurpose stretches of roads for footpaths and cycling paths to enhance connectivity. Let me first touch on COVID-19's impact on the land transport sector. As the COVID-19 situation evolved, we had to implement additional safe management measures while ensuring that our transport operations continued to run smoothly. Our land transport workers made this possible. On behalf of MOT, I applaud them for their courage, dedication, and resilience. We are also grateful for the strong support by the unions, associations, and transport operators. A good example is that of the taxi and private hire car sector. Right at the start of the pandemic, the government worked closely with the National Taxi Association, NTA, the National Private Hire Vehicles Association, NPHVA, and the taxi and PHC operators to introduce the Special Relief Fund, SRF, which provided much needed support to our taxi and PHC drivers amidst a significant decline in ridership. As of February 2021, the government has disbursed more than $55 million in relief payouts to over 50,000 drivers through the SRF and the COVID-19 Driver Relief Fund, or CDRF. Additionally, the government has disbursed more than $500 million to over 57,000 drivers under the Self-Employed Person Income Relief Scheme, or SERS. I would like to assure Mr. Ang Wei Neng and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling that we will continue to support our taxi and PHC drivers. In fact, we have committed $116 million towards CDRF payouts between March and June 2021. In view of the fluid circumstances, we will continue to monitor the situation closely to assess if further support is necessary. Mr. Ang shared his concerns about young drivers in the taxi and PHC sector and asked if the government will consider capping the number of PHCs. Firstly, Mr. Ang may recall that we raised the minimum age for new private hire car drivers' vocational license, or PDVL, applicants to at least 30 years old last year, to align with the taxi drivers' vocational license, or TDVL. Secondly, Singaporeans below the age of 40 with tertiary education make up less than 10% of all TDVL and PDVL holders. From this group, those below 30 years old make up about 3% of all TDVL and PDVL holders, and they have been grandfathered. Finally, we have no plans to cap the number of PHCs, as the sector is already sensitive to market conditions. For example, we observe a 12% drop in the number of registered PHCs since the start of the pandemic. For drivers who exit the taxi and PHC sectors amidst the pandemic, we appreciate the Labour movement's assistance in helping them to upskill and look for alternative jobs. Last but not least, we have also partnered the NTA, MPHPA, and the taxi and PHC operators to commence vaccinations for taxi and PHC drivers last week. This forms part of our efforts to offer vaccinations to our frontline land transport workers and strengthen the resilience of our essential services. Since last week, MOH has issued SMS notifications to all of the more than 50,000 active taxi and PHC drivers. More than 50% of those invited have booked their vaccination appointments. We will work with the association and operators to encourage more drivers to get vaccinated. The strong tripartite partnerships that have helped us weather the COVID-19 pandemic will also be critical to support the transformation of our workforce to meet longer-term needs. Before COVID-19, we were already looking into trends such as digitalization and new vehicular technologies. These present many challenges, but also create exciting opportunities. As Mr. Melvin Yong pointed out, the electrification of the land transport system will create many jobs and opportunities for upskilling. New competencies are required to maintain EVs and charging infrastructure. In December 2020, the government supported the establishment of the Singapore Motor Workshop Association's training facility to impart EV-related competencies. We will continue to work closely with companies, training providers, and unions to identify ways to support young graduates and existing workers to acquire such competencies. Ms. Yeo also asked how we are helping taxi and PHC drivers cope with longer-term technology developments, such as digitalization. LTA is engaging the industry on an updated training curriculum for the taxi drivers and the PHC's drivers' vocational licenses, which will place greater emphasis on key competencies to help drivers cope with digitalization, such as mapping and navigational tools. The new curriculum will also allow drivers to be kept up to date with new vehicular technologies such as electric and autonomous vehicles. LTA will also support greater use of technology to train taxi and PHC drivers by facilitating training centers to offer online TDVL refresher courses so that drivers can attend the courses at their convenience. A new conversion course will also be introduced to allow drivers to convert their PDVLs to TDVLs, to expand the driving options for vocational. Announce more details at a later date. Beyond workforce transformation, we can also emerge stronger by building a more sustainable and inclusive transport system under the Singapore Green Plan 2030. We will encourage more people to switch from private vehicles to walk, cycle, and ride or WCR modes. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, many Singaporeans have embraced cycling and walking. I would like to assure Ms. Yeo that we are harnessing this momentum to enhance the safety and ease of using WCR modes. First, on active mobility, AM regulations. Over a year has passed since we banned the use of e-scooters on footpaths. I'm pleased to inform Ms. Yeo that footpath safety has improved considerably, with accidents involving motorized PMDs on footpath falling by 79% between 2019 and 2020 to 30 cases. To further enhance safety, we will be rolling out a new import controls regime for personal mobility devices and power-assisted vehicles in the first half of 2021. This is an important measure to prevent the import of non-compliant devices. Meanwhile, we will continue with regular inspections of AM devices to deter illegal modifications. Second, on WCR infrastructure. Mr. Lim Biao Chuan will be glad to know that we are pressing on with our plans to expand cycling paths from 460 kilometers to 1,300 kilometers by 2030. This will allow more cycling journeys to be completed entirely on the cycling path network, although cyclists may still have to dismount and push at certain locations, such as overhead bridges, for safety reasons. By the end of this year, we'll have added 28 kilometers of cycling paths in Bukit Panjang, Sembawang, Taman Jurong, and Yishun, as well as mature estates such as Ang Mo Kio, Bishan, Tampines, Taman Jurong, and Toa Payoh. We will also prioritize construction for towns that do not have cycling paths. SPS Bay will elaborate on how we'll develop a culture of gracious usage on paths to complement these efforts. We will also have transit priority corridors to enhance the travel experience by public transport. The North-South corridor is one such example. When completed, it will shave up to 20 minutes for bus commuters traveling from the north to the CBD with its dedicated and continuous bus lanes. The NSC will also serve as a green thoroughfare from the north into the city centre with its cycling trunk routes and pedestrian paths. Chairman, going forward, as Ms. Yeo and Mr. Lim have suggested, we will work closely with the community to develop AM infrastructure. We will repurpose suitable stretches of roads into footpaths, cycling paths, or bus lanes, and incorporate features that contribute to placemaking. LTA has identified some 60 possible projects to be implemented and have commenced engagement for 5 projects. We will seek views from residents, grassroots volunteers, town councils, and local businesses to identify potential enhancements. These views will shape key project details, such as the length of the stretch being repurposed, or when permanent infrastructure enhancements works will commence, or even if the project should proceed at all. We will start with projects to enhance walkability, starting with areas such as the Civic District, as Mr. Cheng Sing Yao has highlighted, to benefit the widest spectrum of users. Over the years, we have worked with arts and civic groups and premise owners to realize their aspirations for greater walkability within the Civic District. We have pedestrianized one side of Anderson Bridge and part of St. Andrews Road and restricted vehicle access to stretches of Parliament Place, Old Parliament Lane, and Connaught Drive. With this, pedestrians can walk seamlessly from Old Parliament House to Esplanade Park. More can be done. Many Singaporeans have expressed a desire for more extensive pedestrianisation of the Civic District. Mr. Mok Wei Wei, the architect for the upgrading of the Victoria Theatre and Concert Hall, suggested fully pedestrianising Anderson Bridge as a gateway to the district. This would offer unblocked and panoramic views of the district architecture. We will consider his suggestion alongside others from visitors, arts and civics group, and premise owners as we work towards our vision of a more pedestrian-friendly civic district. Looking beyond the civic district, we will also work with the community to gradually reshape the streetscape in areas such as Sembawang, Bishan, Toa Payoh, Tanjong Pagar, and Jalan Besar. We will start with a stretch of Havelock Road. With your permission, Chairman, may I display some slides on the LCD screen? This is a mature estate, and we have heard residents and grassroots volunteers share their desire to make the road more walkable. Local business proprietors have also said that they welcome wider footpaths so that customers can browse more comfortably in front of their shops. We are studying widening the footpath by paving over some roadside parking lots, thereby creating a more pleasant walking experience for pedestrians. We will implement this with water-filled barriers temporarily for several months and then take in community feedback for further refinements before permanently widening the footpath. Aside from walkability, we will also start to convert stretches of roads into cycling paths, beginning in locations such as Ang Mo Kio Street 22 to expand our network of cycling paths. Chairman, 2020 was a difficult year for the land transport sector, and pardon the pun, the road ahead remains challenging. But we will step up our efforts to transform our land transport system to become more inclusive and sustainable. We will also partner the community to build a landscape of roads and paths that meets Singaporeans' aspirations for a livable and sustainable home. This will enable us to walk, cycle, and ride safely and comfortably while we look to soar in the skies again.
SBS BMK.
Mr. Chairman, I will share our efforts in building a transport system that is also safe and inclusive for all on public paths and public transport. More people are taking up cycling and other active modes, with monthly shared bike use tripling in 2020. It is important that all path users, both pedestrians and riders, remain safe. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling asked about improving path safety. Earlier this year, the government accepted the Active Mobility Advisory Panel's recommendation that all bicycles must have brakes when used on public paths and roads. This will come into effect in September. We also mandated third-party liability insurance for active mobility riders who ride for work purposes, such as delivery riders. This will go some way towards, one, ensuring that accident victims receive compensation, and two, protecting commercial riders against excessive claims. To further enhance path safety, we announced that e-scooter and power-assisted bicycle riders must take a theory test to ride in public. With this, all riders will know the rules and code of conduct. We will release the test handbook in April and begin testing in mid-2021. Ms. Yeo Wan Ling and Mr. Lim Biao Chuan asked about our efforts to educate pedestrians and riders. From May, we will launch a new Move Happy Graciousness campaign to raise awareness on safe and gracious path sharing with 3 guidelines. 1, keep left on paths. 2nd, use the most appropriate path. And 3rd, be alert of our surroundings. We have also run the Safe Riding Program SRP since 2018. Many participants found this voluntary session fun and a hands-on way to learn about safe riding. I'm pleased to announce that we are refreshing the SRP around the 2nd quarter this year to make it even more interactive. Responsible behavior is also important in keeping roads safe. Like other road users, cyclists must follow traffic rules. Motorists should look out for more vulnerable users. With the right mindset and a culture of graciousness, we can enjoy active mobility in a safe and harmonious way. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say a few words in Mandarin. 要打造一个既安全又具包容性的公共交通系统，关键在于培养优雅文化，推广乘客礼仪。乘搭公共交通是大多数国人日常生活中不可或缺的一部分。身体健全的国人乘搭公共交通是件轻松的事，但对于一些年长人士和有特殊需要的乘客来说，每次出行可能是具有挑战性的。他们也应该能毫无障碍、安全地使用公共交通。我们必须多多体谅这些乘客，优先考虑到他们的需求，并主动地伸出援手。小小的举动足以带给他们大大的感动。我最近听红帽桥地铁站的交通大使说，就读附近星光学校的自闭症学生不时会找他们聊天，因为对这些特殊需要的小乘客，大使阿姨的熟悉脸孔对他们说是一个无比的安慰和鼓励。这里我写了一首打油诗与大家共勉之。 步行或者骑脚车，还有电动踏脚车，温馨提醒别匆忙，前方有人请放慢，安全第一莫忘记，看路不要看手机。乘搭地铁和巴士，关爱文化别漠视，通行无阻没障碍，优雅通勤人人爱。Chairman, last year I announced the setting up of a Caring SG Commuters Committee. Ms. Podisan asked about our plan. Over the past year, the committee engaged many commuters. Through focus group discussions and surveys, the committee found that Singaporeans want to help fellow commuters, but often do not know how. Only about 1 in 4 commuters know how to assist commuters with conditions such as hearing and developmental disabilities. I can understand why, because these conditions may not be immediately noticeable. We will therefore try to help the public better understand other commuters' needs. One key initiative is the recruitment of Carry commuter champions who will be trained by SG and Able to support commuters with special needs. I hope more people will volunteer as Caring commuter champions to make a change in your fellow commuters' journeys. The Public Transport Council also found that only around half of survey respondents were comfortable to ask for help even if they needed it. It is sometimes awkward to ask for help, especially when we do not want to inconvenience others. We want to make it easier for commuters to ask for help. In October 2019, LTA launched a pilot where commuters who need a seat could alert others with a "May I have a seat please" sticker. Go Ahead Singapore also launched a helping hand trial providing commuters with mobility needs a card with instructions for the bus captains. Both initiatives received positive feedback. Today, I'm pleased to announce that the May I Have a Seat Please initiative will be made permanent. From April, commuters with long-term, invisible medical conditions or disabilities can request for specially designed card and lanyard at passenger service centres and offices. The government will continue to invest in safety and inclusivity-related initiatives. We are improving accessibility for persons with disabilities, as Mr. Juranyam has suggested. Today, all train stations and bus interchanges are barrier-free. About 1,300 signalized pedestrian crossings have audio-tactile signals to help the visually impaired pedestrians. We will work with MSF to enhance these, such as extending their operating hours. At stations along the newest Thomson East Coast Line, we have also taken feedback from focus group discussions to introduce bigger signages with better contrast, larger font sizes, and clearer symbols. These are useful for commuters who may not see as well or may not understand English. These will be rolled out to all new stations. However, we need to prioritize our efforts given the high cost of infrastructural improvements. For example, we've already committed over $370 million over the last 8 years on covered linkways, and we will continue to enhance walkability. Therefore, I seek Mr. Juranyam's and Mr. Faishamanam's understanding that we must be financially prudent and focus on areas near transport nodes first. Finally, commuters have asked for guidance on how to help fellow commuters. The Caring SG Commuters Committee is studying these ideas, and I look forward to the recommendations due in middle of 2021. Mr. Chairman, our daily commutes are not just about moving a person from one point to another. They are also about sharing and navigating a common space on public paths and public transport. All of us can make a difference. We will continue to partner the community to achieve our vision of a safe and inclusive transport system for all. Thank you.
Clarifications? Ms. Ang Wei Neng.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ministers and SMS and SPS for giving a very exciting scene that we're going to have the next few years for public transport, and especially aviation, that it will really grow. I have two clarifications, one for SMS Amy Call, another clarification for SMS Mr. Chee Hong Tat. So first, for the maritime sector, first, we are very glad to hear that the Tuas port will just not be a port, but a hub activities will include a lot of supplementary industry. And we know that it could be the best in class, but I hope that you'll be best in class, supported by best in class MRT station as well. Because I did not hear SMS Chee Hong Tat saying anything about having a train connection there, besides he mentioned about having a new housing estate. So we hope that he can clarify, because by 2030, as what Minister said, there's still no train to the Tuas port area. The second clarification is for SMS Amy Call. Did I hear correctly that he was said you add 28 kilometers of cycling path by the end of the year? If it's so, it doesn't seem very exciting. For example, in Nanyang Estate, there are a lot of cyclists, but there's zero cycling path, 0 kilometer of cycling path. So what does it take to double or triple the building of cycling path this year and next, rather than wait for longer term? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in my speech earlier, I mentioned for the Tuas Port that we will continue to explore viable transport options for workers. So this is something which we will study. And Mr. Ang is right that if you look at the demand for transport connectivity to that part of Singapore, it will not only depend on the Tuas Port alone, but also what are the other developments in the surrounding area using the port as a key hub, but supporting the growth of different industries. So this is something which we will assess and we will discuss with the relevant stakeholders and other agencies. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sakyandi? Oh, sorry. Let me call.
The member is right. I said that by the end of this year, we will have added 28 kilometers of cycling paths. Those are the completed cycling paths that we'll be adding on. The target is to have about 1,300 kilometers of cycling path by 2030, about 10 years away. We now have about 460 kilometers. So if you divide, that's the pace. But having said that, as I've said, even now we have actually identified 60 road repurposing projects. And many of those you actually can look into not just pedestrianizing, adding footpaths, but perhaps widening it for cycling paths. But whether these can come on board really depends on the support from the local community. So when we do road repurposing projects, we have to work very closely with the local community to see if this is something that they would support. When you do this, there will be some trade-offs. For instance, the benefits may come, take time to come, but motorists will be, the immediate impact is on motorists. They'll probably have to divert the roads if we pedestrianize or we widen the cycling paths. They may have to park somewhere else, for instance, if we include the cycling paths. So we have to look at how to minimize the inconvenience and at the same time look at how we can bring benefits to the community and look at how to mitigate some of the trade-offs.
Ms. Ang Wei Nang?
Appeal for SMS to accelerate the construction of cycling path, especially for those towns that have 0 kilometer of cycling track. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, I did say that in my speech that we will especially focus on those towns where there are no cycling paths. So if the member is keen on this, let us look at it. Yeah.
I'm also keen. Mr. Sakyandi Supat.
Chairman, fortunately, I'm not asking for a cycling pass for Toa Payoh here because we already have, and we're thankful to MOT for cycling paths there. I have two questions, Mr. Chairman. One to Minister, and second to SMSG. Minister, I'd like to thank Minister for answering my question about the financial sustainability issues that I raised. My question is with regards to fare concessions. The last fare concession increase, if I look at the LTA website, MOT website, the last inclusion into the fare concession sort of coverage was in 2019, where PTC extended student concessionary fares to polytechnics and other diploma students. And I think it benefited more than 80,000. My question is, are there any new concessions in play going forward in future as fare adjustments come on stream? And you highlighted, Minister, that fare increases might come in going forward. What are the plans in terms of concessions? And the reason why I highlighted about the adult learners is to capture some elements of adult learners who are studying in the polytechnics and probably captured, but some may not be captured in that sort of the move on 2019. Second question is regards to Mr. Chee's response just now, the seafaring and shore-based jobs and the green maritime sector jobs. How many jobs will be created in those sectors, and whether more can be done to entice more Singaporeans and young Singaporeans to explore good jobs there. I think not many of our young or our Singaporeans are aware of some of these jobs there, and I think those are good jobs that we need to let them know even more going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to assure Mr. Saktiandi, I really understand what you are saying. I really understand. In 2019, in fact, I was really happy that fare concession was extended to polytechnic students. Because the then Minister for Education lobbied very hard for it. And it was kind, the then Minister for Transport was kind enough to also champion it. So I fully understand. But I think going beyond that, it becomes less obvious. But let us keep an open mind. I think the principle is this. I'm merely mentioning that over the years, from time to time, when the situation enables, there has been fare increases, and probably that whole same system will continue. And second half of the year, PTC will have to convene and have to consider. But whenever there is a fare increase, should there be one, we must always protect the vulnerable groups, like the low income, the students, the seniors, and fare concession is one way to do so. And I think we keep to that principle and see how we can best ensure that those who find difficulty affording it can be protected against fare increases.
SMSG.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Satyandi asked a very important question about jobs, because when we pursue growth, when we attract investments, what is the end in mind? One very important objective is to create good jobs for our people. So in the maritime sector, our aim is to be able to create an inclusive and diverse range of jobs. So if you look at the port sector, this will be, of course, the traditional roles that we have, crane operators, drivers, but increasingly, we are also looking at new roles that we need different skills and different groups of individuals to come in to fill these roles. So when we pursue environmental sustainability, green growth, decarbonization of shipping and port operations, I think this will open up new opportunities and new possibilities. So similarly, I think for the maritime services, which actually go hand in hand with the port, because when we grow our port and shipping lines core at Singapore, they register their ships here with our registry. They base their headquarters, their regional and global headquarters here in Singapore. We can then offer them all the other maritime-related services like financing, insurance, legal, brokering, and so on and so forth. So all that will, again, I think, create a lot of opportunities for different groups of Singaporeans, different age groups as well, young graduates, but also mid-career entrants who want to join the sector. So they may transit, for example, from engineering, from finance sector, from IT, and they want to now enter this growth sector. We welcome them. Lastly, I want to say this. It is not just the number of jobs, which is very important, and we will try our best. We'll try and create as many as we can. But in the end, it is also about whether we are able to raise the quality of the jobs. And this is something which is very crucial because it requires a strong tripartite partnership to work hand in hand with the companies and the labor movement to be able to redesign the jobs, to be able to upskill the jobs. And I think in the process of doing so together with growth, we are then able to provide higher pay, better prospects, and I think this will allow us to attract more Singaporeans to enter the sector. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have three clarifications. First, I would like to thank the Minister and all the appointment holders for the answers you have given in the COS, and thank the Minister especially for the answers given in respect of the concerns I raised on the aerospace sector. Actually, the first question I have is in respect of what SPS Bay has shared with us regarding safe riding, and I agree with Member Yeo Wan Ling's concern regarding safe riding on footpath. And actually, I would like to implore on LTA to continue to improve efforts at public education as well as consistent enforcement. I think it's a message that I have shared virtually every year in the last couple of years. And yesterday, actually, I shared on the MND COS on a cut on safety of PCN. And the reason why I shared on the MND COS, but it's related to, I think, a lot of, on LTA's efforts on this, is that I believe that a busy PCN, especially during peak times, it's always a good indicator of the state of our culture of path sharing by different users. And I expressed concern that over 2 years, because I shared a previous cut on this 2 years ago in the same MND COS, I felt that there's not many changes in terms of the culture. So therefore, I would like to implore LTA to continue to work on this public education as well as consistent enforcement. And I appreciate SPS Bay sharing about the efforts. And can I continue to implore LTA to consider public education from the point of view of not just giving information to interested users who will draw the information from the Facebook, but rather to think about how to disseminate this public education on safe and considerate use of footpath and PCN to people who actually don't consciously look for it, because these are people who actually use our footpath, the auntie and uncles who may get upset with people ringing the bell when cyclists are passing by, keeping left or keeping right, people walking their dogs on PCN or footpath, stopping to chat. And these are all very everyday moments, right? So that's one. The second clarification, actually, I'm not sure which appointment holder will answer this, but I would like to take an opportunity to ask, when does the government envisage our public bus fleet will go fully electric, right? And my third clarification is not really a clarification, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Minister for sharing about crew change. I don't have a clarification because I filed a PQ on this recently, and I would like to thank the Minister, SMS perhaps, for a very comprehensive answer on my PQ on the new Ocean 6 relating to the measures on crew change arising from the infection of crew on visiting ships to the port of Singapore. I just want to take the opportunity to applaud and the hard work and the good efforts of MOT and MPA on coming up with the crew change policies and guidelines, as well as for safe boarding of visiting vessels in our port of Singapore by workmen or third parties. And I think it's a lot of hard work, and I agree with the Minister, and as a member of the maritime community, I agree that these efforts are very important to continue in this COVID climate, to continue It's very important for our Port of Singapore and our businesses and our reputation. So I'd like to thank MPA and MOT officers for their hard work. Thank you.
Bulletin time is 2:10, so let's try to finish by then. Thank you.
Interest of time, I'll answer all three. First, safe riding. I think I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for his very useful suggestions. We'll take them in. As you say, culture change is not easy. It takes time, and step by step, we move in the right direction. I do want to make a clarification. In my speech just now, I mentioned some retrenchment figures and reduction in labor force figures. That applies to the aviation sector. But I know your cut was actually on the aerospace sector. I don't have the numbers for aerospace, but talking to unions, there has been some retrenchment, not huge numbers, some, and again, very much borne by the foreign workforce. And we'll try our best to continue to work with the aerospace sector between MOT as well as EDB. On public bus fleet, the target is 2040 to be fully electric, but we just make a big push towards EVs. Maybe it can be advanced. No, you never know. Keep an open mind. Finally, on crew change, thank you for the strong confidence you have shown in our maritime community. I must place on record our thanks to actually Ministry of Health, who work side by side with us to make this possible. There are many ministries of health in the world who just want total elimination of viruses. But I think we had a good relationship working with the ministry, and you take a big deep breath and say we make this step, put in the safety precautions, work with the industry and all the stakeholders, plus the healthcare professionals and experts, and we managed to make it work. But even so, always continue to keep our guard, to be on guard, so that we can maintain Singapore safe as well as an open maritime hub.
Mr. Saptiandi, would you like to withdraw your amendment, please?
Mr. Chairman, we have been discussing about the lifeblood and lungs of Singapore over the past 2 hours. Minister even talked about snorkeling underwater to fill our lungs with much needed oxygen, and even said about taking a deep breath earlier just now. But it has been an extremely challenging time for transport sector, especially with the sharp drop in air travel, commuter volumes, and economic activity for the past months. The stakes are high, as the pandemic is still fraught with uncertainties. It is also challenging to determine the new travel patterns of the near future, but there are exciting times ahead from the responses just now for our land transport sector, and efforts are being made to make sure our air and sea hubs will thrive again. So I would like to thank members for all their cuts, and many thanks to Minister Ong Ye Kang, SMS's Amy Kaur, SMS Chee Hong Tat, and SPS Biam Keng for their responses. And to PERMSEC MOT and his team, our MOT family of agencies, CAS, MPA, LTA, and most importantly, our transport frontliners for their hard work, conviction, and passion to keep our air, sea hubs, and land transport systems running efficiently, smoothly, and safely day and night since COVID hit us, and also to be ready for the future. With that, Chairman, I beg to leave to withdraw my amendment. Thanks.
With COVID-19 still around, so do be careful how you take your deep breath. Make sure you have a mask when you're doing it. Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $4,051,283,300 for head W stand part of the main estimates. As many as of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $7,615,454,000 for head W stand part of the development estimates. As many as of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head O, Ministry of Health, Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head O of the estimates be reduced by $100. I declare that I'm a medical doctor in a public hospital. Sir, in the budget debate, I spoke about preparing for the next pandemic. Today, I will speak on delivering healthcare to our fellow Singaporeans and supporting our sisters and brothers working on the healthcare frontline. I'll speak on 5 areas today: seniors' access to care, care coordination, caregivers, IT and design in healthcare, and our healthcare frontliners. Sir, on seniors' mobility and access to care, in an aging society, we have more Singaporeans with mobility needs. Some stay in older flats with multiple steps at the doorway, flats where the steps are too high for the usual ease program organized by HDB. Has MOH studied whether seniors in such households are more likely to miss medical appointments? Has MOH looked at how to better support such seniors so they can more easily get to clinic, so that chronic diseases can be brought under control better, so that hospital admissions can be reduced by going upstream? And can MOH look into better support for home delivery of medications, because this too will reduce the need for seniors with limited mobility to make multiple outpatient trips? Sir, my second point on care coordinators. On my Clementi home visits, I've met seniors who have many medical appointments. One old lady told me she has 10 medical appointments in the upcoming next 3 months. Each of them will mean her daughter has to take time off from work to accompany her to and from the clinic, from the appointment. With an aging population, shrinking family sizes, this poses a challenge for many seniors in the community. In some cases, the son or daughter can't take leave or has used up all of their annual leave. Or the family member may be a low-wage worker, daily rated, which means time away from work becomes loss of income. Many patients today are older with more medical conditions, more complex medical conditions, sometimes 3, 4, 5, even more medical teams looking after the same patient. Sir, there's a role for more patient navigators, more care coordinators, linking up across different care teams to help coordinate the care better, to help reduce the multiplication of medical appointments, to help make it easier for appointments to be brought onto the same day where possible. And we can look at reimagining our healthcare so as to support this better. Sir, I'm told that IMH has a team of patient care coordinators, and over the years, their experience has been this reduced the number of patients needing admission. There are lessons we can learn for coordinating care across other medical conditions as well. Sir, my third point on supporting caregivers. Some years ago, as a young doctor, I looked after an old lady with advanced cancer. She was very sick, not getting better. Her 50-year-old son quit his job to look after her. He quit his job to look after his mother. Later, she passed away. Her son's duty was done, but he had a lot of difficulty. He found it so hard getting back into the workforce in his 50s. Yet this man, this filial caring son, had shown dedication and devotion to duty, day and night, looking after his mother who was terminally ill. Dedication, devotion, duty. But unfortunately, potential employers didn't see it that way. They asked him, "What's this gap on your CV? Why were you out of the workforce?" They didn't see the dedication and devotion to duty. Sir, I call upon MOH to work with MSF and MOM to look at how we can better support caregivers both during the journey of caregiving and especially when a caregiver is trying to get back into the workforce. Together, across the ministries, together with industry and with our brothers and sisters in the unions, we can find ways to build awareness among employers and even go the extra mile to recognize inclusive employers who hire fellow Singaporeans who are returning to the workforce, having spent time as caregivers, showing that dedication and devotion to duty. Sir, my fourth point on IT and design in healthcare. Chairman, when we empower our healthcare workers, when we look at what's happening on the ground and empower workers on the ground to do their jobs better, it helps patients as well. It improves the quality of care. It improves the patient experience. Sir, information technology, IT, has transformed healthcare around the world. But we also must continue looking at how IT is implemented and designed. For example, digital ordering of tests today. Is it faster, easier than ticking boxes and signing a piece of paper? If it isn't, we must ask ourselves why and how can it be improved? Electronic records today, do they speed things up so that healthcare workers can spend more time, more quality time with patients? Or is there still room for improvement? And if so, why? And how can we make it better? Computer workstations today, the design of workstations today, computers, do they help doctors and nurses maintain eye contact with the patient, comfort the patient, especially in a world with COVID where everyone's wearing a mask and that eye contact becomes even more important? Does it help that eye contact happen? Or is it sometimes a different experience? And if so, why? And how can we make it better? So I asked the ministry, has MOH done any recent studies on the design of healthcare facilities, healthcare IT, and the patient experience? Some designers talk about time movement studies, how much time it takes to get a task done, how much movement is needed to make something happen. Has there been any recent ergonomic research to see what brings more comfort to patients, better performance for healthcare workers? Sir, these studies may not be easy to do, but what we don't study, what we don't look at, what we don't search for, we don't know. We must seek truth from facts. Sir, Steve Jobs was co-founder of Apple and well known for his sense of design and aesthetics. Every iPhone user, everyone who uses a modern multi-touch smartphone sees the impact of his influence and legacy on industrial design. His younger sister, Mona, wrote in the New York Times shortly after he passed away. She wrote about how Steve Jobs, from his hospital bed as a patient battling terminal cancer, wanted to make the hospital better. Sketching devices to hold an iPad in a hospital bed, designing new fluid monitors and X-ray equipment, redrawing the design of a hospital unit. Now, not every one of us can be Steve Jobs, but every patient brings an important perspective to the healthcare journey. And when we see better through the eyes of our patients, when we see better through the eyes of our healthcare workers on the ground, we continually see better and better ways to improve our healthcare system. We can apply the same care and attention and passion to reimagining the design of healthcare facilities, reimagining the user experience so healthcare workers can do the job even better, care for patients even better, whether it's a hospital computer system, the healthcare workplace, or the patient journey, seeing through the eyes of our people. Sir, I want to speak about our healthcare frontliners. In particular, I want to salute our nurses and allied health workers. Every doctor knows this instinctively, even before they become a doctor, from their days as a medical student. The impact our nurses have lifting up the lives of our patients, making a difference for every patient. Every patient, every caregiver understands this too. And I say this both as a doctor and as the son of a patient. We see the impact that our nurses have, that care, that dedication, that heart. Nursing is also deeply skilled work and essential work. Last year, during the debate on the President's address, I called upon MOH to look at paying our nurses and allied health workers more. And I'm glad the Finance Minister has announced better salaries for our sisters and brothers in nursing. Some years ago, I attended a healthcare conference. One of the speakers was the president and CEO of the Duke University Hospital in the USA. He's a nurse, trained as an oncology nurse, rose up through the ranks to lead the hospital, to lead an entire healthcare system in the USA. We should continue looking at ways to further empower our nurses in Singapore, to create more opportunities for upskilling and advancement as we all work together to lift up the lives of our patients. So I also want to speak on another group of healthcare frontliners who are key to keeping us safe. These are some of our outsourced healthcare frontline workers. Our hospital cleaners, our healthcare attendants are an integral part of the healthcare workforce. They are integral to the hospital. Facing the COVID risks together, serving on the same front line as medical, nursing, and allied health staff, serving together. Once upon a time, all these brothers and sisters were directly hired by the hospitals and not outsourced. Today, a growing number of cleaners and healthcare attendants have been outsourced. But, sir, the rationale for outsourcing hospital cleaners and hospital attendants is not compelling. It is not compelling. First of all, the demand for hospital cleaners, for hospital attendants, it's the same throughout the year. There's no seasonal component involved. It doesn't vary much throughout the year. And in a COVID world, it makes sense for team members to stay based within the same healthcare institution rather than moving from place to place amidst the pandemic. We're already providing outsourced cleaners with protective gear during COVID. It recognizes they are part of the same healthcare frontline. And there's something to be said for treating all our hospital cleaners and healthcare attendants as part of the in-house staff, making them feel more fully like part of the team, supporting, resourcing, uplifting these workers together accordingly. Because, sir, when we're fighting on the COVID frontline, we're all in this together. We should think of our hospital cleaners, our hospital attendants as part of the whole healthcare team and not as a service to be outsourced. Furthermore, sir, direct hiring also makes it easier for hospitals to create additional jobs and job opportunities to hire directly from the community nearby. In my Meet the People sessions in Clementi, I've met older workers who've been retrenched, who are looking for job placements in healthcare institutions nearby. And we should look at ways for hospitals to generate employment for residents living nearby as well. I call upon the ministry to consider this outsourcing issue as one of the issues which COVID is forcing societies around the world to rethink. Chairman, healthcare is about health and care, supporting our patients, supporting our caregivers, supporting our healthcare workers, our sisters and brothers on the healthcare front line. It is about keeping all of us safe, keeping us all of us safe together. And so may we continue building a healthier Singapore as we fight this COVID pandemic, as we emerge from the COVID pandemic together. Thank you very much.
Question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head O of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Yip Hon Wing.
Chairman, achieving herd immunity through COVID-19 vaccinations is important to our economy and livelihoods. Since the first vaccination rolled out in December, what are the latest statistics pertaining to the percentage of eligible recipients who are vaccinated? How many eligible seniors have been vaccinated? Even with the commencement of the vaccination program for senior citizens, some of my senior residents shared that they are adopting the wait-and-see approach. I cite some of the most common reasons pertaining to their decision. They are worried about the immediate side effects. Moreover, the 2 approved vaccines in Singapore are based on a novel technology, so the long-term effects are unknown. Some are also questioning the need for vaccination as the community infection rates are low. They may not go for the vaccination if there's no need for a vaccination certificate to travel. Is outreach also extended to younger Singaporeans pertaining to elderly vaccinations? Some elderly said that their children or grandchildren discouraged them from taking it. This is because their children are worried that the vaccinations have dangerous implications on seniors with health complications. How does MOH plan to encourage more seniors in the community to get vaccinated? Thank you.
Song Wei Dam.
The National Centre for Infectious Diseases, NCID, was officially opened in September 2019, just a few months before Singapore detected the first confirmed case of COVID-19. Thereafter, NCID played a crucial role in battling COVID-19. On the whole, Singapore has done relatively well in controlling the number of community cases as compared to our neighboring countries, Asia, and the rest of the world. Certainly, we are not perfect. We can do better with the benefit of hindsight. For example, we could have advised Singaporeans to wear reusable masks earlier. Also, the outbreak of COVID-19 at the foreign workers' dormitory caught us by surprise. We could have moved in earlier to improve their living conditions. Having said that, COVID-19 will not be our last pandemic. We need to document the main learning points of COVID-19, of managing COVID-19, and learn from it. Will MOH work with the multi-ministerial task force to conduct a review and release an interim post-mortem report? This will be similar to what the MOF did by releasing the interim assessment of the impact of key COVID-19 budget measures. We know that the pandemic is not over yet, but an interim report will be important as what has transpired in the last year is still fresh in our memory. More importantly, we would like to know how MOH and Singapore could be better prepared for the next disease X. Chairman, for the next card. The COVID-19 pandemic has put a strain on healthcare services and facilities. I am concerned with 2 aspects. First, COVID-19 has delayed the constructions of healthcare facilities in Singapore. But the growth in our aging population is marching on. What contingency plan does MOH have to deal with the delay in building hospitals, polyclinics, and nursing homes? Second, I'm concerned about the difficulty in employing domestic helpers to care for the elderly. Many Nanyang residents have approached me to appeal for elder care or nursing home facilities because of the challenges in bringing in domestic helpers to Singapore during this pandemic. This is probably a nationwide problem. How can the MOH cope with this sudden surge in demand, especially with the delay in the constructions of nursing homes? Besides the need for nursing homes, Besides the need for nursing home for the elderly that are not able to take care of themselves, there is also a strong interest from the more able elderly to age in their own homes. Many are interested in Singapore's first community care apartments in Bukit Batok, which are affordable housing with senior-friendly features. I understand that it is 4.2 times oversubscribed. Since the take-up rate is so strong, will MOH and MND consider offering more of such flats at the next quarter or so? Thank you.
Leon Pereira.
Mr. Chairman, sir, from a recent reply to my parliamentary question, we now know that residents aged 25 years old with below secondary education have a life expectancy 5.8 years lower than that of those with post-secondary education. And I thank the Minister for Health for that detailed answer. We also learned that people with below secondary education have a greater likelihood of chronic illnesses like diabetes and high cholesterol. So for many of my lower income constituents, convenient and cheap food options are unhealthy ones, like instant noodles. Research shows poverty often overwhelms one's cognitive ability to make good decisions about health. I thus speak on the urgent need to tackle health inequality. It would seem that the prevalence of conditions like obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol has risen over the years. So I would suggest that there is an urgent need to revamp our preventive healthcare efforts, particularly for poorer Singaporeans. While many efforts have been undertaken, the outcomes seem to be moving in the opposite direction. To achieve better outcomes, we need better measurement. Firstly, could we make public more timely and comprehensive data of chronic diseases by socio-economic group? Other than the response to my recent PQ, from what I understand, the most recent publicly available data on health risks, behaviors, and outcomes by socio-economic class was the 2010 National Health Survey. The National Registry of Diseases already collects data on the incidence of cancer and chronic kidney failure. It is an easy next step to include SES indicators like income and education. We must also study the entire life cycle of chronic diseases. Are low-income groups contracting more diseases, more severe diseases, or even earlier diseases? Secondly, can we make more data public on healthcare outcomes for low-income groups? Are they receiving a later diagnosis with poorer outcomes compared to wealthy Singaporeans who can choose top-tier private care, for example? I'm not suggesting that this is the case, but it would be useful to have the data. Some doctors have observed COVID-19 related backlogs and patients transferring from private to public to save money, pressuring the public system and lengthening waiting times for subsidized patients. Thirdly, could we develop a national health equity index? This could be created by an independent group of academics and include social determinants of health as well as healthcare accessibility, affordability, and outcomes. This will pinpoint areas for targeted action. Once we have more data, we must act decisively. I note that HPB piloted the Healthy Living Passport Scheme in mid-2020 and aims to reach 15,000 lower-income residents over 3 years. How effective have the incentives been among lower-income groups? Other than number of participants, can we set targets in terms of better health outcomes? The National Health Screening Program, Screen for Life, heavily subsidizes screening for some conditions. What is the take-up rate and outcomes thus far, particularly for those who are less advantaged socioeconomically? Mr. Chairman, sir, we must improve outcomes at the intersection of health inequality and preventive healthcare, not only because we have a responsibility to the less fortunate, but also because this problem creates spillover effects that can cost society more if left untreated. Thank you.
Chairman, escalating healthcare costs is a major worry for Singaporeans. Since cost is a result of the prices set by the public healthcare institutions, the pricing principles of the public sector is of great interest to us. Is the public health pricing based on average cost or marginal cost? What are the various cost components incorporated in those costs? Is the cost-based price checked against the pricing of other countries? What are the other considerations in determining the final price? And how do the Ministry of Health monitor and change the pricing over time? Only with this information can we make an informed judgment whether MOH services expenditure of about $11 billion, which represents about 2.2% of our GDP, is enough or not. Thank you.
Dr. Lim Wee Kiat.
Chairman, it is not uncommon
for us to hear senior residents complaining about 可以病不可以死，可以死不可以病, which means that can fall ill but cannot die. Singapore has one of the best healthcare systems in the world, but it does not come cheap. This is evident from the effectiveness of our COVID response and is further reinforced by the fact that Singaporeans enjoy one of the highest life expectancy in the world. That's 83.8 years for 2021. But with rapid medical technology and pharmaceutical advances, costs of healthcare delivery have increased exponentially. In 2018, medical inflation was at 10%, 10 times more than general inflation in Singapore. But this appears to be a global situation. Average global medical inflation rate was observed at 9.7% that year. As population ages, more spending on healthcare will be required, and the rate of medical inflation will need to be checked. How is MOH keeping track of medical inflation trend and looking into its impact on Singaporean? The average Singaporean household expenses on healthcare costs in 2017 and 2018 was found to increase by 4.5 to 5.5 percentage points as from 5 years ago. The actual increase differs slightly across different income groups, but it is somewhat concerning to note that the lower income group, the lowest 20% bracket, saw their healthcare costs forming the largest portion, which is 7.8% of their household expenses. How much does the average Singaporean household spend on healthcare, and how does it compare with other developed countries? Are our current Medisave contribution keeping pace with the medical inflation? Our 3M framework, public financing healthcare, plays a critical role in keeping quality of healthcare affordable for all. DPM has announced that there will be higher remuneration for our nurses and healthcare support staff, which I fully concur with. But so we must now also examine how to fund the inevitable increases in healthcare expenses. With aging population, our elderly will be saddled with more healthcare costs pertaining to illness. Last year, I voiced my concern for senior citizens who have to pay upfront cash for their age-related medical treatment. I would like to suggest that medical usage limits be tiered according to age to ensure our elderly residents' growing healthcare needs are met. Naturally, we must ensure Medisave contribution would commensurate with the higher medical expenses. When is our last review of our Medisave contribution? Will the ministry do a review on our current 3M health financing strategy to ensure all Singaporeans will be adequately covered and keep up with medical inflation?
Ms. Hazel Phua.
Mr. Chairman, Medisave limits are a major concern for the elderly, and it is the issue I've been asked most frequently to raise. Many feel that the annual limits of 200 or 500 are inadequate for their needs given current healthcare costs. In November last year, SMS for Health said that Medisave limits are being reviewed. Can the Minister provide an update on the status of the review? At the moment, Medisave can be used mainly for hospitalization and inpatient treatment, with limited outpatient treatments allowed. Limiting Medisave to mainly inpatient treatment skews demand towards hospitalization. Outpatient treatment is cheaper and can manage disease before they worsen and become more costly to treat. If we can allow Medisave to be used more widely on outpatient treatments, we can shift demand towards the lower cost outpatient treatments and help control healthcare costs. Can the Minister consider expanding the range of outpatient treatments allowed to use Medisave? Thank you.
Mr. Jaragiam.
Many seniors suffer from chronic conditions which require extended care, and that can be very expensive. Most outpatient treatment is not covered by MediShield Life, and access to Medifund is only available to the very low income. The use of Medisave is subject to annual withdrawal caps. This can have an undesirable effect of discouraging seniors from seeking early treatment. Can MOH allow Medisave withdrawals for the treatment of all chronic conditions, not just those under the Chronic Disease Management Program list, to ensure that no one is excluded just because they suffer from a less common chronic condition? And can MOH remove annual withdrawal limits on the use of Medisave for patients over 60 years old who have a balance of at least $5,000 in their MediSave accounts. This can be rolled out at polyclinics, restructured hospitals, and CHAS clinics, where tight procedures are already in place to ensure that only medically necessary treatment is prescribed.
Seng Ling Ling.
Chairman, the government has responded decisively in deploying resources to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, with healthcare expenditures increased significantly to provide for public health management measures. However, even without the pandemic, we know that the healthcare expenditures has been rising. Globally, we are also seeing similar trends in developed countries due to increasing medical attention, medication, procedures, and longer hospital stays from an aging population. In Singapore, the government has been working on making our healthcare accessible and affordable through investing in medical infrastructure, establishing fee benchmarks, providing various subsidies, as well as working with Singaporeans to encourage a healthy lifestyle. This has worked well for Singaporeans thus far, but we cannot ignore the rising healthcare costs that Singaporeans may face. How can we continue to provide higher value in healthcare in the face of rising healthcare costs, an aging population, and advances in medical procedures? Sir, I hope that the government can consider value-based healthcare as another lever to help manage overall costs of healthcare for Singaporeans. Value in healthcare is generated by delivering better health outcomes for the same or a lower cost. While healthcare costs has been rising each year, we currently do not have a very clear grasp if healthcare outcomes of major or common diseases such as diabetes or asthma have been improving. Healthcare providers have typically been paid on a fee-for-service model with subvention driven mainly by volume. The objective of value-based healthcare is to create financial incentive to encourage providers to improve the health value given to patients. One example is from Sweden's national health system, where they piloted a bundled payment model for cataract and hip replacement procedure. The bundle sets a single-based price that covers the entire care delivery chain, from diagnostic surgery to follow-up visits. Providers are paid based on whether they met a predefined health outcomes to the patients. This has helped in the pilot years for complications to decrease by 18%, reoperations to fall by 23%. I acknowledge that there are no silver bullets to address the rising healthcare costs. Nonetheless, I hope that the government will consider value-based healthcare incentive approach as an important part of the short and long-term strategy to achieve better healthcare value for Singaporeans.
Gerald Gam.
Between 2016 and 2019, $7.5 billion in premiums for MediShield Life were collected and $3.5 billion in claims were paid out, while a further $3 billion was set aside for future premium rebates. Many Singaporeans are concerned about the impending premium hikes of up to 35% to MediShield Life. More transparency on the data and assumptions used will help to better explain these premium hikes. Last November, in response to my request for the release of the full MediShield Life actuarial report, SMS Kopo Kun said that MOH may engage different consultants to challenge the assumptions and do another calculation and publish some of this data in an academic way. Will the full MediShield Life actuarial report be provided to these consultants and academics for further analysis? And if so, when will this be done? Lastly, I note that the new MediShield Life premiums have kicked in on 1st of March. Can MOH consider postponing the increased premiums until our economy recovers?
Ms. Hazel Paul.
Mr. Chairman, the issue of portable health insurance was raised by health correspondent Salma Khalik in December last year. Currently, many Singaporeans have integrated plans. As a person gets older, it becomes difficult to move from one insurer to another. This is because people develop medical problems as they grow older. When they try to switch insurers, they generally face the prospect of these pre-existing conditions being excluded from cover. As a result, beyond a certain age, it becomes practically impossible for people to switch to another insurer, even if there is a big difference in premiums paid. Theoretically, insurers can entice younger people with much lower premiums and later hike the premiums significantly when they are older and unable to switch insurers due to their pre-existing conditions. Will the Minister consider ensuring that IPs are fully portable by making it a condition for IP providers to allow policyholders to switch providers without imposing additional conditions? Thank you.
Dr. Tan Yaswam.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I need to first declare conflict of interest as a general surgeon in private practice with an interest in breast surgery and my role as elected president of Singapore Medical Association. Escalating healthcare costs is a concern for many governments. In Singapore, this has gained much attention recently with questions raised by the public on private insurance agent. In truth, managing healthcare costs is a complex problem. Learned economists have studied it and there's no simple answer. I see a need for everyone to be part of the solution. I list 5 key factors. 1. Advances in technology leading to better quality of care. 2. Healthcare facilities costs. 3. Doctors' fees. 4. Patient health-seeking behavior. 5. Insurers. As research and experimental trials become validated, the advances will be accepted in mainstream clinical practice. One simple example in my field. 30 years ago, most breast cancer patients had to accept a mastectomy, and the resulting change in appearance was unacceptable to some. Now, patients can opt for nipple-sparing mastectomy and immediate reconstruction, which allow the patient to regain a physical appearance which is similar to her normal. This brings better outcomes for some patients, but clearly increased costs. Who monitors the cost of the private healthcare facilities? As a patient, when I receive the itemized bill, how do I know which of these items are reasonably charged and which are not? Doctors' fees have often been blamed as the main source of increased costs. How true is this? Historically, SMA had a guideline of fees since 1987, which had to be removed in 2007 as it was deemed anti-competitive. MOH announced in end 2017 that fee benchmarks will be implemented. Since then, the benchmarks serve as a guide on how doctors charge. Patients' health-seeking behaviors also affect costs. When people fall sick, how do they choose their care? Just take a Panadol and rest? See a GP? A TCM physician? Do they go to a polyclinic, the emergency department, or straight to a specialist? Finally, how are insurers involved? Patients factor in financial costs when they need to see a doctor. Some will go only to their company doctors based on their corporate insurances with no need to pay out of pocket. When they need to have hospital admissions, day surgery, or major operations, that's when their integrated shield plans will come in useful. In my budget speech, I highlighted the importance of shared decision-making in healthcare. We are in the age of patient empowerment. This has been so for quite a few years with an increasingly better educated population. The judiciary has acknowledged this trend when they introduced the modified Montgomery test, and the understanding was reinforced by this government when the Civil Law Act was amended last year. Patients must be adequately informed before they make a choice on the medical care that they want to receive. I am all for this, and medical practitioners here have been making adjustments in the way they practice, in order that patients are better informed and empowered. Likewise, insurers need to share more information and allow their clients to make informed decisions. From time to time, I get asked by friends and relatives about health insurance, especially integrated shield plans, or IPs in short. These questions include, which IP provider is better? Which IP plan provided by the provider is more suited to my needs? I must admit I am ill-equipped to answer these questions. I myself am insured with an IP, but I must confess that when I bought it many years ago, I did not make a detailed comparison of the various IP providers' offerings, but trusted my financial advisor's recommendation. Close to 70% of Singapore residents buy IPs, so IPs affect the majority of us living here. It is therefore important that Singaporeans are adequately informed upfront by the various IP insurers before they make a decision to buy an IP or before they make a decision to switch IP providers, since IPs are bought annually. I ask myself, what would I like to know before I make a decision to buy a certain IP or not? These are the most important questions that will make me choose one provider over another. 1. What are the premiums for me now and when I get older? 2. What are the benefits and claim limits of each plan offered? 3. What percentage of private sector specialists are empaneled by a certain IP provider? 4. Does the IP provider allow me to go to any private hospital in Singapore? 5. Are all restructured hospital specialists automatically empaneled? 6. How does the IP provider pay specialists? Does it follow MOH fee benchmarks? I realized that other than the first two questions, Information was difficult or impossible to obtain for me to make an informed decision on which IP to purchase. Questions about empaneling are important because ultimately it is about choice. The IP provider that offers more choices is more attractive to a potential IP customer. The last question about how IP insurers pay specialists is important in an indirect way. A system that reimburses private sector specialists adequately is more sustainable and better for me as a policyholder in the long run. More specialists will want to be empaneled with this IP provider, and I will have a wider choice. If my IP insurer does not pay the specialist fairly or adequately, how would the doctor feel? We can use the MOH fee benchmarks as a good guide for this. How does each IP provider pay specialists for procedures? Does a certain IP insurer pay up to the higher limit of the benchmarks, or the lower limit, or to the midpoint? Or does this IP insurer reimburse at rates that are even lower than the lower limit of MOH fee benchmarks? It should be a warning sign to policyholders when an IP provider pays doctors below or only at the lower limit of the MOH benchmarks. I think the regulators of IPs, which are MAS and MOH, can obtain the answers to these 6 questions from IP insurers and present them in a tabulated and easily digestible form that members of the public can refer to when they make their decisions on which IP to buy. This will advance the cause of patient education and empowerment. A more difficult but important policy question to ask is, what proportion of Singapore residents should buy IP? The combined market share of private hospitals, A-class and B1 class beds in restructured hospitals is estimated to be in the range of 30 to 35%. Yet, the proportion of Singapore residents buying an IP is nearly 70%. This is an unusual phenomenon in the running of a health insurance system. In the normal scheme of things, healthy insurance policyholders subsidize policyholders who fall sick and make claims. But in our IP environment, the business of IP is cross-subsidized not just by those who don't fall sick, but by those who fall sick and yet choose to be treated at subsidized B2 and C classes in restructured hospitals when they're entitled to more under their IPs. At a superficial level, it will appear that there's nothing wrong with this because it is the patient's choice and it is good to be prudent. However, there is an externality cost. When IP holders choose subsidized wards in the restructured hospitals when they fall sick, the consumption of these government subsidies are indirectly subsidizing the insurer's IP businesses and depriving patients in need of more subsidies, since MOH's budget is a finite thing. These government subsidies would not have been consumed had the patients chose what they were entitled to be treated in the private hospitals or in A or B1 class wards. Another important corollary of this unusual phenomenon is that it further lengthens the waiting times for subsidized services in restructured hospitals. I think it is important that we study this voluntary downgrading phenomenon so that we can ensure that the IP environment today is functioning faithfully to the original policy intent of IPs. Also, what is the desired proportion of Singapore residents who should buy IPs? Is it the current 65 to 70% or below or above this range? I do not know the correct figure. But with a private sector market share of only 30 to 35%, including B1 and A-class beds in restructured hospitals, the corresponding figure of 70% of the population having IPs sounds rather high. Can the private sector support the needs of this 70% if all of them who fell ill chose the unsubsidized services they're entitled to under the IPs? I have a few patients who themselves are insurance agents, and they realize they don't quite know what they are covered for. Are all insurance agents well-trained and up-to-date about the products they are selling? Are the medical underwriters also keeping their medical knowledge up-to-date? I raise one specific and very common example in my view. A healthy lady in her 20s with no family history is offered a free health screening when she signs up for an IP, including ultrasound of the breast. This picks up a 3mm nodule, too small to characterize. This lady is then informed that she will be excluded from breast cancer coverage. Thereafter, there's a cycle of an agent asking her to see a doctor, the doctor telling her it is likely benign and can observe. The agent may then ask for a memo to state that she does not have cancer. I met patients where they state that the agent has asked them to pay for the surgery themselves to remove the lump and then appealed to be covered. As a breast surgeon, I don't know how to help this group of affected women. There are no good medical indications for any of these. In summary, escalating healthcare costs is a complex problem, and the medical professional bodies are ready to be part of the solution through honest, open discussion. I call for increased transparency and accountability of insurance companies and their agents. MOH and the SMC scrutinize doctors. Who is scrutinizing the other players in the healthcare cost equation?
Mr. Louison.
So in 2013, the government started allowing the use of MediSave for IVF, subject to a withdrawal limit per cycle and per patient. Recently, many couples have called for an increase in these limits to better meet IVF costs. MOH has said, quote, couples who find themselves unable to cope with unexpectedly large bills, for instance, as a result of complications, even after co-funding, may appeal to use MediSave beyond the current limits on a case-by-case basis. It has been over 7 years since we reviewed these withdrawal limits. I hope we can conduct a review and consider increasing the limits on the use of MediSave for IVF and not just on a case-by-case basis. IVF is a costly procedure. It would be a pity for couples who are unable to afford it but have funds in their MediSave to be denied the gift of parenthood. Next, in the dialogues I've organized on IVF, many couples told me that they have achieved better results from supplementing their IVF treatments with TCM. Some doctors recommend TCM treatments for certain patients as it may optimize results. TCM treatments such as acupuncture can act as supplementary methods for patients to increase their chances of success. My wife also, upon the advice of our doctor, did TCM during our IVF treatments. Some might say that TCM doesn't work, while others say it does. But we can all agree that it does help provide an ease of mind that we have tried everything we can do to have a successful IVF cycle. TCM can be expensive. Couples I've spoken to end up spending around $500 to $1,000 a month on top of already mounting IVF costs. Can we allow couples to use their MediSave, which they are allowed to use for IVF and subject to the current withdrawal limits for TCM treatments associated with IVF? Next, last month I proposed extending co-funding to the 7th and 8th cycle of IVF to support couples who need more cycles to conceive successfully. MOH responded that, quote, we also need to balance the need to meaningfully and responsibly allocate public funds on this, unquote. In this case, rather than providing additional funding for after the 6th cycle, will MOH allow co-funding left over from the first 6 subsidized IVF cycle to be rolled over to the 7th and 8th cycle? Can it also allow any co-funding left over from the 3 subsidized fresh cycle to be used for the subsidized frozen cycle? These are funds the government has already budgeted for. It's a win-win solution as it allows couples to complete additional cycles using subsidies that we have already budgeted for without additional allocation needed.
Ms. Ng Ling Ling.
Chairman, as we dedicate 2021 as the year of celebrating SG women, and as a mother myself, I would like to dedicate this card to bring attention to the health of pregnant women and how it can affect their children. Both overseas and local research have pointed to the impact of maternal health on the health of our children. One of such findings is from a homegrown Growing Up in Singapore Towards Healthy Outcomes, or GUSTO study conducted by researchers in the National University Health System, KK Women's and Children's Hospital, and A-STARS Singapore Institute for Clinical Sciences over the last 10 years. The study found that 1 in 5 mothers-to-be developed gestational diabetes, and this heightened the risk of their children developing obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and even neurodevelopmental disorder later in their lives. Another concern pointed out by the study is the mental health of pregnant women. Mental well-being of mothers-to-be will also affect children who are likely to develop neurodevelopmental disorders such as anxiety, depression, or disruptive behavior disorders. We know that causes for these diseases can be multifaceted and complex, including the pregnant mother's own health and her socioeconomic environment. Pregnant mothers in disadvantaged circumstances are at even higher risk. I would like to ask if the government will consider a more concerted upstream support at maternal stage for women, including looking after both their social and healthcare needs. Secondly, will the government consider piloting more care services for maternal and child health, such as the new Temasek Foundation Integrated Maternal and Child Wellness Hub at SingHealth Polyclinic at Punggol, to better understand what kind of intervention can improve the outcomes of maternal and children health? Lastly, how can the government enable evidence-based information to be disseminated more effectively to more pregnant women to increase awareness and encourage self-care for the well-being of their children? Thank you.
Order. I propose to take a break now. Order. I suspend the sitting and we'll take the chair at 3:25 p.m. Order. Order. Order.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the estimates for the financial year 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2022, Committee of Supply, 6th allotted day.
Head O, Ministry of Health, Minister Gan Kim Yong.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank members for their speeches and their remarks. Mr. Yip Hong Wing and Mr. Ang Wei Neng asked about the COVID-19 situation. Let me provide a brief overview. Globally, the number of new cases and deaths continue to trend down, although there was a spike in the last week of February, so we need to watch. Within Singapore, the COVID-19 situation has stabilized with 1 or 2 new community cases on some days. Imported cases are isolated on arrival, and the risk of transmission to the community is low. However, the World Health Organization has just warned that we need to stay vigilant as the pandemic is not likely to be over within this year. I want to thank everyone, Singaporeans, healthcare workers, businessmen, businesses, enterprises, government agencies, for playing your part this past year. Your sacrifices have helped Singapore weather this storm. Mr. Ang Wei Neng asked about the impact of COVID-19 on our infrastructure projects. As I informed the House earlier, the pandemic has delayed many of our healthcare infrastructure projects by up to a year or so. Construction works have since been ramping up progressively, and we are working on contingency measures to ensure we are able to meet the needs of our people. We are making steady progress in our vaccination program. As of 4th March, more than 350,000 Singapore residents have received their first dose, including some 80% of our healthcare workforce, and 215,000 have received their second doses. We have started with our seniors too. I would like to thank our community volunteers from the People's Association and Silver Generation ambassadors who have worked hard in reaching out to our seniors and helping them to make their appointments. Over 40,000 seniors aged 70 and above have received their first dose of seniors aged 60 and above. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say a few words in Mandarin, please. 年长者若感染冠状病毒，就可能会引发严重的病症，因此年长者将优先接种疫苗。获准在新加坡使用的疫苗都符合严格的安全和效益标准，所以我呼吁国人放心积极接种疫苗。一些患有慢性疾病的国人担心是否能够接种疫苗，不必担心，因为我们会安排医护人员在场评估您是否能够安全地接种疫苗。其实大多数都能安全地接种疫苗，包括那些患有糖尿病、高血压、高胆固醇、气喘、慢性肺病、心脏病及在癌症复原中的患者。因此，我鼓励患有这些疾病的国人在受邀后尽快登记接种疫苗。Let me continue in English. Let me emphasize that only COVID-19 vaccines that meet strict standards of safety and effectiveness will be used in Singapore for our Singapore residents. We will monitor the development of COVID-19 pandemic and adjust our measures accordingly. We will also continue to strengthen our defenses for future health system crises such as disease acts. SMS Janil will share more. Even as we mobilize the nation to fight the COVID-19, we have to remain focused on several long-term issues. Members may recall our 3 beyonds to meet our challenges in the future. Beyond hospital to community, to provide better care closer to home. Beyond quality to value, to help Singaporeans stretch their dollar. And beyond healthcare to health, to help Singaporeans stay healthy. We will continue to anchor care in the community by strengthening primary care. We will be building 12 new polyclinics, bringing the total to 32 by 2030. The Community Health Assist Scheme has been expanded recently to allow more Singaporeans to receive subsidized care from private GPs, who are our key partners in primary care. We are also expanding community care, especially for our seniors. We have expanded the community nursing teams to cover 29 regions across Singapore since September 2020. with a total of 185 community nursing posts to make care more accessible to our seniors. We will add new community nursing posts where needed. Our second thrust is to stretch your health dollar. Dr. Lim Wee Kiak and Mr. Leong Man Wai asked about how we manage healthcare costs. We keep care affordable and sustainable through a multi-pronged approach. First, we leverage risk pooling. Insurance plays a useful role in helping us stretch our resources through pooling so that those who are ill can tap into the pool to pay for the healthcare services they need. That's why we introduced MediShield Life. But insurance has an inherent risk of overconsumption. This is because of OPM syndrome. What is OPM? Other people's money. Because through insurance, we are pooling resources and we are tapping on other people's money in the pool to pay for our healthcare services. So we need safeguards to encourage prudence when deciding on healthcare services. Dr. Tan Yao Swam asked about integrated shield plans, and I agree with Dr. Tan that we can all benefit from more information sharing and a better understanding of insurance products. Towards this objective, the Ministry of Health has facilitated several engagement sessions with insurance providers and professional bodies to foster a better understanding of the parties' concerns. Dr. Tan herself was present at these sessions, and we benefited significantly from her contributions. We have resolved some issues, not all, but discussions are still ongoing. An important progress we have achieved is the establishment of a multilateral platform comprising Life Insurance Association, Academy of Medicine Singapore, and the Singapore Medical Association. This platform will allow discussions to resolve issues of common concern. We are also setting up a claims management mechanism to facilitate resolution of claims-related matters. Our common objective is to ensure patient care is not compromised and allow patients adequate choice while ensuring that fees and claims remain reasonable. I'm confident that with this common understanding, we can find workable solutions that will benefit all parties, insurers, doctors, as well as patients. Ms. Hazel Phua asked about whether IPs can be made fully portable. As IPs are commercial products, their features and pricing are ultimately determined by private insurers. But what is important is that all Singaporeans are covered under MediShield Life, regardless of their medical conditions. Second, we will continue to improve the healthcare system's cost effectiveness and efficiency. As Minister Lawrence Wong mentioned, the Agency for Care Effectiveness has enabled us to save $300 million since 2016 and benefited over 375,000 patients. The Agency for Logistics, Procurement and Supply, or ALPS for short, has also achieved cost savings of about $180 million in 2 years by driving economies of scale through group procurement. Even with our best efforts, we will still be spending more on healthcare over time, given an aging population and increasing consumption of healthcare services. The government continues to bear a significant and growing share of the national healthcare expenditure, from 40% in 2013 to 46% in 2018. We want all Singaporeans to be healthy and have access to good and affordable care. We pay particular attention to lower-income households, as Mr. Leon Pereira highlighted, and provide them with additional support to ensure healthcare, including preventive health, remains affordable and accessible to them, and they can improve their health outcomes. Health outcomes are influenced by multiple factors, including social, biological, cultural preferences, and environmental factors, in addition to socioeconomic status, or SES. Local studies showed that adults with lower SES do have differences in chronic disease prevalence. We have been publishing health data regularly. More data has been collected in the last 2 years, including breakdown by education level as a proxy for SES, and this data will be published later this year. We will continue to refine the data we publish. And from local studies, we also know that adults with lower SES do have good access to care and are able to control their health conditions well. Again, as a proxy for SES, among persons, using educational attainment as a proxy for SES, among persons diagnosed with diabetes, hypertension, and high blood cholesterol, over 90% of those with below secondary school education had visited their doctor for the condition at least once in the preceding year. Further, the proportion of those with acceptable control of their medical conditions are close to national averages. Nonetheless, we must continue to support them to improve health outcomes, and we will need to start from young, which I will talk about in a short while. Through enhancing our healthcare financing system over the years, we have kept healthcare affordable, especially for the lower income patients. In fact, the lowest income quintile's share of total subsidies was 37% in 2018, highest across all income quintiles. Our healthcare financing framework is a progressive one overall. Further, the amount of subsidies received per household for the lowest income quintile has increased by over 70% from 2013 to 2018. Overall, government spending on healthcare has grown year after year and is likely to continue to increase. But as Dr. Tan Yaswam mentioned, government subsidy is a finite thing, and I quote. That's why we have to be prudent in how we allocate limited resources to ensure that the support we provide is more targeted to benefit those with greater need. This is our third effort, to better target subsidies such that those with less will receive more. Healthcare is kept affordable for all, and patients can be cared for at the most appropriate facilities. We have recently enhanced the subsidies for low-income patients at the public specialist outpatient clinics, or SOCs. We will further adjust subsidies at the SOCs by introducing two new tiers of 30% and 40% subsidy for higher income patients. This will enable more subsidies to be channeled to those in greater need. With more targeted subsidies at the SOCs, we can now allow private patients discharged from our acute hospitals to choose subsidized follow-up care at the SOCs. Currently, they are treated as private patients at the SOCs. Next, we will align the means testing basis in the acute hospitals to per capita household income, which is more reflective of patients' means, similar to the basis used for most healthcare schemes, rather than rely on personal income of the patient today. Lastly, we will also enhance subsidies at community hospitals to keep them more affordable and facilitate the flow of patients from acute hospitals. Taken together, these moves will ensure more targeted use of our healthcare resources, stretch our healthcare dollars, and encourage appropriate care. Senior Minister of State Koh Poh Koon will go into greater detail in his speech. In the longer term, the best way to manage healthcare costs is through our third thrust, staying healthy. We encourage all Singaporeans, young and old, to partner us on this journey. Attend your recommended health screenings regularly, go for vaccination, and adopt healthy living habits. And I encourage all to also continue the good fight to win our ongoing war on diabetes and keep chronic conditions at bay. Parliament Secretary Rahayu will share more on this, as well as our other health promotion efforts. Earlier, I talked about the three key thrusts: better care, stretching your dollar, and staying healthy. These are not isolated initiatives. All our policy and measures work together to take care of the health of every Singaporean, starting from birth and throughout their life journey, keeping them as healthy as possible for as long as possible. The best place to start is right at the beginning. Minister Masagos will share our thinking on improving child and maternal health, how to better support our children and their families, and to bring agencies together to co-deliver services and solutions for better outcomes. Our care transformation journey will continue. As we plan for our future health system, we will study how we can develop a longitudinal system of care services and programs to journey with you and design programs with a life course approach, taking care of each Singaporean from birth and throughout their life. The National Healthcare Group has in fact developed a River of Life framework to test this approach. As staying well often involves not just health, but also social and other factors, we will also explore how we can pool in resources across agencies and service providers to support your overall well-being. SingHealth, for example, has started trials to prescribe not just drugs, but also social programs such as diet, exercise, and social activities. Dr. Tan Wu Meng will be happy to know that they too have care coordinators to help guide their senior patients. Finally, the built environment also plays a key role in nudging our choices. Therefore, the built environment should be designed to promote healthy living, and digital tools can also be used. NUHS, the National University Health Systems, is working on this with the various agencies. We will share more on these efforts at a later stage. Anchoring all these transformation efforts are our healthcare staff, who will continue to play a central role in our future health system, much like how they have been at the front line in our battle against COVID-19. We are blessed with a very dedicated, driven, and professional team. They are our most precious resource, and we will continue to provide them with better progression, more training opportunities, and greater recognition of the work and risks they undertake. Senior Minister of State Koh Poo-Kun will elaborate on this. To conclude, it has been, as Prime Minister Lee said, a year of uncertainty, anxiety, and fear. Many of us would have emerged slightly different from how we first entered. A little more tired, more stretched, perhaps a little tougher, and I hope a little wiser. Partner with us as we journey forward and as we transform our healthcare system to be future ready. Let's work together and help all Singaporeans to stay healthy and live well every day of your life. Thank you.
Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Chairman, permission to take my 3 cards together?
Yes, please.
Chairman, active aging has always been an important part of successful aging. In the past years, HPB introduced many community programs to encourage seniors to participate in healthy activities like group exercises and to create an avenue for neighbours to socialise. All these have a positive impact on the residents' well-being. With the COVID-19, the good work have been disrupted. Seniors are advised to stay home to reduce their exposure to the virus as they are vulnerable. But this has affected their physical and emotional well-being. Without the in-person group exercises and the opportunity to meet their friends, they have less motivation to exercise. The online programs are useful, but they are simply not quite the same. Our action plans to encourage active aging must evolve with the pandemic. What is the progress on these? How else can we meet the evolving needs of our future seniors? Last year, MOH announced various measures to better support seniors to age in place. What is the progress of these measures, especially on the elder care centres? Future generations of seniors will have different lifestyle preferences and aspirations. How are we meeting the evolving needs of our seniors? What are the measures of success and timelines for the plans? Thank you. Next, on the SMF. Many seniors have benefited from the Seniors Mobility and Enabling Fund, but there's still some room for improvement. Will the Ministry review the policy of the once-in-a-lifetime eligibility? Some seniors may require a replacement device after the first device has worn out from many years of use. Another problem is that they cannot apply for aids under the same category. So if one applies for a walking stick now and gets progressively weaker over time, he might need a quad stick or walking frame but he will not be eligible. While there are other schemes like the Assistive Technology Fund under SG Enable, the multiple schemes makes things more complex than necessary for the elderly. The lack of support for the repair of devices is another handicap. Batteries in motorized wheelchairs running out is a common problem, and sometimes these devices are perfectly usable after replacement of parts and repairs. But SMF does not provide such support, so we have to tap on other schemes. SMF also only covers consumables for applications made through a healthcare provider, like a nursing home. If the senior is cared for at his own home, he is not eligible. This runs contrary to our policies of encouraging aging in place. I would also like to suggest that the SMF extends its coverage to elderly-friendly safety features in non-HDB estates, such as ramps and grab bars, especially for the lower-value private units. I hope the Ministry can better refine the SMF to help those in need. Lastly, on caregivers. COVID-19 presents new challenges for caregivers. The temporary suspension of certain caregiving services, as well as the suspension of house visits during the circuit breaker period, meant that many caregivers were on their own. Some of them had to cope with heightened feelings of anxiety, loneliness, and depression. And with foreign domestic help being more costly and hard to come by in the midst of the pandemic, it is timely to review the Caregiver Support Action Plan that was launched in 2019. How has the plan benefited caregivers since its launch? How can we better support caregivers, particularly those who are looking after individuals with mental health conditions? Can the Ministry look into availing more flexible home care services to meet caregivers' needs? There are many instances I can think of whereby caregivers need a break, but they are unable to find a care institution to provide short-term care within a short notice. For example, Mrs. Koh, a resident in Yio Chu Kang, is a caregiver to her husband who has advanced dementia. Her domestic helper is going back to her home country, and there is a transition period while waiting for the new helper to arrive, given SHN rules. As such, there needs to be more respite care options available to help caregivers. We need to give more care to our caregivers. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I declare that I'm a director of a social enterprise that provides caregiving services. Caregiving is one of the most noble yet taxing responsibilities a person can take on. In fact, many Singaporeans are called upon to become caregivers at crucial stages of their lives when their careers are developing, or at a very abrupt notice when illnesses strike or accidents occur. Be it senior loved ones, children, the infirm or fragile, those called upon to become caregivers are up to a hefty task, often having to do this on a very long-term basis, and often at the expenses of their careers, time with their family, and sometimes their own mental health. During my budget speech, I spoke about my frazzled resident who needs 45 minutes a week to restore and refresh her spirits. Many other family caregivers I speak with also tell me that while they have made adjustments to their lives in the long-term care of their loved ones, some have resigned from their jobs, others have taken on full work-from-home arrangements, some have hired FDWs. The problem comes with the availability and affordability of short-term respite care. Besides self-care, caregivers need short breaks from caregiving to run errands like going to the post office, picking up groceries, or even going for a much-needed haircut. Respite care typically lasts between 45 minutes to about 3 hours. To help our family caregivers balance their caregiving duties with the other responsibilities they are carrying in life, support systems like short-term respite care must be made available, and this must be affordable and accessible at very short notice. The Caregiver Support Action Plan developed by the MOH and partner agencies addresses many caregiving-related issues. However, I think that there is room to develop more support for respite care options beyond center-based and nursing home respite care. Could the MOH consider expanding their support to caregivers who need home-based short-term respite care through financial support and the availing of local caregiving resources, such as creating a repository of local microjobbers who have caregiving experiences?
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Chairman, I was asked recently, why am I asking for a cut for MOH when they should be getting an increment for the outstanding work in this pandemic, and on top of the good work that they've already been doing all this while. So a big thank you to the Minister, his team from MOH, and of course, our healthcare workers. Unfortunately, we have read reports of healthcare workers being abused physically and mentally while carrying out their duties. Their sacrifice and courage were met by behaviors unacceptable in any circumstances. When the pandemic started to unfold, we hear of healthcare workers being sprayed disinfectants from their neighbors, denied boarding private vehicles, and many other instances on social media. Now, the number of abuse and harassment cases increased from 1,080 in 2018 to 1,300 last year. Therefore, how does the ministry plan to further protect our healthcare workers' physical and mental well-being, considering the injustices made against them? Now, abuse aside, we are also aware that our healthcare workers work long hours and have overnight schedules. We must provide them with the best work-life balance to maintain healthy mental well-being. How does the ministry plan to support our healthcare workers in this aspect? Thank you.
Ms. Mariam Jaffa. Yes, please.
As a daughter of a former nurse, I literally applauded at my seat when DPM announced the increase in healthcare worker salaries. It is long overdue. Besides being a welcome signal of the increasing recognition of the need to recognize the value of healthcare workers and the work that they do, one hopes that this will go some way to addressing the shortage of nurses and healthcare and other healthcare workers today, and as our population ages. I would like to know if the government has any expectations or targets for how much we can close the gap in the demand with this move to increase compensation. And if a gap yet remains, what more we can do to meet the demand for healthcare workers and where the biggest obstacles are, from the life cycle of recruitment to advancement to retention. On recruitment, I would like to ask about the adequacy of spaces in our nursing programs in our tertiary institutions, as well as any data on leakage of students in nursing programs that do not go on to become nurses, and why. I would also like to know the success rate at hiring people from other backgrounds into nursing. We heard some of that, I think, earlier in the debate, as well as the success rate of getting back former nurses and other women returning to work after some time off. On advancement, I would like to know what is being done to enhance the career paths for healthcare workers. On retention, I would like to know the top reasons why healthcare workers quit and what is being done to address each of these drivers, including a review of shift structures, both working and off-work schedules, because a lot of research shows that the impact of shifts is more about off-work schedules than actually the working schedules, and the support resources available to nurses. My next cut. The COVID pandemic showed the necessity of a whole system approach in addressing a national crisis. Many doctors and nurses in private practice stepped forward as volunteers, and private hospitals took in recovering COVID patients at subsidized rates to free up capacity in public facilities. Such partnerships between public and private facilities also exist outside of a crisis environment. I have had residents who are public patients telling me they were referred to Raffles Hospital for their x-rays, and much to my relief at whether they were making the right decision, I learned that they were going to be offered a subsidized rate. And as a result, they were able to get the x-rays done earlier than the queues at the public hospitals would otherwise have allowed. Mr. Chairman, the private hospital sector is an important part of the healthcare ecosystem. As the pandemic plays out, we may see some shifts in demand. For example, with more private sector patients opting to public care if they lose their jobs and their insurance, and of course the changes to the IP plans. I would like to ask the Ministry if there is opportunity to optimize the current balance of healthcare in public versus private facilities and better leverage private sector partnerships to provide care for public sector patients, in particular our subsidized patients, of course, which of course would require the right incentives across the delivery chain. Similarly, our private GPs who play a critical role in MOH trusts to shift healthcare beyond hospital to community as part of the goal to provide accessible, affordable, and best care for all. I'm heartened that we continue to build primary care capacity and strengthen primary care networks, including for mental health. But of course, it's not just about expanding capacity. Alignment of interests, incentives, and processes are also key. Having GPs and community nurses with special interests and training, giving GPs and nurses direct access to specialist advice, and closer teaming and better communication with doctors, which I know some private doctors do really effectively over email and WhatsApp. Giving GPs and nurses access to a broader range of diagnostic tests are proven levers to transfer care to the community. At the same time, reducing overall demand through direct demand management at the GP level and continued education efforts to make informed patients. I would like to ask the Ministry what is being done to enable and empower our GPs and nurses to further to deliver care in the community. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, since independence, Singapore has charted through several crises, adapted to the changing world, while strengthening our social compact to keep our society strong. Many members of this House have shared how COVID-19 has accelerated change and uncertainties. As we recover, we must continue to renew our social compact, enabling our people to be resilient in overcoming future challenges. Our healthcare system is a critical part of our social compact. We will continue to transform it to become a proactive and inclusive care system for all Singaporeans, enabling them to attain good health and live well. We will build resilience in every individual throughout life, designing our care system to address Singapore's health needs and risks across the life course. Today, I will highlight how we are doing this at two ends of the spectrum. First, starting well in life, and second, aging well. For our young, we need to help them start well and achieve their fullest potential. International research shows that the early years of life are a critical window for development, with lasting impact on later life outcomes. This extends to even before the child is born, during the antenatal stage. Locally, the Growing Up in Singapore Towards Healthy Outcomes, or GUSTO, found several evidence that a mother's health can directly influence her child's development, which Ms. Ng Ling Ling spoke about. These findings underscore the importance of intervening early in life to prevent disadvantages from snowballing, and that parents play a key role for a child's long-term development. Mr. Leon Pereira will be happy to know that it was to this end that the government launched and is scaling up KidStart to give children from low-income families a good start in life through upstream support. We equip KidStart parents with skills and knowledge to support their child's development, physical and social, emotional well-being. At our hospitals, the National University Hospital started an intervention program called PROPEL, Promoting Parental Emotional Health to Enhance Child Learning, PROPEL. It supports mothers and mothers-to-be from low-income families through pregnancy into motherhood to enhance the child's development and learning. Ms. Nurdiana joined the program during the early stages of her pregnancy. She struggled with anxiety after being diagnosed with an autoimmune disease and had lost her job. The PROPEL team provided psychological interventions, helping her work through her fears and anxiety on health, pregnancy, and motherhood. With the support, Ms. Nurdiana developed skills to better manage her stress and anxiety. She's now more confident to start her journey as a mother. The National Healthcare Group is partnering with a few primary schools on the Living Well at School pilots. It aims to build awareness and motivation in choosing healthier food options for the young. Children are coached on healthier eating choices, while parents and teachers are equipped with resources to scaffold the child's journey to embrace healthy living. While we have made good strides in promoting the health and well-being of children and their families upstream, we will continue to invest even more so that we can have a healthier next generation. We must do so in a coordinated manner across social, health, and education boundaries. Therefore, I'm pleased to announce that MOH will develop a child and maternal health and well-being strategy to provide comprehensive support to women and their children. We will drive the strategy and action plan through an interagency task force over a 5-year period. Its scope will span from pre-conception to the adolescents aged 18 years old. Many critical development milestones occur then. These are part of our larger efforts to improve the population's health by addressing individual health needs and modifiable risk factors beyond the healthcare domain. The task force will focus on cross-cutting issues that require multiple agencies to collaborate and address decisively to achieve a common goal of better health, social, and education outcomes for our young. We will review our service delivery processes to integrate our services better across the domain. Our plans will be anchored on what matters most to mothers and their children. Since early this year, the task force has already started engaging various groups of parents and stakeholders to better understand their challenges in fostering a healthy lifestyle in their children and in accessing services. We found their feedback very insightful and will continue to facilitate more conversations throughout the year. Next, on the second group, our seniors. While COVID-19 has posed many challenges, it also presents us with new opportunities to further transform our support for them. In this spirit, we have embarked on a refresh of the Action Plan for Successful Aging, a refresh on the Action Plan for Successful Aging. Since its launch in 2015, we have made significant progress on many fronts. We've raised the retirement age, provided seniors with opportunities to learn and volunteer, and rolled out the Pioneer and Merdeka generation packages. Nevertheless, our plans must continue to evolve to meet the needs and aspirations of current and future generations. Achieving these aspirations is only possible through a whole-of-society, citizen-centric effort that brings together everyone to turn silver into gold. In my previous job, I was turning waste into wealth. This time, I'm trying to turn silver into gold. I'm glad to share with Mr. Yip Hong Wing that we have started engagement sessions since last October to partner citizens on the Refresh Action Plan. I encourage everyone to join this meaningful national SG Together effort. Having participated in some sessions myself, I'm deeply encouraged by the diverse discussions and participants' aspirations to age well. Beyond this, Mr. Tan Wu Ming and other members have also asked about our ongoing efforts to enhance support for seniors. I would like to share about 3 areas. First, our care landscape. Second, caregiver support. And third, developing the community care sector. Our care landscape. In our care landscape, we launched the new community care apartments in Bukit Batok last month, a novel public housing cum care concept. The flats integrate senior-friendly housing features with care services and community building through social interaction and communal spaces. When I visited the exhibition at HDB Hub, a senior told me that she had been long awaiting this. Others said they appreciated the communal spirit that it brings, greater assurance to age independently, and a range of programs to keep them active. The flats were oversubscribed, with more than 4 seniors applying for each flat. We'll continue to work with MND on planning for additional sites. Last December, we announced a new elder care center service to serve all seniors nationwide. These centers would be keynotes in our social support and care landscape, and the first batch of centers will start from 1st May 2021. MOH will set aside about $180 million to complete the rollout of over 200 centers by 2024. Each will provide a common suite of ABC services. A for active aging programs, B for befriending, and C, connecting to care services. Seniors can participate in wellness activities or have their queries about care services and support schemes answered. Befrienders will reach out to those with little support. To better reflect the new model, centers that provide the suite of ABC services will be named Active Aging Centers. Today, some centers provide care services, such as daycare and community rehabilitation. They will be called Active Aging Care Hubs once they come on board to provide the new ABC services on top of their existing regular care services. Next, on caregivers. They play a key role in supporting seniors to age well in the community. To support them better, MOH launched the Caregiver Support Action Plan, or CSAP, 2 years ago. In response to Ms. Yo Wan Ling and Mr. Yip, I'm pleased to share that MOH, AIC, and various community partners have rolled out all the initiatives under the CSAP. I will share a couple of examples. First, we launched the Home Caregiving Grant 2 years ago, providing a cash grant to help with caregiving costs. More than 29,000 caregivers have since benefited. To Mr. Yip Hong Weng's query, we are also reviewing the Seniors Mobility and Enabling Fund to further defray costs of caregiving. Second, we set up touchpoints within the community to support seniors and their caregivers. For example, the Silver Generation Office refers frail and homebound seniors to the medical escort and transport service to assist them in getting to their medical appointments. Third, we also have various caregiver respite services. We introduced the home-based respite care pilot in September 2019 for palliative cancer patients and expanded this in 2021 to all patients receiving home palliative care, regardless of diagnosis. Fourth, we will be launching a new grant called this year on the caregiving ecosystem under the National Innovation Challenge on Active and Confident Aging to support research on innovative solutions to sustainable caregiving. Fifth, we have worked with community partners to set up 4 caregiver community outreach teams to better support caregivers at risk of burnout or developing mental health needs. We will increase this to 6 teams by year-end. We have also established 7 caregiver support networks in dementia-friendly communities, enabling peer support among caregivers. In addition, we'll pilot a structured support system for caregivers of loved ones first diagnosed with dementia. We will proactively support and equip these persons with dementia and their caregivers with information upon the first diagnosis. I will also share more on the support measures we have for caregivers of persons with disabilities in my MSF COS speech. Finally, developing our community care sector to better serve seniors' needs. We have expanded the capacity of community care services. Since 2015, we have added 4,600 day care places as well as 3,100 home care places for homebound seniors. We have also added 4,000 nursing home beds to cater to frail seniors with less family support. We share Mr. Ang Wei Neng's concern about the impact of COVID-19 on the construction of nursing homes. To mitigate this, we are working with providers to open up currently non-operational beds. AIC also helps seniors and caregivers with alternative care arrangements while awaiting nursing home placements, such as the interim caregiver service for short-term home-based custodial care and the integrated home and daycare program. Seniors or caregivers who need help can approach AIC for further assistance. Before I conclude, let me summarize my speech in Malay. Sistem penjagaan kesihatan amat penting untuk membina sistem sokongan sosial yang padu. Kami akan terus memperbaikinya untuk memberikan penjagaan kesihatan yang proaktif dan inklusif untuk semua warga Singapura. Kami akan melakarkan strategi kesihatan dan kesejahteraan kanak-kanak dan ibu yang meliputi 5 tahun. Plan ini akan memberikan sokongan menyeluruh kepada kaum ibu dan anak-anak kecil mereka pada fasa-fasa hidup yang penting untuk menghasilkan perkembangan kesihatan, sosial dan pendidikan yang lebih baik untuk generasi akan datang. Untuk warga emas, kami akan bekerjasama dengan agensi-agensi dan individu dari pelbagai latar belakang untuk sama-sama memiliki dan menjayakan inisiatif-inisiatif baru melalui pembaharuan Plan Tindakan Penuaan Berjaya. In closing, Chairman, we are in good state to address the future's challenges by identifying points of intervention upstream and strengthening support in the community. These are part of our continuous efforts to renew our social compact, to safeguard our future as a strong, resilient, and caring society. Thank you.
SMS Dr. Koh Po Kun.
Mr. Chairman, even as we continue to fight against COVID-19, MOH's key priority continues to be a healthcare system that provides good quality, affordable, and sustainable healthcare for all Singaporeans. I will speak on how deepening our partnerships with the private sector, strengthening our healthcare financing system, driving greater value in healthcare delivery, and uplifting our healthcare workforce can help us to achieve these aims. Our strong partnership with the private sector over the years has allowed us to mount a robust and coordinated national response to the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, we have partnered private hospitals to provide subsidized care to patients such as Raffles Hospital for non-life-threatening emergency cases, an example referenced by Ms. Mariam Jaafar, as well as Parkway Hospital, Mount Alvernia and Farrer Park hospitals for other conditions, including dengue. At the peak of COVID-19, up to 400 beds across 7 private hospitals were used to manage recovering COVID-19 patients. Private providers also supported our community care facilities, clinics in worker dormitories, roving medical or swabbing teams, and many much more. Our partnerships with private GPs have also matured over the years. CHARS subsidies have expanded since 2012. Today, over 2 million Singaporeans can access subsidized primary care at CHARS GP clinics. In fiscal year 19 alone, we disbursed more than 180 million Singapore dollars in CHARS subsidies. GP clinics in primary care networks anchored care in the community, deriving economies of scale for ancillary services and serving 130,000 patients with chronic conditions last year. Over 970 private GP clinics serve as public health preparedness clinics, or PHPCs, screening all patients with acute respiratory infections and conducted more than 250,000 swabs for early detection and containment of community COVID cases. In the long-term care sector, private nursing homes receive funding to provide subsidized services. Both private and not-for-profit organizations also operate many government-built nursing homes and elder care centers under a build-own lease arrangement. In the pandemic, they actively stepped up safe management measures and supported COVID-19 testing and vaccinations to keep our seniors safe. To mount a strong pandemic response, MOH also tapped on the expertise and resources from private laboratories for PCR testing capacity, vendors and distributors of medical supplies, cleaning companies that disinfected our medical facilities, and security companies, facility managers, and transport companies that supported our quarantine and other operations. There are too many to list comprehensively, but each one helped make our robust national response to COVID-19 possible. On behalf of all Singaporeans, I thank our many private sector partners for protecting Singaporeans from the scourge of COVID-19. I therefore agree with Ms. Mariam Jaafar that the government should continue to renew and deepen our partnership with private healthcare providers. First, we will uplift capabilities of our GPs through continuing professional education. For example, the Agency for Care Effectiveness Clinical Update Service assists GPs in navigating areas of uncertainty and challenges specific to the area of practice through personalized, evidence-based discussions. We will also train and equip GPs to care for persons with mental health needs. My colleague SMS Jani will share more on this later. Second, strengthening regulatory frameworks such as the Healthcare Services Act, passed in January last year, will help us to better regulate newer, non-premises-based models of care, such as telemedicine, through a services-based licensing framework. Fee benchmarks, an area which Dr. Tan Yang Suan mentioned earlier, was introduced in 2018. These gave patients seeking care at private sector providers more confidence that charges are fair and reasonable. Early data showed that doctors have been taking reference from the benchmarks, with more than 80% of charges in 2019 within the upper limit of the benchmarks, and this utilization is about 4% higher than in 2018. Therefore, together with the Fee Benchmarks Advisory Committee, we introduced new benchmarks for anesthetists and inpatient attendance charges in December 2020, and will continue to review and develop new areas of fee benchmarking. I will now move on to our healthcare financing system, which is anchored on government subsidies and the 3 M's, MediShield Life, MediSave, and MediFund. Today, the government provides significant subsidies covering up to 80% of treatment costs. In FY19, government spending on healthcare subsidies amounted to approximately 5.7 billion Singapore dollars, or about 60% of MOH's total operating budget that year. This is projected to grow to 6.5 billion Singapore dollars in FY20, an increase of 13.6%. As a society, we widely accept the need to be progressive and to target subsidies to those with greater needs. And when formulating subsidy levels across the various healthcare settings, we should also encourage right-siting of care. We will therefore introduce a set of changes to the subsidy frameworks for inpatient care at acute hospitals, specialist outpatient clinics or SOCs, and community hospitals. Let me go through each in turn. First, the acute hospitals. For inpatient admissions to acute hospitals, we currently use individual income as the basis for mean testing. I have seen in my clinical practice and also meet people during my Meet the People sessions how a sole breadwinner may earn a high individual income, but shoulders the full responsibility for his or her household needs alone. For such individuals, healthcare costs can become a significant strain, and I have great sympathy for them. Per capita household income, or PCHI, which is already widely used in our healthcare system, is therefore a better measure of means, as it also considers the amount of household support available and the number of household members that this individual supports. MOH will thus align means testing for inpatient admissions to acute hospitals from individual income to PCHI. Another observation over the years is that the physical differences between B2 and C wards are no longer so obvious, following infrastructure improvements to raise patient safety and infection control standards. However, we still have a legacy system of using choice of wards as a proxy of financial means to differentiate subsidy levels. Currently, B2 wards are subsidized at 50 to 65%, and C-class wards at 65 to 80%. With better means testing through PCHI, there is therefore less need to rely on ward choice. Therefore, we will unify B2 and C subsidies into a common framework, maintaining the same minimum and maximum range at 50 to 80%. This acute inpatient subsidy framework will also be applied to day surgeries, which are currently subsidized at 65%. Effectively, this will increase subsidies for 70% of day surgery bills and encourage day surgeries instead of inpatient admissions when appropriate. Overall, with MediShield Life and MediSave, we expect that most patients will not see a change in out-of-pocket payments or OOP payments, with about 30% seeing lower OOP and about 15% seeing higher OOP. Let me go to the SOC setting. While we raised SOC subsidies for the low income up to 70% in 2014, higher income patients and median income patients currently receive the same 50% subsidy support, despite both having quite different financial means. To bring about greater progressivity and allow resources to be better directed, MOH will introduce 2 new subsidy tiers in the SOC setting for patients with higher PCHI. 40% for PCHI more than $3,300 and 30% for PCHI more than $6,500. For a family of 4, these PCHI levels correspond to household incomes of $13,200 and $26,000 respectively. Nonetheless, these higher income households may continue to tap on MediSave up to the applicable withdrawal limits to help pay for healthcare bills. With the introduction of Charles Green Tier in 2019, higher PCHI patients with chronic conditions also have access to subsidized chronic care at Charles GP clinics as an alternative. Complex chronic patients who are not suitable for management at primary care will also be able to utilize their MediSave through higher limits that are going to be introduced. I will speak more about this later. Sir, having been in clinical practice for more than 20 years, I've also seen subsidized patients in the surgical SOCs who have at times preferred an A or B1 ward for specific procedures. Some preferred air conditioning, and others wanted more privacy in the private wards. But the cost of a potentially long tail of SOC consultations upon discharge worries them. For this reason, some patients have sometimes had to forego their preference and request for a subsidized ward instead. And this particular group are those that Dr. Tanya Swam shared earlier. Now, with better targeted subsidies at the SOCs, we will now allow private patients in the inpatient setting to opt for either subsidized or private SOC for their discharge follow-up. If subsidized SOC is chosen, the patient will no longer be able to pick their specialist, as is the current practice. Overall, the SOC subsidy changes will affect about 30% of subsidized SOC patients who are from the higher PCHI households. Of these, 7 in 10 will see an increase of less than $100 in total co-payment for their cumulative annual bills. This can be further offset by MediSave or MediShield Life, or for those who have private insurance coverage. For elderly patients, any increase in co-payment will also be partially offset by Pioneer Generation and Merdeka Generation subsidies. This brings me to community hospitals. Having worked in an acute surgical ward, I have occasionally encountered patients who have recovered significantly to be well enough for discharge to a community hospital for subacute or rehabilitative care, but who are reluctant to do so due to the differences in the subsidy levels between acute and community hospitals. We will therefore enhance subsidies available in our community hospitals to support patients in utilizing appropriate care and facilitate the smooth flow of patients from acute hospitals to community hospitals. This allows acute hospital resources to be available for patients who require more intensive acute care. We will raise the maximum subsidy of community hospitals to 80%, aligned with that of acute inpatient care, and further increase the minimum subsidy from 20% to 30%. Together with increased MediShield Life claim limits for community hospitals subacute care from 1st of March 2021, this should make community hospitals even more affordable, especially when compared to a prolonged acute hospital stay. Almost all, about 95% of all community hospital patients will see an increase in subsidies. Mr. Chairman, subsidies are the bedrock of our healthcare financing system. Healthcare costs will continue to rise in the years ahead, and government spending on healthcare subsidies will commensurately increase, even after all these changes. The changes outlined above will make healthcare subsidies more progressive and will help facilitate care at appropriate settings. We expect to implement these changes over the course of 2022. In addition to these changes, MOH will also review the financing landscape in the long-term care sector, or LTC sector. Last year, we launched CareShield Life and Medisave Care, improving affordability. However, as we uplift standards and draw in more Singaporeans to work in the LTC sector, cost pressures may potentially impact affordability. So in anticipation of these challenges, we will once again review the financing situation for the LTC sector to see if further changes are needed. Next, I will speak on the enhancements to MediShield Life and Medisave. First, MediShield Life covers Singaporeans for large hospitalization bills and selected costly outpatient treatment. Following the recent MediShield Life 2020 review, various benefits have been made to ensure that the scheme continues to provide adequate and meaningful protection to Singaporeans. These include raising the policy year claim limit from $100,000 to $150,000. Premiums will also be adjusted to keep the scheme solvent and sustainable. The government will provide up to $2.2 billion in premium subsidies and support over the next 3 years. Net premium increases for all Singaporean citizens will be kept to no more than 10% in the first year. Premium payment will also be deferred till the end of 2021 for those who have insufficient Medisave balances and are unable to pay their premiums due to the economic impact from COVID-19. As noted by Mr. Gerald Giam, the benefit changes and premium adjustments will take effect on or after 1st of March 2021, which is the Monday just passed. On premium pricing, I wish to assure Mr. Gerald Giam that the pricing assumptions are assessed by independent actuarial experts. We are studying how technically complex actuarial reports can be shared in a meaningful way and will provide an update when ready. Second, Medisave helps Singaporeans set aside some income towards their future healthcare needs, such as co-payment for large bills and for health insurance premiums. I would like to assure Dr. Lim Wee Kiat that the Medisave contribution rates and the basic health sum are reviewed regularly, in conjunction with other healthcare financing levers, such as government subsidies and MediShield Life. Ms. Hazel Phua and Mr. Gerald Giam asked how Medisave coverage can be expanded in the outpatient setting. We certainly recognize that seniors tend to have higher healthcare expenses, especially if they have chronic conditions. From the start of this year, we raised annual Medisave limits from $500 to $700 for patients with complex chronic conditions under the Chronic Disease Management Program, or CDMP. The list of CDMP conditions will be reviewed regularly. To support elderly patients in seeking outpatient treatment, we also introduced Flexi Medisave in 2015 and lowered the age eligibility from 65 to 60 in 2018, allowing more patients to benefit. From 1st of June this year, 2021, we will further raise the Flexi Medishield annual limit from $200 to $300. We will continue to review the Medisave withdrawal limits regularly to ensure that they remain relevant and adequate for Singaporeans. Beyond healthcare financing, as Dr. Lim Wee Kiat has pointed out, we must also control upstream growth in medical costs to ensure affordability in the long run. First, we should tap on technology to deliver care more effectively while optimizing our limited manpower resource. Since the circuit breaker period, polyclinics, SOCs, and community nursing teams have used teleconsultation to reach their patients at home, allowing continued consultation and advice for these patients during the circuit breaker period. I understand from feedback that patients are comfortable with teleconsultation. Further, when ready, the National Central Field Pharmacy will consolidate medications across multiple providers in a central location, enabling delivery of medications directly to patients' homes, secure post boxes, or other convenient locations. This will improve the access to pharmacy services, including for seniors with mobility needs, as Dr. Tan Wu Ming mentioned, and support new care models such as telemedicine. We also agree with Dr. Tan that patient navigators can improve patient convenience, and our public healthcare institutions have increased the number of staff trained in such roles by 3% annually between 2018 and 2020. But beyond this, we have also improved scheduling services and offer telehealth follow-ups for suitable patients, helping to reduce the need for multiple hospital visits. Second, innovative care models have been introduced to improve right-siting of care in the community. Examples include the Urgent Care Centre pilot concept and the GP First pilot program, which support patients with non-emergency conditions, helping them avoid unnecessary emergency department visits. MOH will review the performance of such technology-enabled services and innovative care models and explore how we can scale up the promising ones. We also strive for greater value and better services in our healthcare system. The Agency for Care Effectiveness, or ACE, helps us to ensure that the prices we pay for subsidized treatments and vaccines are fair and commensurate with the healthcare outcomes they confer. This is done through health technology assessments and value-based pricing negotiations. ACE will continue to ensure that subsidized medicines and medical technologies are both clinically and cost-effective. We also established ALPS in 2018 to aggregate demand and achieve economies of scale in procurement and supply chain management. In 2019, ALPS's central warehouse distribution pilot for polyclinics saved an estimated 1.7 million Singapore dollars through advanced warehouse and logistics technology. ALPS will study how this CWD concept can be expanded to the whole of public healthcare, boosting efficiency, resilience, and value in our healthcare supply chain. We also agree with Ms. Ng Ling Ling that funding mechanisms can drive greater value through influencing providers' behavior. We in fact implemented some of the ideas that she has shared. One financing innovation which MOH has started to adopt is bundled payments, where funding is based on the patient's entire care episodes, even across multiple healthcare settings or attendances. This gives providers the opportunity to optimize care, reduce costs, and pass on savings to patients. MOH has also implemented a pay-for-performance framework which financially incentivizes clusters to perform well in key priority areas, and the value-driven care program which tracks clinical performance and cost of care of medical conditions. We will expand these positive efforts and study other financing solutions and innovations that encourage healthcare providers to optimize care and improve outcomes. Beyond technology and care models, healthcare is ultimately a high-touch and people-centric sector. Healthcare professionals are key in improving patient care and outcomes. COVID-19 has shown us the importance of maintaining a resilient core of healthcare workers. Following the launch of SG Healthcare Core in April last year, over 5,000 workers and volunteers have been trained and provided support in areas such as the care of elderly in nursing homes, swab operations, laboratory testing, and vaccination operations. Going forward, we plan to develop the core into a platform for citizen engagement and volunteerism in healthcare during peacetime and to serve as a reserve pool in times of crisis. COVID-19 has been a trying time for all our healthcare staff and volunteers. I know many staff in our public healthcare institutions suspended their annual leave to meet the surge in manpower demands during the height of the COVID-19 crisis. Many have played a critical role in the battle against COVID-19. Now I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to all of them for their dedication and their contributions, and their families for supporting them through this very tough period. We also recognize and appreciate the contributions of our outsourced workers in the healthcare sector. We agree with Dr. Tan Wu Ming that their work is intrinsic to the hospital, as many of them, such as cleaners and health attendants, work alongside our healthcare staff in the wards. The intent of outsourcing is to leverage economies of scale and enable our public healthcare institutions to focus on the core mission of delivery of healthcare services. While our public healthcare institutions are not their direct employers, they have also extended support and tokens of appreciation to these outsourced workers. We will continue to work closely with the outsourced companies to improve the work conditions for their staff. To strengthen our healthcare workforce, I agree with Ms. Mariam Jafar that we need to attract more talent to healthcare and to build a strong local core. First, we have strengthened our pipeline of fresh graduates. Since 2012, we have increased intakes and retained a strong local core of doctors, dentists, pharmacists, and therapists. We have also strengthened the attractiveness of nursing, increasing intakes by about 45%, from about 1,500 in 2014 to about 2,200 in 2020. At steady state, we will be training about 3,300 students annually in our institutes of higher learning to become healthcare professionals. Second, we have built pathways for progression and continue to expand mid-career conversion pipelines. We introduced new pathways for enrolled nurses to move from NITEC to diploma-level qualifications within a shorter time and progress as a registered nurse. In line with the recommendations of the Future Nursing Career Review Committee, we enhanced nursing career tracks and job scopes. Nurses can now perform a wider breadth of care tasks and make clinical decisions. We are seeing increased interest in our professional conversion programs. Between 2018 and 2020, an average of 160 mid-career locals enrolled each year, about double our average annual PCP intake in the preceding 3 years. This year, Ngee Ann Polytechnic will join Nanyang Polytechnic in offering the 2-year accelerated PCP for diploma-level registered nurses. We will also explore more pathways for mid-career entrants to complete their training in a shorter time. The Singapore Institute of Technology is introducing an accelerated PCP in occupational therapy for those who have already got a degree in a science-related field. They can complete their training in slightly under 3 years instead of 4 years. Third, we actively partner healthcare employers in redesigning jobs for staff working in healthcare support and operations support roles. For example, the Care Support Associate or CSA role in SGH and AIC's sectoral job redesign pilot project relook processes and blend clinical support, administrative and operations responsibilities into new roles. These initiatives encourage cross-deployment and multi-skilling of our staff, create new career pathways, and provide interesting development opportunities for them. Finally, we are cognizant that salaries play a key role in the attraction and retention of staff. Our healthcare workforce is the lifeblood of our healthcare system, and the work they do is critical in protecting the health and safety of our society. We must maintain the salary competitiveness of healthcare staff against the overall market to attract and retain quality talent. For doctors and dentists, we recently updated the salaries for junior house officers, medical and dental officers, consultant family physicians, and newly promoted associate consultants within our public healthcare institutions in 2019. So I'm pleased to announce that nurses in the public healthcare sector can look forward to an increase of 5 to 14% in their monthly base salaries faced over the next 2 years. Allied health professionals, pharmacists, and administrative and ancillary staff, including support care staff, in the public healthcare sector can also look forward to an increase of 3 to 7% in their monthly base salaries this year. We will also increase funding support to publicly funded community care organizations to ensure that salaries of their staff also remain competitive. The changes to both these sectors will be implemented from July this year. MOH will regularly monitor the salary competitiveness of our public healthcare workforce. Aside from salaries, we will also work with healthcare providers and union partners to make healthcare a progressive and fulfilling career. Sir, COVID-19 has posed a major challenge to our healthcare system, but we have learned valuable lessons and we will emerge stronger. With deeper partnerships with our private sector providers, innovative value-based healthcare delivery, a strong healthcare financing framework, and a resilient healthcare workforce, we will be better placed to provide all Singaporeans with good quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Chairman, in my recent speeches, I spoke about the importance of mental health and the need to destigmatize mental health issues. Now, its frequency has reached to a point where my students have given me the hashtag DWR for MH, which means do what's right for mental health. Chairman, we need to change the negative perception and treat mental health issues like any other health conditions. Additionally, it is crucial for those who need assistance are able to get them quickly and properly. Some time ago, I was approached by a family who has a teenage son who was depressed and suicidal. They did not seek professional help, and I quote them, "Malu," which means embarrassing. The incident was indeed embarrassing and brought shame to the family. And when they were convinced to seek help finally, they found it daunting to go to the polyclinics, yet alone IMH. The longer we delay the assistance rendered, the shorter the window period to undo this damage. We need a more comprehensive framework to address the issues of stigmatization and, of course, accessibility. Last year, the ministry announced that it would be expanding mental health services under the Community Mental Health Master Plan to enhance the reach and provide support for youth and their families. May the Minister please provide an update on this. Thank you.
Dr. Tan. If you'd like to take both your cuts together, please do.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. The COVID-19 Mental Wellness Task Force, convened by MOH and IMH in October 2020, with representatives from various ministries, has done great work in promoting mental health literacy. Yet, I hear of anecdotal cases of discrimination against people who have mental illnesses. I will speak on three main groups. 1, the general population of working adults. 2, the young. 3, other vulnerable groups. For the general public, how do we react when we see someone behaving oddly, such as talking to themselves, removing all their clothing in public, becoming violent for no apparent reason, or wailing inconsolably? Do we take a video and post the incident online, call the police, walk away, or will we step forward to offer some kind of help? I suspect many people want to, but we don't feel able to. For working adults, I understand when colleagues and bosses see only the underperformance of the affected employee. For example, frequent absenteeism, missing work deadlines, or simply being very unsociable at work. Physical illnesses, such as high blood pressure and diabetes, have a measurable scale of normality. Mental illnesses are harder to pick up. Is someone just having a bad day? Is it triggered by something specific and situational, which will resolve itself after the event is over? Or could these moods be symptoms of a mental illness, such as depression, anxiety disorder, or even schizophrenia? We need to have more schemes in place for the general public to recognize early signs of mental illness and learn how to assist as a first responder. Regarding the youth, the world is changing fast. I'm only a few years past the official definition of youth, but there are times when I feel very distant from them. Exploring one's sense of identity as a growing teenager has never been easy. Be in a more connected world now, they are perhaps subject to more pressures. As a doctor, I have received ground feedback that there is a mental health crisis in our youth. Child psychiatrists observe that youth suicide is at its highest rate in the past couple of years. Contributing factors may be increased parental conflicts and divorces, academic stresses, COVID, social media, and bullying. How do we recognize and stop bullying of any kind, physical, emotional, and verbal? In my budget speech, I brought up the modern phenomenon of cyberbullying and the amplification effect of social media. A short video clip gets shared, liked, and goes viral. Shaming gets weaponized. When I was a child, any once-off silly act gets forgotten and maybe brought up only at annual family gatherings during Chinese New Year. But now, the internet never forgets. Suicide is a painful and difficult subject, as there's a taboo around this. But this is exactly why healthcare has to educate and teach about the mental health issues that contribute to this tragedy. Let us guide our people to be more caring and inclusive. How do we approach those who are different? Mental resilience, sleep hygiene, and the safe use of the internet should be taught in schools and to adults as well, to be given as much importance as physical exercise. I thank other members as well as the Ministry of Education for addressing this and welcome the changes to CCE. However, after we succeed in early detection, are there enough healthcare providers to render help? We will need enough psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, pharmacists, medical social workers, case managers, family therapists, etc. For many of the patients with mental illnesses, it is a lifelong disease, and some of the triggers may be related to socioeconomic stresses. Young patients with mental health may just be the tip of the iceberg, and further investigation may uncover more members of the family with mental health issues. They will all need to have adequate treatment. Community support has to come hand in hand with doctors in the hospital to provide integrated care. The network of support is essential to minimize the episodes and severity of relapses. Focus cannot just be on the acute admissions, but in discharge, back to the community, gainful employment, and meaningful living. Finally, vulnerable groups such as singles, single families, and elderly staying alone may be at higher risk due to social isolation and lack of access to resources. Does the ministry have plans in place to help these groups? In summary, the global COVID-19 pandemic has caused increased stress in multiple areas: retrenchment, a change in jobs, lifestyles, education. This has a far-reaching impact on interpersonal relationships, physical and mental health. I urge MOH to further develop programs on mental wellness and building resilience as a routine part of daily life. Mr. Chairman, sir, my second card. Many people are now working from home due to COVID. Other speakers have shared on the challenges that parents with young children face working from home. While some adults have managed to incorporate daily exercise into their new routine, many others are struggling to balance work, daily chores, and the demands of family care. For many busy working parents, the daily commute to work and back home might be the only exercise they get. For example, walking 10 minutes to the MRT station, another 10 minutes to the workplace. This makes up a total of 40 minutes walking time, and one may clock 8 to 10,000 steps, hopefully. The lack of commute while working from home means a reduction in mobility. Some of us snack more. For those of us who like to chat over coffee or lunch at the office, working from home also results in less social engagement, which may lead to chronic health issues such as obesity, depression, and anxiety. What are the ministry's plans to support Singaporeans to pursue healthy habits in this new norm? Thank you.
Dr. Lim Wee Kiat, if you'd like to take both your cuts together, please do.
Chairman, nowadays we see everyone wearing a healthcare device to monitor our steps, our heart rate, our stress level, O2 saturation, how well we slept last night. Some of the more advanced ones measure ECG, even blood sugar level now, as well as blood pressure. On our home front, I'm encouraged to read about Health Promotion Board and Fitbit headquarters in San Francisco, California, to tap on technology to help Singaporeans to live healthier using its devices. I must commend the ministry for mobilizing technology to boost Singaporeans' interest in fitness and health. Sir, I think Singaporeans are ready to use digital technology to take charge and take responsibility of their own health. Let Singaporeans have the accessibility to their own health data when the National Electronic Health Medical Record is ready. I envisage in the near future, I'll have access to my own medical as well as health record, just like the details of COVID vaccination on the Health Hub apps now. In the near future, I'll receive a reminder from MOH for my annual health checks, blood tests, annual immunization, and my once in 5 years colonoscopy screening. Then once completed, there could be an AI system in MOH that will review my health records, and then they will send me advice to take active steps to improve my health through lifestyle adjustment, and then they may recalculate and lower my annual Medishield insurance premium if my health is good. So that will encourage more Singaporeans to come on board to take responsibility of their own health. I feel that we can go a step further now to get Singaporeans to do more exercise, to manage their stress, maintain good mental well-being, manage their sleeps better. And another area would be manage good nutritional diet monitoring, influence them to have good eating habits. Singaporeans already have one of the longest lifespan in the world, but we spend the last decade of our life in poor health. What we want is not just long lifespan, but more healthy lifespan. I urge MOH to take advantage of all the advances in digital healthcare devices now to set up a national health management system, step up the partnership with Singaporeans to achieve good health for life. My next card. Sir, the popular adage goes, prevention is better than cure. And in modern healthcare, immunization against infectious disease and potentially fatal diseases are the key factors to a long, healthy lifespan. One of the things that comes out from this COVID pandemic is the heightened public awareness about the role of immunization in our healthcare measures. Immunization is one of the key advances in medicine that has extended lifespan of humans globally. Apart from the immunization that we received during our childhood, many Singaporeans do not get regular immunization unless they need to travel or they need to for work. How many Singaporeans would regularly go for their annual flu vaccinations or pneumococcal vaccinations? Even new vaccines such as the HPV, human papillomavirus, will reduce the risk of cervical cancer. Although we have a very comprehensive vaccination program for our children, but do we have a more comprehensive program now for adults and elderly? We are constantly reminded to take our COVID-19 vaccination to protect our loved ones, especially those immunocompromised and the elderly around us. Likewise, we should do the same for influenza. Perhaps not immediately, but in the months ahead as we advance. in our COVID-19 vaccination, I will urge MOH to take advantage of this opportune time to review, enhance our national immunization program, implement measures to promote public awareness, facilitate, improve accessibility and affordability for immunization for all Singaporeans for good health. Thank you.
SMS Dr. Janil Puthucheary.
Mr. Chairman, Singapore is fortunate to have a workforce in the healthcare family driven by professionalism and dedication. Our people answered the call of duty. They have carried us far in this fight against COVID-19 and have contributed to keeping Singapore safe during the pandemic. Our infectious diseases experts and staff at the National Centre for Infectious Diseases, NCID, and other public healthcare institutions have worked to provide clinical guidance to and support for public health operations. Laboratory specialists at the National Public Health Laboratory provided guidance for COVID-19 tests and conducted genomic analyses to support cluster investigations and surveillance for variants. The staff at the public and private healthcare institutions do their duty, putting themselves in harm's way. They undertake healthcare operations in high-risk locations like the foreign worker dormitories, emergency departments, hospital wards, and intensive care units across our healthcare system. I echo the sentiments of many in the House to express our deep appreciation for colleagues in many, many different roles. The work continues, and members will know that we started our national vaccination operations at NCID on the 30th of December 2020. NCID was one of several initiatives and projects that came out of the lessons we learned from SARS. In the test of that crisis, we identified vulnerabilities and in our response developed capabilities and institutions that persist to this day, like NCID, helping us with COVID. And in this crisis, we are learning new lessons and responding to different vulnerabilities. We need to institutionalize the capabilities that we are developing. We have needed to deal with the pandemic and continue the usual clinical services and now stand up a massive national vaccination exercise. Many of these skills, tools, processes, and systems we have developed are distributed across our healthcare network and the care providers. But centrally at MOH, we have had to also develop and improve our organizational capability to manage the response to this crisis and hopefully be better prepared for the next. At MOH, we have set up a new crisis strategy and operations group. They've worked hard in collaboration with other ministries, other agencies to coordinate COVID-related operations. And this is a capability and a team that we will need in order to be better prepared for the next pandemic. We are heartened by the appreciation demonstrated by the public for our healthcare workers. However, today there are still cases of harassment and abuse against staff. This has affected their well-being and their safety. To Dr. Wan Rizal's question, we take abuse and harassment against our healthcare workers very seriously and will not hesitate to take appropriate action when necessary. The enhancements to the Protection from Harassment Act in November 2014 gave additional protection against harassment to public sector healthcare professionals and support care staff. Public healthcare institutions also have policies in place to handle abuse cases. The institutions conduct training for healthcare staff, including on de-escalation measures during potential conflict and abuse. In addition, we will work with the clusters and the Healthcare Services Employees Union on a tripartite effort to strengthen messages against abuse and the harassment of public healthcare sector staff. During the budget debate, Mr. Darrell David asked about staff benefits. Dr. Wan Rizal also asked about this just recently. Our public healthcare institutions do pay close attention to staff leave and make time for sufficient rest. These are all planned to ensure sufficient staffing for patient safety. There are also rostered breaks and staff rotations to ensure sufficient rest during and between shifts. To better support our healthcare staff, a cross-cluster staff well-being committee with representatives from our public healthcare institutions and MOH has been set up, and the committee will share best practices and provide feedback to MOH on possible enhancements to improve staff well-being. Besides healthcare workers, our health tech engineers, health technology engineers, have also played an important role. They have rapidly developed systems to support new operational demands, including the ongoing vaccination operations. And these are also important capabilities that we need within our system. And thus, to grow our health technology workforce, we work closely with IHIS, the Integrated Health Information Systems, to redesign jobs and actively recruit people into new roles, including software engineers, systems analysts, and cybersecurity professionals. To facilitate mid-career switches into health tech, IHIS and the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, and Skills Future have curated specific training programs. One such example of a mid-career switch is a gentleman by the name of Mr. Daniel Ong, who I spoke to recently. He was a copywriter, and his formal education was in English literature. He couldn't write code before joining IMDA's Tech Immersion and Placement Program, which is part of our Tech Skills Accelerator. In March last year, Daniel began work at IHIS as a front-end developer, and he's contributed to 2 IT projects supporting the fight against COVID-19. Now he's developing the user-facing components of a system supporting the One Rehab framework, which I'll speak a little bit more about later. We hope that more people will see opportunities in this health tech space and embrace the possibility that with some training, they can join the healthcare family, not necessarily as a clinician, but contributing to the success of our public healthcare ecosystem. As Mr. Ang Wei Neng pointed out, we can and should learn many things from our fight against COVID-19. For example, our early, comprehensive, and persistent contact tracing and quarantine efforts have played a key role in our COVID-19 response. Besides the vigilance and skill of our healthcare workforce, our digital tools such as Safe Entry and Trace Together continue to be central to the speed and efficiency of our contact tracing. Coupled with our aggressive testing strategies, these measures have contributed to our success in keeping the number of our community cases under control for now. To swiftly identify COVID-19 cases and contain the outbreak, we have built up our testing capacity and our community testing operations. Through targeted operations as well as routine surveillance testing, such as the testing of our hawker center workers, we have so far been able to detect cases and quickly prevent spread. As a repository of patient records, the National Electronic Health Records has also been a key enabler in facilitating this provision of care during the pandemic. Healthcare professionals can access the NEHR for their patients' COVID-19 test results and their existing medical conditions before the vaccinations. The NEHR has also been enhanced this year to meet the requirements for COVID-19 vaccinations, displaying alerts and reporting and prompts. And as we do this, data security remains a key priority. We have been taking steps to improve the security of our NEHR through technical and process enhancements in response to the security reviews that we conducted in 2018. And we expect to complete most of this within the year and onboard more healthcare institutions to contribute to NEHR more securely. Beyond COVID-19, we must be ready to respond to future public health crises by having the right systems and capabilities. We will do so in 4 ways. First, we will enhance our surveillance and response capabilities through the use of new technologies to enable us to more effectively consolidate, analyze, and generate insights from large amounts of data. Second, we will augment our human capabilities to prepare Singapore against future threats. Skilled clinical teams will always play an important role in detecting and managing new diseases and outbreaks. And we also need other experts, such as epidemiologists, data scientists, statisticians, and software engineers like Daniel. We need teams to investigate and perform advanced analytics, for example, to determine the likelihood of spread or to inform our response to an outbreak. Third, while we remain in DORSCON Orange for now, DORSCON stands for Disease Outbreak Response System Condition. We remain in DORSCON Orange for now. We will look into strengthening our DORSCON framework, incorporating lessons learned from the pandemic, so that we can better communicate public health risk and to help us more effectively respond as a whole society when disease X strikes, the next serious pandemic crisis. Finally, we will develop a national research and development program for research in epidemic preparedness and response. And the acronym is appropriately called PREPARE, P-R-E-P-A-R-E. program for research in epidemic preparedness and response, to strengthen our R&D capabilities to prevent, prepare, and respond to future public health crises. It will include strengthening infectious disease collaboration networks locally and regionally, strengthening capabilities for the accelerated development of diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines, and establishing a national infectious disease repository and database for research and data analysis. To further address Mr. Ang's question, MOH regularly reviews our national response and is conducting an interim review. It will include other ministries and agencies. We will share more details when it is completed. Beyond pandemics, we must ensure that the healthcare needs of our general population are met. The work continues. Our polyclinics are a vital element in our public health primary response. Built in 1980, Clementi Polyclinic is one of our oldest and smaller polyclinics. Its central location has served residents well, with about 850 patients seen per day. We will be redeveloping the polyclinic by 2027 to better serve residents in the region. Dr. Tan Wu Meng asked whether we have considered patients' comfort and staff's performance in our design of healthcare facilities. The answer is yes. When designing new healthcare facilities, the design team will engage stakeholders, including the care team, patients and carers, and the facilities management team. The redeveloped Clementi Polyclinic will undergo the same process. It will be more spacious, with more elderly-friendly and accessibility features. Residents can also look forward to a comprehensive range of primary care services, including medical treatment for acute conditions, chronic disease management, women's and children's health services, as well as radiological, laboratory, and pharmacy services. Another example of the ongoing work to improve routine clinical care services, despite the pandemic, is to ensure our population has timely access to the right level of rehabilitation care. We have developed the National One Rehab Framework. Under this framework, patients will have improved access to community-based rehabilitation and benefit from expanded capacity and capability in the care providers. Our hospitals, polyclinics, and community care providers will embark on a multi-year pilot to validate this new care model. Our hope is for patients with stable musculoskeletal conditions such as lower back pain, who do not require surgery or complex interventions, to receive this rehabilitation care in the community instead of only at specialist clinics or hospitals. During last week's budget debate, we heard Dr. Shahira Abdullah, Ms. Carrie Tan, Dr. Wan Rizal, Ms. Mariam Jaffa, and Mr. Eric Chua speak about mental health. Since the launch of the Community Mental Health Master Plan in 2012 and its enhancement in 2017, we have increased the capacity of community mental health services. We are on track to meeting our targets by end 2021. In primary care, we have over 220 GP partners and 14 polyclinics providing mental health and/or dementia services. We have set up 50 community outreach teams and reached out to over 350,000 persons with mental health or dementia needs. In addition, 21 community intervention teams were established to provide mental health interventions such as psychosocial therapeutic interventions and counseling. We have met our targets of 50 community outreach teams and 18 community intervention teams ahead of our end 2021 timeline. To Dr. Wan Rizal's question on support for youth and their families, we have piloted the Integrated Youth Service within the Agency for Integrated Care, the Institute of Mental Health, and Care Corner, which is one of our community partners in the North. Since April 2020, Care Corner has begun community outreach using online platforms and has reached out to over 2,600 users. In November 2020, Care Corner team moved into the new Wood Square community space to provide face-to-face mental health screening and basic emotional support sessions for persons with mental health challenges, and to conduct experiential resilience or mental well-being events. MOH and AIC have also worked with other community partners to set up youth community outreach teams to reach out to young people in mental distress to provide basic emotional support and resources. The team would also engage the family to understand the stressors and the home environment, and links to social and healthcare services are also provided. Through the Youth Mental Wellbeing Network, we have heard from the youth, the mental health and social sector professionals, patients and caregivers on how we could improve the mental well-being of our young people. Minister of State Sun Xueling earlier shared on how the network has initiated ideas for over 30 potential ground-up projects. Parliamentary Secretary Eric Chua will also be sharing about an initiative to provide positive peer support during his MSF speech. The three of us are working together, just as MOE, MSF, and MOH are working together on this important area. To look into the psychosocial impact on the COVID-19 pandemic on the population, we've set up the COVID-19 Mental Wellness Task Force in October 2020. The task force has reviewed and recommended 3 areas to work on, namely to develop a national mental health and well-being strategy, secondly, a national mental health resources page, and a national mental health competency training framework. Beyond COVID-19, we will evolve the task force into an interagency platform on mental health and well-being by mid-2021. The platform will oversee mental health and well-being efforts, focusing on cross-cutting issues that require multi- and interagency collaborations. We're working out the details of the platform and we'll share more when we're ready. Dr. Tanya Swam asked about the support for other vulnerable groups, such as our seniors, and building a more inclusive society. The government recognizes that those who suffer from mental health conditions may face discrimination. We've been working with partners to roll out initiatives to address this issue. It will take a whole-of-society approach to tackle this issue effectively. The National Council of Social Services launched the Beyond the Label movement in 2018 to fight the stigma of mental health conditions and encourage social inclusion, positive attitudes, and support towards persons living with mental health conditions. The movement also provides a platform for more conversations about mental health and promotes greater awareness and the acceptance of mental health conditions among the public. To reach out to persons with or at risk of mental health conditions or dementia, including seniors, community teams also reach out to residents and their caregivers to provide mental health or dementia information, basic emotional support, and links to appropriate services, health or social, as necessary. For seniors at risk of social isolation, the AACs, the Silver Generation offices, the local grassroots organizations connect them to befrienders who will reach out on a regular basis, providing companionship and encourage them to participate in social activities, keeping active and keeping connected with the local community. Seniors can also sign up with CareLine, which is a 24/7 social support hotline providing tele-befriending services, as well as emergency response to seniors in distress. And while we do all this to build up the capability in our community partners, we will make sure that our main psychiatric sector, IMH, is updated. Since 2018, IMH has been undergoing refurbishment and improvement works to facilitate the care and improve operational efficiency and safety for patients and staff. And these works are expected to be completed by the end of 2022. Mr. Chairman, to fight COVID-19, we have had to rely on the skill, dedication, professionalism of our people. We've had to develop and deploy technology, and we've had to scale up clinical services, all the while looking after the many healthcare issues that are unrelated to the pandemic, but essential to our health. We've had to be agile, steadfast, and determined. We are all a bit tired and fatigued, but also hopeful and confident that we can find our way forward. Our ability to get this far was the result of many years of investing in our people, our facilities, systems, research, and capabilities. We must learn the lessons from this experience. The preparations for the next crisis, whatever it is, are underway and require that we keep ourselves and our healthcare system in good health. Prevention is best. Preparation is also necessary. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, Ms. Rahayu Mazam.
Mr. Chairman, we remain committed to our long-term priorities even as we focus on containing the pandemic. We continue to transform from beyond healthcare to health to support Singaporeans to lead healthier lifestyles and stay healthy in the new normal. It is important to take stock of our state of health. I'm happy to report that Singapore ranked first globally for life expectancy at birth and healthy life expectancy at birth in the Global Burden of Diseases 2019 study. However, based on our National Population Health Survey 2020, there are still areas for improvement. While our smoking prevalence rates decreased to 10.1%, down from 13.9% in 2010 compared to 2017, the proportion of Singaporeans with sufficient total physical activity has dropped. The proportion of Singaporeans that are obese or overweight has increased. In 2019 and 2020, about 2 out of 5 are overweight. And the age-standardized prevalence of the 3 common chronic diseases, high blood pressure and high blood cholesterol, have risen, and the prevalence of diabetes have not decreased. There is a need to better understand the current situation among different groups. Additionally, COVID-19 and the various measures and socioeconomic challenges have impacted our lifestyles and our health. Dr. Tan Yaswam has also asked about supporting healthy living in this new norm. I will therefore share our plans to innovate health promotion efforts for Singaporeans to remain healthy in the new normal and how to better prepare Singaporeans to lead healthy lives for the future. Indeed, in the past year, Singaporeans face challenges pursuing healthier habits in ways they were used to. With safe distancing concerns, we were unable to hold our usual health promotion programs such as mass exercises. As working from home became the norm, we also observed a drop in physical activity time, likely from reduced commuting. This drop is also demonstrated in the daily average step count data from the Health Promotion Board's HPB's National Steps Challenge. We quickly pivoted to delivering our programs virtually, in line with the Safe Management Measures, or SMMs. We shifted physical activity programs online and produced exercise routines on YouTube and an edutainment series on free-to-air TV channels to help Singaporeans keep active. We understand that some seniors have found it challenging to adapt from physical to virtual modes of exercise. To help seniors navigate around these platforms, we worked with partners such as People's Association to organize workshops to provide assistance and equip them with basic IT skills. I'm heartened to hear that our regular participants have benefited. For example, for the senior-centric virtual community physical activity programs, over 5,000 participated across more than 190 sessions from July to December 2020. To benefit as many as possible given the current guidelines, we will be scaling up our virtual programs progressively this year. We understand that some still prefer physical interaction for health programs. To reach out to more Singaporeans, we have gradually resumed physical sessions both in the community, such as our popular Sundays at the Park, and at the workplaces with the appropriate SMMs. Like physical health, mental well-being is also important for one's health. I echo Senior Minister of State Janil on creating a supportive environment to empower Singaporeans to take care of their mental well-being. In August last year, we launched the Brave the New campaign with MCCY to build psychological resilience of individuals. The campaign provided tips for self-care and information to support their peers and loved ones. It reached 2.1 million Singaporeans, and 3/4 of those surveyed reported being more motivated to self-help or help others in their mental well-being. To complement this, the Hi Just Checking In movement started in January this year to equip targeted segments of the population with the appropriate skills to help them identify and reach out to those who may need support. Building a supportive community is important to encourage Singaporeans to seek help if they are unable to cope. Through our community partners, we included seniors in our mental well-being efforts. We understand that many seniors are mentally and physically affected during this pandemic, especially during the circuit breaker. Last year, we trialled the virtual Balik Kampung program to link up 100 seniors over 22 senior activity centres over activities to stay mentally stimulated. With good feedback on how it has helped many seniors stay socially connected, we will ramp up these efforts. We will continue to promote holistic well-being. The HPB's National Steps Challenge saw over 900,000 participants in its 5th season. The 6th season will start in the 3rd quarter of this year and will augment the traditional Steps Challenge with a different dimension of well-being, sleep. We are the first pilot sleep challenge. Having good sleep habits is key to good health and well-being. Through the Healthy 365 application and a wearable, there will be nudges to achieve the recommended sleep duration and tips on good sleep habits. Interested participants can look out for more details on Healthy 365 and Health Hub. We will continue to work on avenues for Singaporeans to keep healthy while staying safe. We recognise that at different life stages, Singaporeans face different health needs, challenges, and risks. Going forward, we will add a person-centric approach to address these across our population segments. Dr. Tanya Swam has highlighted health literacy in her budget speech, and Dr. Lim Wee Kiat has also suggested boosting our efforts with technology. We have embarked on initiatives similar to Dr. Lim's vision. I'm happy to update that the first digital version of My Health booklet is ready on Health Hub, developed based on ground insights. This version provides an overview of your health screening records, drawn from national health databases, and smoking cessation messages for those motivated to quit smoking. We will add more features and health topics such as stress management and the nationally recommended vaccinations starting from July this year. Another example is Lumi Health, a free 2-year personalized health program designed by HPB in partnership with Apple using the Apple Watch. Under this program, participants will embark on customized health journeys and earn rewards as they complete health-related challenges. They will also receive personalized reminders to encourage them to meet their goals. Since its launch in end October 2020, we have seen more than 100,000 downloads. We must also not forget our efforts to keep chronic conditions at bay, like our ongoing war on diabetes. MOH developed the Patient Empowerment for Self-Care framework to empower patients to co-own their care journeys and achieve better care outcomes with support from the healthcare team, family and friends. Under this framework, we developed the first tranche of the National Diabetes Reference Materials that provides fundamental information and hosted it online on Health Hub. We are now working on the next tranche of materials with more in-depth information to help patients, their family and friends better understand and manage diabetes. This resource is being co-created by the people for the people. About 700 citizens highlighted additional topics and content that would be useful and suggested design features for a more user-friendly online experience. These materials will be ready from 2022. Beyond our broad plans for our Singaporeans, I will elaborate on targeted efforts. Mr. Leon Pereira has highlighted the lower income groups. Minister Gan has shared how we ensure they have good access to affordable care. While our health promotion efforts remain inclusive to all, there are also efforts targeted to address their health needs, and we work across agencies to provide holistic support. One example is the Healthy Living Passport program, which Mr. Pereira referred to. The program is designed to improve health literacy and promote healthy lifestyles. It is customized based on the lifestyle needs of lower-income families with tailored messaging and education. This is a multi-agency effort and will commence after the SMMs are reviewed. We aim to benefit 15,000 residents over 3 years. We intend to track changes in our participants' health literacy as well as their behavioral improvements. This would allow us to evaluate the impact of our programs as we generally do with our efforts. We see significant disparities in health behaviors and outcomes across ethnicities and will be ramping up efforts in this area. For chronic diseases, in 2020, 14.4% of Malays and 14.2% of Indians have diabetes, compared to 8.2% for Chinese. 37.5% of Malays and 36.1% of Chinese have higher blood pressure, compared to 29.5% for Indians. For cancers, the Chinese consistently have the highest age-standardized cancer incidence rates, but the proportion of Malays among all cases of cancer has gradually increased over the decades. Looking upstream at other modifiable lifestyle risk factors, the Malays have the highest obesity rates and Indians have the highest prevalence of being overweight. The prevalence of daily smokers are more than twice as high amongst the Malays as compared to the Chinese and Indians. Research has shown poor health behaviors can affect life expectancy. Therefore, our community needs to take stronger action and support one another against poor health habits. Cultural preferences may influence health behaviors, and we recognize the importance of engagement and collaboration with the different ethnic minority groups to design culturally relevant programs. Some of some of our earlier efforts have seen good progress. For the Malay community, we have built our partnerships under HPB's Jaga Kesihatan Jaga Ummah from 23 in 2018 to 32 mosque partners and 18 other partners such as the Malay Executive Activity Committees, MEEC, and Mendaki. With their support, we were able to provide a range of healthy living programs for their congregants. Our Indian community partners such as Hindu Endowment Board, Sikh Welfare Council, SINDA, and Places of Worship have provided strong support in engagement efforts with their networks. For example, Narpani Paravai provides Indian Activity Executive Committees funding to co-create health activities for their residents. Between 2018 and 2020, close to 15,000 Singapore Indian residents have participated in various health promotion programs. We will build on early successes to improve our work to make healthy living a sustainable achievement. Moving forward, we will expand community partnerships and harness ground-up efforts to multiply our impact and ensure that our programs are culturally relevant through customization. We will engage key community leaders through significant platforms to garner commitment towards health. For example, at a forum in end March 2021, leaders from the Hindu Endowment Board, SINDA, Narpani, Sikh Welfare Council, and HPB will discuss the state of health amongst Indians and co-develop culturally relevant efforts to facilitate healthier lifestyles among Singaporean Indians. We look forward to an invigorating discussion and a year of fun, healthy activities for all Singapore Indian residents. Let me share further for the Malay community. Mr. Chairman, allow me to say a few words in Malay, please. Untuk mengukuhkan usaha-usaha kesihatan untuk masyarakat Melayu, kami akan membentuk kumpulan kerja yang baru. Saya bakal mengetuai kumpulan ini bersama Dr. Wan Rizal dan Puan Mariam Jaafar serta badan-badan masyarakat seperti M03 dan Persatuan Karyawan Penjagaan Kesihatan Islam MHPA. Kami akan terus bergabung tenaga dengan rangkaian Jaga Kesihatan Jaga Ummah JKJU dan para pemimpin masyarakat untuk melakar dan melaksanakan pelan-pelan kesihatan sepanjang tahun untuk memupuk nilai tabiat hidup sihat. Kami akan menghasilkan tips-tips mudah untuk masyarakat Melayu untuk mengingkati langkah-langkah yang penting untuk memelihara kesihatan kita. Untuk mengekalkan usaha kesihatan ini, kami akan memanfaatkan duta-duta kesihatan dan terus mengembangkan rangkaian sukarelawan ini. Puan Rahimah merupakan salah satu daripada duta kesihatan kami yang sangat komited sejak 2012. Sebagai ahli jawatan kuasa MEEC McPherson, beliau merancang ceramah-ceramah motivasi kesihatan untuk masyarakat Melayu. Beliau juga meluangkan masa untuk mengajar warga emas kita untuk melungsuri alam maya. Usaha Puan Rahimah patut dicontohi. Saya ingin menggalakkan semua warga Singapura untuk mengikuti jejak beliau dan menyumbang kepada masyarakat. Beyond ethnic minorities, I echo what Minister Massagoh said on the importance of supporting our children and women to lead healthy lives for a healthier next generation. It is key to support couples who wish to start their own families. Mr. Lois Ng asked about supporting couples undergoing IVF. Today, eligible Singaporean couples undergoing assisted conception procedures or ACP in public assisted reproduction centres can receive co-funding support for the different procedures. The co-funding applies to each assisted reproduction technology, ART cycle, and the patient would either receive the co-funding of 75% of the cost or the capped co-funding amount, whichever is lower. As such, there is no remaining balance to be rolled over. However, MOH regularly reviews the clinical evidence around the number of cycles to co-fund. At present, on average, women undergo 2 ART cycles before achieving pregnancy successfully. Evidence shows that the success rate of ART decreases with maternal age as each successful cycle progresses. It is not just about government funding, but the strain of couples to keep trying. Hence, we must continue to encourage couples to marry and start families early to maximize the chances of conception. After co-funding, the current Medisave per cycle limits are generally sufficient to cover the costs of an ACP cycle at public assisted reproduction centres. As not all couples go through multiple cycles, we have allowed a higher Medisave withdrawal limit for the first 2 cycles so that more of the lifetime limit can be used. Medisave can be used to pay for all standard procedures for each method of treatment, such as the priming of the uterus, egg recovery, and fertilization processes. However, as traditional Chinese medicine treatments associated with IVF are not part of mainstream evidence-based treatment, there are no plans to allow Medisafe for their use currently. MOH remains committed towards supporting Singaporean couples in their parenting journeys and will continue to review the Medisafe withdrawal limits to ensure they remain relevant and adequate for Singaporeans, as we balance immediate expenses with retaining sufficient savings for basic healthcare needs in old age. Apart from supporting couples, we enabled early intervention and enhanced subsidies for vaccinations under the National Childhood Immunisation Schedule, or NCIS, for all Singaporean children at polyclinics and extended them to CHAS GP clinics across Singapore in November 2020. We have also added vaccines against chickenpox, influenza, pneumococcal disease to the NCIS. For Singaporean children up to the age of 6, we have extended full subsidies for childhood developmental screenings at CHAS GP clinics to allow for early detection and timely intervention for any developmental delays. There is also support for their families. From last November, subsidies have been extended to vaccinations under the National Adult Immunisation Schedule, or NAIS, at CHAS GP clinics and polyclinics for all eligible Singaporean adults. Dr. Lim Wee Kiat asked about the progress of our national immunisation efforts. Based on the National Population Health Survey 2020, the take-up rate is estimated to be 23% for influenza vaccination and 14% for pneumococcal vaccination in persons aged 65 to 79 years of age. I'm happy to update that 3 months after the enhancements, a total of 158,000 and 121,000 doses of the NAIS and NCIS vaccinations respectively have been administered nationally. In particular, for pneumococcal and influenza vaccinations that are recommended for the elderly aged 65 years or older, the uptake has been encouraging, with more than 38,000 and 62,000 doses received respectively. One of the families that benefited is the Cham family. The 3-generational family has been regularly consulting Dr. Lim Hong Shen from a medical clinic under the NUHS Primary Care Network. With Dr. Lim's strong support, their 2 children, aged 2 and 4 years old, have undergone their childhood developmental screenings and received subsidized vaccinations for influenza, as well as measles, mumps, and rubella. The grandfather, aged 69 years old, has also received both the pneumococcal and influenza vaccinations. We hope that this improved accessibility and affordability will encourage Singaporeans to protect themselves and their families against vaccine-preventable diseases by getting vaccinated as recommended and support children in starting off well and healthy. MOH is committed to increase the uptake of nationally recommended vaccinations and will encourage eligible Singaporeans to be vaccinated. Together, we can encourage one another to take greater ownership of our health and lead healthier lives for a better future. Thank you.
We have some time for clarifications. Dr. Tan Pu Meng.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By way of clarifications, I have one observation and one question. First, regarding the Senior Minister of State, Dr. Janil's observation that relooking healthcare needs to be through the lens of longer-term issues in a COVID world and looking at the larger social ecosystem. I agree with this approach. It is essential in our approach to society and healthcare. I have a follow-up question for the Senior Minister of State, Dr. Koh, regarding the earlier point in my speech on the approach to outsourcing hospital cleaners and hospital attendants. I don't expect an immediate resolution to this question, but I would urge a longer-term rethink once the COVID crisis is over. After all, COVID has raised many questions of countries around the world. If its supply chains, countries are looking at just-in-time as compared to just-in-case. And may I suggest that on issues of workforce, we also may want to look at economies of efficiency, but juxtaposing this and considering as well the resilience of solidarity across the entire healthcare team. And I hope MOH will consider this as part of a longer-term review for the COVID world and what comes next. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I thank Dr. Tan for his clarification. I will agree with him that actually, as needs evolve over time, and certainly COVID is a very challenging time for us to actually also take stock post-COVID, what kind of healthcare model we have, and in that case, to build resilience within maybe certain critical parts of our healthcare system, do we need to review the current structure in which we engage with outsourcing of staff? So I don't think we're ideological here, but we will take an open-minded approach to review the needs and maybe talk to our healthcare institutions as well to see if during this period whether they have made useful insights and observations to warrant a change in current approach. But I must caution also that in insourcing back certain levels of staff within the system, we need to make sure that there is still a meaningful career progression prospects for them as well. Because if there are a small number for which there is actually little career progression, we need to also bear that in mind to balance out the needs of the organization versus aspirations of the person. Thank you.
Dr. Lim Wee Kiat.
Thank you, Chairman. I have two clarifications. First, for PASEC, regarding the vaccination program, I'm happy to hear that there are a huge percentage of our seniors have been vaccinated for flu as well as for pneumococcal. But the issue now is, of course, the outreach to the rest. There's currently now no specific outreach program to reach out to seniors that have not been vaccinated. So I hope the MOH can review and then take a look. When I take a look at the Health Hub apps itself, there is immunization charge based on age, but the age stopped at 26 years old. Beyond that, there's nothing. So can y'all take a look at it to see how to expand that further? My second clarifications go to SMS, Jadil. I would like to ask the SMS on a hypothetical question about if COVID-19 outbreak were to happen in Singapore, in the sense that what happens in November 2019. Could our current system or our NCID have picked up the unusual sort of presentation of pneumonias, and could we have the capability to diagnose such a novel virus? Looking back, do we have the ability to do so? Thank you.
I thank the member for the clarification question. Thank you for highlighting the issue with regards to the Health Hub age cutoff. We are indeed still developing the platform and we will be adding more information. So I'll bring this back and then we'll develop it further. In response to the query on the outreach on vaccination, especially to the seniors, actually HPB has recently launched a public campaign, public education campaign to encourage eligible individuals to get vaccinated and getting them to increase awareness, because the key thing about vaccination is getting them to be aware of it. So we did try to roll out a public education campaign, and this is something that I think can build on. The other thing is also working with the GPs, with the doctors, to actually get them to routinely advise their patients on vaccination needs, especially every time they come to visit. We would ask them to actually inform their patients so that this will also increase awareness and the interest and uptake for vaccination.
Mr. Leong Man Wai. Please, SMS channel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand the member's question correctly, is on if an outbreak occurred now, no. With the capability we had then or the capability we had now? So if we had the capability that we had in October 2019, would we have picked up a COVID-19 outbreak in October 2019? The short answer is yes. We pick up outbreaks of disease on a regular basis, and our level of paranoia, anxiety, concern about this increased after SARS, as a result of which clinical teams across our healthcare network have to report any number of either confirmed or suspected infectious diseases, and we have surveillance systems. So the real answer is not really whether we would have picked it up, but how quickly would we have picked it up, and how quickly would we have responded and put in place many of these strategies that we now see as normal for containing a disease outbreak, whether it's the testing, the tracing, the speed of that, the ability to quarantine individuals, the ability to do the sequencing and stand-up therapeutics. So certainly our capabilities have improved and increased quite significantly since the first outbreak. So the short answer to the members' questions is yes, but we can do it much better today. One of the reasons why we can do it much better today is because this isn't SARS, and we've learned the lessons from SARS, we've learned the lessons from COVID-19, and we have to prepare that disease X, the next pandemic and the next crisis, will be like neither. And we need that institutional agility and institutional capability to deal with the unknown, which is one of the more difficult things that we have to do. I hope that answers the member's question.
Mr. Leong Man Wai, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. I have two clarifications. One is, I think the ministers and the SMSs did not answer my query on how the public health services are being priced, whether it's based on marginal cost or average cost. Maybe I add a few more information on that, or specifically about whether it's based on amortization of assets, land cost, rental cost, all this. I hope to be clarified. Okay. Second question is on the MediShield life insurance scheme. I'm actually still very puzzled why our healthcare insurance schemes are left open-ended. Because as one gets older, as Singaporeans get older, actually they will find it more and more unaffordable. I have spoken in my speech also that when the Singaporeans get older, like 80 years old or 90 years old, the premium will become very high. For example, under two scenarios, when you keep the premium...
Mr. Leong, can we not have a speech? I just ask your clarifications born out of the responses of the POHs. So
Okay.
please get to the point of your clarification.
Okay, then I would like to ask for clarifications that the MediShield Life scheme indeed, is unaffordable, as one gets older, and there is a drain on the CPF resources on the Singaporean, and that is a very high number, up to $110,000, for a family. So those are the questions I'd like further clarification, because these are very important. It has to be answered. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will attempt to explain the MediShield Life premium issue, which I've actually done an extensive explanation when I gave an update to this House late last year. And I think the answer still applies. Mr. Leong should check the Hansard. I think his point that the MediShield Life premium is unaffordable the older the Singaporean gets, is not correct. Because if he checked my Hansard, he would have understood the fact that actually for the pioneer generation, who are the oldest Singaporeans in Singapore, they get MediSave top-ups to account for premiums that they need. And in fact, for many of the oldest in the pioneer generation, they get virtually free MediShield Life because they virtually pay no premium at all. So I don't think he understood what was said in the House last year, and I urge him to read my speech all over again in Hansard.
Ms. Carrie Tan.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is related to mental health. And thank you, SMS, Dr. Janil, for sharing with us about the tremendous progress made in the mental health master plan, and to know that there's so much more infrastructure and community care facilities set up, and that we're already ahead of targets. But my question really is that whether MOH has a view, or is it currently embarking on any kind of study or upstream prevention campaigns, right? In the likes of when we identified diabetes to be a big healthcare crisis for Singapore, then we went on a very national campaign, and we looked into reducing sugar and salt in our food, in the hawker centre, etc. And I remember when I was a child in primary school, I was also in the Trim and Fit Tough Club
Ms.
to
Tan,
address
if
obesity.
you could kindly ask your clarification.
So my question is, does MOH has a view or intention to study how we can embark on a prevention strategy to avoid this continuing trend of high incidence of mental health or mental illness amongst our population in the long run? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the answer is yes. It's not just MOH that is interested in this. This is an area where the academics and the professionals working with people with mental health issues are very interested in looking at. This is not going to be an area that we can have complete prevention, and we also have to research into areas about how we can help people cope and mitigate the mental health issues that they come across. It's not going to be easy to pinpoint a single factor, just like diabetes. While we can concentrate our efforts on sugar or weight loss activity, we will have a variety of things to direct attention and the efforts of the individual and the family. But the reality is that it's a wide space with many different causes and many different paths through it, and it will be something that requires effort from a multidisciplinary team and indeed the whole of society. But the short answer is yes, we are very much interested in this effort.
Mr. Gerald Giam. Oh, Minister, my apologies, I didn't see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just add on to what SMS Janil has explained. I think mental wellness is quite a complex issue, and very often it is not just a medical issue, and therefore very often when we want to address challenges of mental well-being, it will have to go beyond the Ministry of Health. And that is why we are forming a multi-agency platform to allow the various agencies, including Ministry of Social and Family, including even the manpower, to look at the workplace mental well-being, and including Ministry of Education to start from young. So it's a multi-pronged approach, and it requires a whole of society involvement in this, particularly in preventive health, because preventive mental health, because it requires a lot of support in the community to work with us, work with various ministries, various agencies, so that together we can better address these challenges of mental well-being and help our Singaporeans, particularly the young, to be better prepared for the challenges that they're going to see, so that we can strengthen their resilience against mental challenges.
Yes, Mr. Giam.
So I have some clarifications for SMS Co. First, can I confirm the ministry's definition of PCHI is based on family members living under the same roof? Secondly, what is the ministry's main concern about allowing greater use of MediSave in polyclinics, SOCs, and restructured hospitals? I know MOH is worried about premature depletion of their MediSave accounts, but however, MediSave can only be used for medically necessary treatments, and the risk of doctors in these public institutions over-treating is minimal, and patients there also have little discretion to demand unnecessary treatment. On the flip side, patients do retain the discretion to skip treatment to reduce out-of-pocket payments, and this will impact the success of their treatment and may cost both the patient and the government more in the long term. So can MOH reconsider how prudent it still is to restrict the use of MediSave in these public healthcare institutions?
Mr. Chairman, I thank the member for asking the clarifications. Yes, indeed, for PCHI, it is based on residents with the same household address, so that we know that they are actually staying in close proximity and they can actually mutually support each other. But in terms of MediSave usage for mutual support, in fact, actually, you can actually designate a next of kin, for example, where you have your spouse or even the children who's not necessarily staying within the same address can also add support with their MediSave to contribute to the care of their aged parents who may not reside in the same address, but they can actually use the MediSave from their children and vice versa. In terms of liberalizing MediSave usage, actually we have through the years allow more and more users for MediSave. You will remember that when we first started with the CDMP, there were only a few conditions that were in it, and in the last few years, more and more conditions were added, with considerations such as disease prevalence, whether there are effective treatment, and whether there is clear treatment protocol that can translate to a good outcome. So we are open to review the list of disease that will be added on over time as the science and the medical understanding develops as well, and in consultation with a panel of medical experts who can advise us on what they feel is useful to include in the CDMP list. And we are always opening, further opportunities to use MediSave. And as the member pointed out, there could well be situations in which we could liberalize some more, and we will continue to do so.
We've got time for just two more clarifications, so could I invite members to keep them short? Mr. Yip Hon Weng.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm glad to hear from Minister Masagos that the Ministry is reviewing the Senior Mobility and Enabling Fund. Can the Ministry provide more details about the focus area of review, and when will the review be completed? Thank you.
We thank the member for the clarification. We will begin the review this year, hopefully by the second half, but we do not know yet the scope nor the time that this will complete.
Last clarification, Mr. Lewis Ng.
Thank you, sir. I thank PALSEC for the reply on the IVF policies. There's quite a fair bit of good suggestions out there on IVF, and that's why I filed so many CATs, PQs, German motions. So could I ask whether MOH can consider setting up a citizen work group to really deep dive into this issue of IVF here in Singapore?
I thank member for the suggestion. I'm sure that this is something we can consider, and I'll follow up with the member after this budget debates and COS debates are over. Thank you.
Chairman, excuse me, Chairman. My clarification on the pricing of the public health services have not been answered.
I'm afraid, Mr. Leong, it's 5:50 p.m., which is the guillotine time for this head. So, Dr. Tan Wu Meng, if you'd like to withdraw your amendment. Or Minister?
Perhaps I can just give a very quick answer. First, we take into account all the costs that healthcare institutions incurred, because someone has to pay for these costs, whether it's the government, whether it's the patient, whether it's the institution. So we have to cost them fully. By having costed them fully, the government provides subvention to cover the bulk of the cost of operation and the cost of investment of the building of this infrastructure. And on top of that, we provide subvention for the patients when they go and see the doctors or they receive treatment at these healthcare institutions. So yes, we account for the cost of the building and the delivery of services. But at the same time, we provide subvention and subsidies for the patients and for the institution's operation.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
Mr. Chairman, I thank all members for their cuts, and I thank our ministers, senior ministers of state, Parliamentary Secretary at MOH for their responses and sharing. The COVID-19 virus doesn't sleep, it does not rest. And so our healthcare frontliners, our agencies, our MOH officials have also had many sleepless nights because of this COVID pandemic, presumably with implications for sleep health, as Parliamentary Secretary shared earlier. So a big thank you to all who keep us safe, and in doing so, keep Singapore going. I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. We go to the main estimates. The question is that the sum of $17,355,401,300 for head O stand part of the main estimates. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next, the development estimates. The question is that the sum of $1,489,629,300 for head O stand part of the development estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Head I, Ministry of Social and Family Development, Mr. Seah Kian Peng.
Chairman, I beg to move that the total sum to be allocated for Head I of the estimates be reduced by $100. It is clear from the outpouring of support during COVID-19 that many Singaporeans want to do their part and help each other. This can be done in formal networks through government funding, schemes and institutions, but also and perhaps more powerfully through collaboration with informal networks, neighbours, friends and communities, including online communities. Over the years, the formal networks have taken more care and certainly less bureaucratic, less bloodless approach to help families in a holistic manner. In addition, the old governance philosophy of red tape and jumping through hoops has been replaced by a more respectful calibration and thicker network of attention and care. Today, we have one-stop centres, we have multiple agencies working together, we have a lens focused on the person and not a collection of problems. Since 2013, we have 24 social service officers to coordinate the delivery of services on the ground. I would like to ask the Minister to give us an idea of the impact that these 24 SSOs have had over the time. Are there plans to expand or scale back the officers? And second, what has been the main gap that the SSOs have identified? Is there anything else that is missing in our delivery system? Have we asked for feedback from the families and people that we have helped and see what we can do to improve the services? Last but not least, how can we better harness the power of the community to strengthen support for those in need? And how can we seed and how can we facilitate such community efforts to maximize the impact and benefits to Singaporeans?
The question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head I of the estimates be reduced by $100. Mr. Seah Kian Peng, if you'd like to take your next two cuts together, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chair, as social needs grow, it is important for the government and the community to partner each other to better meet these needs. I had spoken earlier on the power of community in terms of delivery of social services. We can harness the same power in partnership. During COVID-19, especially during the circuit breaker, many of such partnerships between the government and community demonstrated their value in meeting increased social needs, such as the Peers Network and the Charity Food Work Group. Even as we take care in terms of fiscal prudence, audits and careful use of public monies, we must also count in the intangibles that such networks bring. How does the ministry intend to strengthen such partnerships? What are some of the safeguards and audit measures we can bring into play? No one likes an overweening state, and help comes much faster and in a much friendlier form when they are organized and implemented by people we know. We need strong partners in the community, and it is useful to see how much the people and the public sector can work together. My next card. Singapore's social safety net was the first and the strongest weapon we had against the pandemic. This net, which allowed us some measure of certainty in a very precarious situation, comprised financial assistance as well as social support such as employment assistance and jobs creation. And it is thanks to this that we dodged many of the bullets that we now see even in developed countries. The long queues of people at food banks, the homeless on the streets, the disproportionately larger load of poorer people in hospital due to COVID. It may seem here that COVID hurt the poor and the rich equally hard, at least in terms of vulnerability to the virus. However, we must open our eyes to the fact that in any downturn, it is always the poorest amongst us who are the most vulnerable. MSF most recently launched the COVID-19 Recovery Grant. Can the Minister provide an update on the COVID Recovery Grant, as well as how this grant is designed to help its recipients get back on their feet? Can the Ministry also provide an update on job creation efforts in the social sector? We need all of us to emerge stronger from the pandemic, not just the strongest, but the weakest amongst us too. I think we did right in focusing the bulk of our help to help businesses preserve jobs. But I think we must also work at the social end of the stick. Take stock of how well the measures work, what more do we need to do, and what we need to change. Let's focus on the outcomes. I'd like an update on that. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Chairman. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, this government has moved quickly and decisively to strengthen our social safety net to support Singaporeans who have lost their livelihoods. The expansion in our financial assistance schemes, as well as the strengthening of our social support systems in areas such as employment assistance and jobs creation, have been helpful in assisting the vulnerable segments of our society. The MSF recently launched the new COVID-19 Recovery Grant, or CRG, to support lower to middle income employees and self-employed persons whose livelihoods continue to be financially impacted by the pandemic. Can MSF provide an update on the CRG? How many have applied, the average success rates, as well as reasons why applications have been rejected, and share more on how this grant is designed to help the recipients? Sir, the pandemic has also affected our caregivers, particularly the informal caregivers who perform their duties full-time but without an income. Caregivers are an important pillar of our social safety net, performing their duties invisibly to prevent vulnerable Singaporeans from falling into the government's social safety net. We need to provide better support to the invisible hands that help us to stitch the safety nets above the state's current resources. What are the ministry's plans to better support caregivers and to alleviate some of the current burdens that they face? Lastly, can MSF provide an update on job creation efforts in the social sector? Is there a need to increase the number of jobs in this vital sector so that we leave no vulnerable Singaporean behind?
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Chairman, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to the fore the important role of our social service delivery.
I would like to take this opportunity to put on record my heartfelt appreciation for the staff at our social service offices and partner social service agencies and the volunteers and donors who contribute their time and money. I would like to ask a few questions about the Ministry's plans to strengthen the delivery of social service by the SSOs and SSAs. In order for our social service delivery to reach the needy, we must increase public awareness and boost our detection mechanism. Awareness is the beginning of the delivery process. Awareness of where and how to get help will draw those who need it. On the other hand, there are people who need help but do not or unable to seek assistance for various reasons. If the SSOs or the communities are aware of them, we will be able to reach out to them. I would like to ask if the Ministry would share an update on its measures to strengthen its capabilities on these two fronts. Next, many disadvantaged families and individuals have a range of needs which require intervention by different community agencies. However, not all their needs are always presented to the officers and volunteers. How will the SSOs and SSAs improve on their abilities to detect such issues to ensure that their cases receive holistic help? When encountered with complex cases, how do the various teams of professional staff and volunteers coordinate their work? What procedures are in place to minimize duplications and blind spots? Another point I wish to make is making it easier for the applicants to access help. Hence, I would like to suggest that we locate mini social service offices in areas where rental blocks are sited, as most of the residents who need help reside in our HDB rental blocks. The mini SSOs can pull in the necessary resources from the neighborhood or nearby precincts to help the varied needs of these vulnerable families and provide them with holistic assistance. Help can be more targeted as they cater to these few rental blocks in this particular precinct. Finally, how is the Ministry leveraging on technology and IT systems to increase efficiency and productivity in social service delivery? Thank you.
Ms. Denise Phua.
Chairman, sir, during the COVID pandemic in Singapore, we witnessed many acts of kindness, especially for the lost, the least, and the last in society. I work with some of the most dedicated social service professionals from MSF and social service agencies, the grassroots and non-grassroots volunteers in my district. Despite this, there are still gaps in the last mile of social service delivery that need to be addressed. I'll touch on 3 C's, one coordination, communication, and comlink. Coordination. A common sight on the ground, especially in rental housing estates, is an overlap of services, such as free distribution of food, masks, groceries, health screening, even home cleaning. During a recent long weekend before the Lunar New Year, I met 6 groups, some are regular, some are ad hoc, distributing lunch bento boxes to the same group of rental residents. Is there a more effective way of coordination so that there is less overlap, less wastage, and better allocation of precious resources? Next, communication. So it is not uncommon to read from social media anecdotes of vulnerable persons such as the homeless, tissue paper sellers, and beggars, or sometimes outside places of worship where there are many kind devotees. Yet, from my work with many social service partners, including volunteer groups such as Mummy Yummy, Homeless Hearts, and Keeping Hope Alive, I know that many current help channels do exist. Can the Ministry help facilitate a national communication plan at both strategic and tactical level so that many more know where to get help or to help signpost where help can be obtained? My CDC, of course, would be a willing partner. Finally, on comlink or communication link. Comlinks are piloted to bring together various service partners to provide holistic solutions to vulnerable families with children. In Central District, which I oversee, there are many elderly singles and couples living in rental flats. Can Comlink be scaled to include these households? Although the elderly, for example, are technically under the Ministry of Health, can government give more resources to the Ministry of Social and Family Development so that they can comb entire rental housing blocks and not only specific profiles?
Mr. Don Wee.
Chairman, I would like to urge the government to consider implementing a seamless application process for the disadvantaged children who require financial assistance to attend schools. Social service officers' records about their families can be shared with the Ministry of Education and schools so that the children do not need to apply for the financial assistance scheme, school pocket money fund, and other related programs separately. For the underprivileged families, the adults are already struggling with a multitude of problems. Navigating assistance schemes is not easy for them, much less for their children. As a smart nation, we can tap upon information technology to make the process easier for all stakeholders using data integration. The seamless integrated financial assistance application process will need more proactive and closer collaboration amongst the involved ministries like MSF, the MOH, NEHR, MNDs, as well as the approved financial service centers database on kids studying or staying in the rental HDB units. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed Fahmi bin Aliman.
Chairman, in 2019, MSF announced that it will be setting up 4 social services hubs to be named Comlink at Jalan Kukoh, Masling, Kembangan Chai Chee, and Boon Lay over the next 2 years. These clusters were selected due to the sizable numbers of families and children living in the rental flats in those areas. According to MSF, this pilot project announced at COS 2019 provides proactive and integrated support to an estimated 1,000 families living in rental flats to help them achieve sustained stability and social mobility. This includes supporting families with a potential for home ownership. Minister Desmond Lee mentioned in Parliament that most importantly, Comlink will develop a sense of community and mutual help, with neighbours supporting one another in their journeys. Since its inception, has the pilot succeeded in meeting its intended outcomes? Moreover, are there any learning points to be taken away from this pilot project? Also, are there any plans to extend this program to leverage local community partnerships to support the needs of the families? If so, how will this program be scalable on a national level in the coming future? Thank you.
Mr. Xie Yao Chuan.
Chairman, I just realized it is quite apt that the mask I'm wearing today has a Zhao Cai Mao on it because my next card is about money and donations. Chairman, while donations for specific causes such as supporting those affected by the pandemic have increased, many other organizations have experienced a reduction in donations due to COVID-19. This could hamper their ability to deliver essential social services on the ground, and DPM Heng himself has noted that some, and I quote, some charities even had to dip into their reserves to keep operations going. This affects the help that goes to those who need it, unquote. As such, what are the ministry's plans to encourage more giving despite these ongoing challenging times? Thank you.
Mr. Sia Kian Peng, if you'd like to take both your cards together, please do.
Thank you, Chair. Under the new Change for Charity grant, a 20 million fund will be set aside to match community chest donations raised through spontaneous acts daily. It was also mentioned that ComChest will be partnering businesses to provide opportunities for customers to donate to community chests through their payment platforms. This could not be more timely, as you know that many charities, BWOs, and social service agencies are currently facing a challenging environment caused by COVID-19. We should certainly encourage individuals to give as part of their daily lives. And ComChest should also partner and make it convenient for businesses to provide opportunities for customers to donate through their payment platforms. We all know that Singaporeans, everyone here has a big heart. So if we make that facility available, convenient and accessible, I think great things could come out of it. So I'd like to ask Minister whether he could outline more details on how to ensure the success of this scheme. Now putting on my hat as the Group CEO of NTUC FairPrice, I want to assure Minister that we will certainly give this scheme a full consideration and do our part to make lives better for the community. My next card. COVID-19 has caused a significant amount of disruption for the preschool sector, especially during the circuit breaker. We often think little children spend most of their school in physical activity and play, which many do, and rightly so. However, the experience of the pandemic has taught us that there will be occasions when preschool students will have to stay at home for long periods as well. How will the preschool sector be supported to emerge stronger from the experience of COVID-19? Preschool teachers may benefit from more training, which will enable them to explore innovations in online teaching methods. They could also be supported with grants and new hardware, as well as software, so as to allow them to contribute to their students' development, even when teaching from home. Second, can we also explore how preschools administration can benefit from greater digitization, including providing their staff with remote working and learning opportunities. Our preschool teachers are some of the most imaginative and dedicated in Singapore. We have quite a few of them in our NTUC First Campus. We must help them to succeed in the digital world. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Carrie Tan.
Chairman, although ComCare has helped many low-income persons and challenged families and is a critical social support program, the number of families helped and the amount spent on ComCare has not reduced, in fact increased since its inception. It tells me that ComCare, although very helpful as a support, is not getting people out of poverty permanently. And this is not a solution built to last. Without capacity building of families who are on ComCare, it serves only as a band-aid solution that continues to deplete our financial resources. I'm not saying to lower the budget for it, but I'm saying we need a clear strategy to supplement ComCare aimed at empowering families beyond surviving to facilitate their thriving and reduce the recidivism back to financial support. And to do this, we need more people who are well-versed in discovering and harnessing the assets and strengths of the community and to transform the current recipients of aid into active contributors in the community and also pave their way towards higher employability. I would like to ask if asset-based community development is the intended approach by Comlink and whether there are plans to dovetail Comlink efforts with the National Job Council efforts. I ask this because I see a ripe opportunity for the transformation of our social services sector, an opportunity to develop empathy and empowerment at scale, to better harness the strengths within our challenged individuals and families. While I am grateful for the numerous COVID support schemes given out so far, frontline administrators and our SSOs are overstretched and inundated with very onerous but necessary tasks of administrative checks and gatekeeping, and we need to help them out. And we can, by augmenting the sector with more personnel trained professionally in asset-based community development. With many professionals impacted by layoffs and a surge in community spirit brought by COVID-19, we now have a pool of highly qualified people who are seeking more meaningful careers that can be harnessed for the social services sector. While I feel very encouraged by the announcement of the Community Capability Trust to help SSAs develop capacity, I feel that it will be more timely to complement the efforts of National Jobs Council if MSF can bring this forward to this year instead of commencing only in 2022. I hope MSF can accelerate its support to the sector and enhance Comlink's efforts by appointing qualified social service agencies with good track records to train mid-career entrants in community building and assets discovery work. Trained personnel can then be hired and deployed through SSOs or grassroots organizations. This will help SSOs to enhance its function beyond administrators of support schemes and connectors within the community to become effective community builders. With that, I would like to convey my high hopes for Comlink, and I look forward to more job creation in the social services sector to enable the empowerment of our Comcare recipients into a community that thrives.
Mr. Sean Huang.
Mr. Chairman, may I take my cuts together? 5 minutes apart.
Your cut at O, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. All right then.
Thank you. The community, including the social service agencies, community groups, and corporates, play a critical role alongside the government in supporting the social needs of Singaporeans. Amidst the disruption caused by COVID-19, we saw many SSAs that rose to the occasion and adapted to the new operating environment to deliver social services to those in need. However, it was also through this crisis that we have learned that we need to have better coordination amongst different SSAs to leverage on one another's strength and expertise to deliver targeted assistance to families. To better identify specific needs with the most appropriate solution at the right time, we have also learned that we need to further strengthen our outreach capabilities and ability to communicate with those in need, especially remotely via teleconferencing. Many SSAs also can reap productivity gains if they have had deployed suitable toolkits and platforms within their organizations. However, many lack the resources, the capacity to develop and maintain these capabilities. To build a better ecosystem of social and welfare support, what are some of the plans to help SSAs further unlock productivity and strengthen resilience? My next card. COVID-19 is one of the first major crises in the lives of many youths. Due to the disruption in routines and social activities, many youths' mental health and well-being were affected. However, prevention is always better than cure. Education, awareness, timely, persistent community support are important aspects to ensure that our youths develop resilience, understanding, and pathways to better manage their own mental well-being. Friends, family, loved ones, and those around must have a keen sense to identify symptoms. In other cases, a better understanding of the youth's environment can help identify risk factors and mitigating measures early. Can MSF update on how Youth Mental Wellbeing Network can help support our youth's mental health and well-being throughout future crises and COVID-19 and beyond? Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
In 2019, the Ministry introduced 4 significant updates to the Children and Young Persons Act. First, changes were made to enhance the safeguarding of abused or neglected children. Second, the rehabilitation and reintegration of youth offenders was strengthened. Third, parents who had difficulties managing their children were to apply for family guidance orders, replacing the former BPC or Beyond Parental Control orders. And fourth, community resources to support vulnerable children were increased. These amendments are very significant. One of the key changes was to amend the definition of child to include youths not exceeding 18 years of age, in line with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which Singapore has signed. This increase by just 2 years would require real adjustments by the various agencies involved to cater to the older youths between 16 and 18 years of age. Another significant change is the new FGO regime, which provides for compulsory attendance at family programs even before parents can file a court application. The amendments were effective in July 2020, and I appreciate that only half a year has passed. Nevertheless, what is MFS interim assessment of their impact? For instance, how have the juvenile rehabilitation centres coped with the increased and different caseload? Have children been better served under the FGO regime compared to the BPC regime?
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Chairman, sir, youths continue to feature significantly in the trying trends involving drug abuse, secret societies, and criminal activities. Recently, there was also a disturbing report of a youth being self-radicalized to become a terrorist. How do we help such youths through their families and other partners such as schools, self-help groups, and social service agencies to build up their resilience to guard against such negative influences, ensure that each of them will be given opportunities to realize their full potential? What has been the outcome of the measures put in place to assist youth at risk thus far? How effective are they? These are the focus areas of my speech. In 2016, the government put in place the Youth at Risk Engagement Framework to support youth at risk. It was to have lasted 3 years with the aim of helping 900 young people through 10 service providers. These agencies would then be trained and use standardized assessment tools to their work with young people. In 2018, the government set up the National Committee on Prevention, Rehabilitation, and Recidivism to oversee national efforts to prevent offending, reoffending, and enhance rehabilitation of offenders. The scope of NCPR includes at-risk children and youth. I'm a member of NCPR. Working with people, whether young or old, requires a human-centered approach, being sensitive to specific home contexts as well as the personality of youth. Our current programs include mentorship and sports. Mentorship was a topic that the Honourable Member of Parliament, Ms. Rachel Ong, touched on during the budget debate last week when she proposed that youths at risk have long-term mentors. I agree with her. It will be good to understand what has been the outcome of these programs to date. Do we need others? Relatedly, do we have enough youth workers and do they receive enough support? What emerging threats does the Minister see amongst our young people today that we need to guard against?
Mr. Xie Yao Chuan.
Chairman, our youth today are woke about mental health and well-being, not only for themselves, but also in terms of how all of us as a society have a role to play to support and journey with those who are coping with mental health challenges. Our youth are woke about acting on mental health, acting on the reservoir of stigma that still persists today, and woke about encouraging and making sure that all those who need help actually come forward to seek help. How can the ministry better support our youth in their efforts to advance and champion mental well-being? And specifically, the ministry has set up a Youth Mental Well-being Network. Can I ask, what is the role of this network? What has been its progress, especially in terms of outcomes? And what are the ministry's future plans for the network? Thank you.
Mr. Mohammad Fahmi bin Aliman.
Chairman, according to MCCY, our youth volunteerism rate has gone up from 23% in 2008 to 40% in 2018 for youths aged between 15 and 24 years old, as well as 13% in 2008 to 27% in 2018 for youths aged between 25 and 34 years old. Moreover, youth participation in social groups has generally gone up from ages between 15 and 34 years old from 2010 to 2016. Besides the increase in youth volunteerism and participation rates, our youth has also made remarkable contribution to our community. In 2018, then Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, Minister Grace Fu, underscored the story of Kenneth and Yin Long, who were among the 15 youth who received Meritorious Youth Award at the People's Association Youth Movement Awards and Central Youth Council installation ceremonies. Both Yin Long and Kenneth have been volunteering for more than a decade. Through the Day of Giving series, Yin Long in Kolam Air CCYEC organized food ration contributions and movie screenings for the disadvantaged. In 2017, Day of Giving mobilized 200 student volunteers to make 8,000 cupcakes for old folks' homes island-wide. Therefore, besides the increased rates of youth volunteerism and community involvement, our youths have made deep and everlasting impacts on our social fabric. In light of this heartening trend of youth volunteerism and community development, how have we empowered and supported our youths to build a more resilient and inclusive society together? Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Chairman, I understand that by around 2025, 80% of preschoolers can have a place in a government-supported preschool, up from about 50% in 2019. While the government has increased the number of infant care and childcare places over the last 5 years, this is still woefully inadequate in towns such as Sengkang, which has the highest number of young children across Singapore by planning area, with 17,000 0 to 4-year-olds and about 17,000 5 to 9-year-olds as of June 2019. As such, while there may be vacancies in the system today, this may not be so for particular areas with a high concentration of young families. What is the target total number of centres and places that will be offering infant care services and childcare services in 2025, and where will these be located?
Mr. Don Wee.
Chairman, the efficiency of our nation is powered by many hardworking men and women who work around the clock to support us. The workers will start packing your online orders in the warehouses at midnight. The healthcare staff who tend to our sick and wounded as our city sleeps. The fishmongers who collect our seafood supplies from the Jurong Fishery Port. The list goes on. For shift workers who do not have family support and cannot afford to hire a foreign domestic helper, getting evening and overnight childcare services for their young children is a big challenge. There have been cases where lower primary school kids are tasked to look after younger siblings or where children are entrusted to incompetent babysitters. Will the ministry consider setting up an island-wide network of evening and overnight childcare services for shift workers to ensure the safety and well-being of their vulnerable children? Thank you.
Ms. Joan Pereira.
Chairman, as the early years of people's lives have such a big impact on their lifelong health, cognitive and psychological conditions, great care should be taken to nurture and develop our children. The government has committed significant amounts of resources to improve the accessibility, affordability, and quality of all our preschools. However, a child's development is also heavily dependent on the home environment. For disadvantaged children, the government has implemented various initiatives to support their families and enable them to give their children a good start in life. With holistic assistance measures and more conducive home surroundings, these children will stand a better chance in our competitive economic and social environment. I am heartened that under the Kids Start program, the development of children from vulnerable families will be monitored and nurtured from the day they were born. The Early Childhood Development Agency, ECDA, which leads this program, provides support for child development and coordinate the social services for the needy families. Can MSF share the progress of this program and its expansion plans? How many more regions will Kids Start expand to, and how many more children are expected to be covered? Will the ministry also provide an update on the status of the Growing Together with Kids Start initiative? What has been the feedback from the beneficiaries so far? ECDA partners the social service officers, family service centres and hospitals to support this group of underprivileged children. Will ECDA consider partnerships with suitable community organizations in the proximity of the children's homes and with the private sector to widen the scope of programs which can benefit not just the children but also their families? Thank you.
Ms. Ng Ling Ling, if you would like to take both your cuts together, please do.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll take my both cards together. Chairman, the importance of early childhood care and education through preschool cannot be overemphasized in a country like Singapore, where the quality of our human resource has significant impact on our national success. While the increasing government spending on early childhood care and education of more than 1 billion annually and growing is an investment in the right direction, it is still a small fraction of what Singapore normally spends on education system. Sir, more must be done to ensure a good start for every child in Singapore. I'm glad that the shortage of preschools in Singapore has been acknowledged and expansion efforts been put in by the government as early as 2012. During both the 2017 and 2019 National Day rallies, Prime Minister Lee also spoke about the initiative to further boost and develop the preschool sector. Plans are now so far, including increasing the number of government-supported preschools from about 50 to 80%, enhancing preschool subsidies for more families to be eligible, are all welcome but may not be sufficient. While the Singapore Preschool Accreditation Framework, or SPARC for short, is also a good tool to continually enhance and ensure quality education in preschools, only about 50% of preschools are SPARC certified so far. This may leave parents whose children are attending the other 50% of preschools wondering about the quality of education that their young children are receiving. In a few housing estates with high childcare demand, parents are still experiencing waiting times that can range from a few weeks to a few months. For parents needing to return to work and having no alternative help, this can be a daunting wait. In my constituency, where there are new BTO flats, such as the Buangkok Crescent area, I regularly receive requests from young couples seeking help to ensure that they can secure a preschool place for their children in order for both parents to return to work. And I constantly assure them that a place will be available to them as soon as possible. Sir, in Germany, they introduced reforms guaranteeing a place in childcare for every child aged 1 and above in 2013. Its purpose was to influence people's decision to have children in a rapidly aging society and tackle the nation's long-term demographic change. Singapore faces the same demographic challenge. To battle Singapore's stubbornly low total fertility rate, we must do more to give assurance to couples that they will not have to worry about having a preschool place when they give birth to more children. We need to accelerate the pace of the rollout in regions with a higher proportion of younger families. So I would like to ask for an update on the progress towards the goals and timeline set to close the demand, supply, and quality gap in preschools in Singapore. Knowing that a reliable preschool can be counted upon to look after their children would be paramount for many young couples to have the confidence to have more children. My next card, please. On inclusive preschool. Every child is precious, notwithstanding what background they come from or what abilities they have. Appropriate early years intervention and support have proven in many research studies to be critical for children with developmental needs. Children with developmental needs deserve a good start in life, the same as any children in Singapore. I will always remember fondly of the times that I visited the various early intervention programs for infant and children, or EPIC for short, run by the social service agencies during my days in the National Council of Social Service. Despite their different abilities, seeing these children being given the opportunities to learn and acquire new knowledge and skill was heartening. However, I've always hoped for the day that all our preschool will be fully inclusive so that our children with or without disabilities can learn and grow together. This will not only assimilate children with disability or developmental needs to other children of typical growth earlier in their growing years, it can also develop awareness and empathy in the children with normal growth to include their peers with different abilities in play and in activities. Research studies also indicate that typically developing children in inclusive settings perform comparably with or better academically than those in non-inclusive programs. Sir, I would like now to speak in Chinese. 每个孩子都是宝贵的，不管他们来自什么背景，拥有什么能力。早年的适当干预和支持已在许多研究中证明，对有发展需求的儿童产生着重要的影响。 与所有的儿童一样，有发展需要的儿童也应该有一个良好的起点。我曾参与各项由社会服务机构开办的幼儿早期干预和支持计划。尽管有发展需要的儿童的能力各不相同，看到这些儿童能够获取学习新知识和技能的机会，令人振奋。我希望有一天，我们所有的学前班都将能完全包容，以便让有发展需要的孩子和典型发展的孩子可以共同学习和成长。这不仅对具有发展需求的儿童与其他正常成长儿童一起融入学习有帮助，还可以提高正常成长儿童的意识和同理心。研究也显示，通常在包容性环境中发展的儿童，在非包容性比在非包容性计划中的儿童相比，在学习上的表现旗鼓相当，或是更好。So back to English, please. The move for Early Childhood Development Agency, or ECDA, under the Ministry of Social and Family Development to oversee early intervention services and preschool services from the end of 2020, with the transfer of the early intervention functions from the Disability Office in MSF to ECDA, is an encouraging move towards inclusive preschool. MSF has also launched an inclusive preschool work group to strengthen the support for children with developmental needs. I would like to ask for an update on the plans and implementation for having more inclusive preschool in Singapore. As the third enabling master plan, 2017 to 2021, will come to an end this year, I would also like to ask MSF how will it engender more creative and impactful ways of nurturing children with disability from their early childhood period to better achieve their fullest potential as integral and contributing members of our society.
Mr. Don Wee.
Chairman, for lower income families, coping with children with special needs is particularly difficult. These families are already struggling financially, and with children who require more care, their ability to work and earn income is further reduced. In addition, therapies and intervention cost money and exert more stress on the families. I urge the government to expedite and increase financial care assistance for them so that they can seek the appropriate therapies for these kids. For many cases, regular intervention at the earliest opportunity can make a significant difference to their lives because young minds and bodies are pliable and have great potential to receive and retain treatments. With children, we have a golden period to help them reduce the severity of their conditions, so we should help the families seize the opportunity without hesitation. The funds spent on the therapies will be well invested, subject to the guidance of the government, who must draw up a list of qualified practitioners. In addition, I would like to ask if all the applicants for the special student care centers are able to enroll. Is there any shortage of vacancies? And if so, how many more places will be made available in the upcoming years? Since July last year, MSF had increased the subsidies and broadened the income criteria so that more families qualify for the Student Care Fee Assistance Scheme. Would the Ministry share an update on the impact of these changes and a summary of the profiles of the families and the children it has helped? Thank you.
Ms. Denise Phua.
Chairman, in a Parliament adjournment motion I filed in October 2020, I called for society to change the way it views persons with disabilities, or PWDs. I called for several key gaps to be addressed, for more progress reporting, and for more inclusion of the voice of PWDs in policy making. I wish to speak on two other topics today. First, on enabling master plans for the disabled. The Singapore government has supported the development of 3 5-year enabling master plans for the disabled. These plans list recommendations to enable PWDs to realize their potential and to become integral and contributing members of society. The current plan will be expiring this year, and a new one is expected. I would like to seek the latest update for the current third enabling master plan. Next, I would also like to propose suggestions for the next Enabling Master Plan. Now, current Enabling Master Plans take a life cycle approach and cover general disability issues. But the needs of different disability groups are not homogeneous. I hence propose that the next master plan also incorporate the inputs of each major disability group. The autism group, for example, which I helped to volunteer there, has just completed their own enabling master plan, which I hope will be supported by government and the rest of society. By encouraging each major disability group to take ownership, study the landscape, prioritize their top needs, and invite solutions and partners, the National Enabling Master Plan will be all the more relevant and richer in content. Master plans that are 5 years long also should be constantly updated and reported to reflect the latest achievements and challenges. The last published EMP3 master plan, for instance, was not updated with the most significant change of our time, the COVID pandemic. Next, on strengthening disability social service agencies, or SSAs. Many of the early intervention, special education, and services for PWDs are run by these social service agencies. They provide disability expertise and harness the support of the community assets. Beyond program grants, government has been supportive through measures such as government matching of charity donations through the 250% tax-exempt benefit and the latest Change for Charity initiative. I call for government to provide more tailored support to its partner SSAs. Smaller SSAs will need greater support in resources such as shared services in fundraising, human resource, volunteer management, and financial reporting and compliance. Larger SSAs, too, will need support. It is a fallacy that larger charities do not need help, nor that they will naturally do well on their own. Just as DPM Heng has encouraged the support of larger local enterprises, so should the same be considered for these larger SSAs. Some ways of support include identify and support larger SSAs, identify their needs and support larger SSAs as they scale or develop deeper capabilities to move into new essential territories. Seed and better support the social enterprises of these SSAs so they can help meet targeted social bottom lines that are important for the community, such as jobs in sheltered or supported work sites. Next, pay or co-fund corporate services such as the CEO and key financial, technology, and HR positions so that these SSAs can focus on and excel in their core services. Most donors do not fund important corporate services, but these are essential for compliance, for growth, for governance. Help the larger SSAs safely generate better returns from their reserves, which are sometimes large because of the need to save to pay for recurring high-cost services, such as day activity centers. Consider setting aside percentage of government savings bond or the infrastructure bonds for the larger SSAs. So, in conclusion, the only way to predict the future is to help create it. The disability sector needs as much help as it can get. Government cannot do it alone.
Ms. Rahayu Mazam.
Mr. Chairman, I gave birth to my son Aiden in 2017, and having him is one of the best things that has happened in my life. Aiden has Down syndrome and was also recently clinically diagnosed as being on the autism spectrum. There are some challenges for the family, but I have so many things to be grateful for, and I am glad for the support that I receive to raise my child. I'm grateful for a government that cares. The enabling master plans and the evolution over the years reflect the efforts of the government in creating an inclusive environment for persons with disabilities, PWDs. This is an ongoing effort, and we need to continue building on existing initiatives, but I'm grateful for the effort of the team at MSF who continue to look at various ways to support PWDs and their families. I'm also grateful for activists and advocates who have blazed the trail for many PWDs and their families. Take Honourable Member Denise Phua, for example. Her years of advocacy and labour of love opened the doors for discussions and reviews and led to many meaningful initiatives that have made an impact to the sector. I would also like to mention Dr. Lim Hong Hui and the team at Caring SG. I would declare at this juncture that I have been asked to sit as an advisor to this organisation, but I must sincerely say that I am heartened by the efforts and the passion to support caregivers of PWDs and provide them with helpful resources. I'm also truly grateful and indebted to family members and friends who have provided unconditional support and love and have made this journey so much more meaningful. Their kindness and graciousness have led me to believe that there are many out there who are open and willing and are keen to see a more inclusive society, one that embraces different abilities. In my own experience and through conversations with parents of PWDs and people in the disability sector, there are still concerns about the level of understanding and inclusiveness in our society. Many parents have shared about unkind remarks people have made to them or the rude stares they receive when their child misbehaves in public. Some parents have shared about challenges they had in finding a suitable childcare or preschool in the vicinity of their neighborhood. I've heard many instances of PWDs, especially those with intellectual disability, being bullied or taken advantage of in school or at work. Above all, what families of PWDs hope to see is for their family member to be treated with dignity. They are no lesser human beings and are as entitled to be treated with respect like any of us here. At this juncture, I would like to offer some observations and thoughts on creating a kinder and more inclusive society. Firstly, I would like to ask if the Ministry has been tracking the effectiveness of the various campaigns and effort in encouraging the public to be more inclusive. I'm heartened by efforts by various agencies like the See It Through Me campaign, and I'm always excited to participate in events like the Purple Parade. I believe there is now more awareness and sensitivity, but there is still some way to go before we can say that our community is truly inclusive and embracing of people with different abilities. Have the different campaigns and efforts to encourage inclusiveness in the community been successful? Do we have indicators in place to help us measure how we are doing as a community and targets which we can work towards? What more can we do to nudge behaviors and encourage people to be more open and compassionate towards PWDs and their caregivers? It may be useful to do a review or study so that we could assess a better approach to build on the current efforts. Secondly, I would like to propose that we take a more holistic approach in looking at opportunities to normalize different abilities within the society, in school, at work and in the community. PWDs have much to offer society. We should equip PWDs with skills and empower the community so that PWDs may contribute to society in some way. I had in my speech for the Ministry of Education Committee of Supply debate shared my thoughts on how this could be done in the school setting. I would encourage a similar approach for the workplace and in the community. For example, I think there is a need to engage extensively and meaningfully with employers to create better understanding of different abilities and provide support for the redesigning of jobs. I appreciate that there are already efforts on this front, and it is a challenging exercise. I feel though in the long run, there is much value to be gained. Otherwise, we will continue to typecast PWDs, especially those with intellectual disabilities, to just do menial tasks, and we do not get to tap on their full potential. Another area I believe we could work on is to develop various infrastructure within our communities to accommodate different needs. We do see a few inclusive playgrounds, braille in the lists, quiet rooms in public places, and that is always very encouraging. However, such awareness and sensitivity to various needs should be more pervasive as we continue to build our common spaces in this country. Thirdly, I think we need to continue to educate the community on the appropriate norms of social interactions and empower them to embrace people with different abilities. We should create opportunities for PWDs to fully participate physically and socially in the community. But I think we also need to learn how to do so meaningfully. I have been to events where PWDs were invited to attend as guests, but they were seated at a separate table or space and there was no interaction with the rest of the participants or guests. Some families of PWDs would get upset or offended with reactions from the public. I think often people behave the way they do because of ignorance. I believe the government can play a role in educating and creating understanding, but families of PWDs also need to be open and willing to embrace people who lack understanding, not shun or criticize them. Teach them, tell them kindly about the appropriate vocabulary, the appropriate approach, the appropriate way to interact. I believe that a conscious approach of integration and inclusiveness is necessary at the policy, organization, and individual level. I hope that we will continue to grow as a nation to be one that truly cares for the vulnerable and embrace differences.
Ms. Mariam Jafar.
Chairman, it may be difficult for some people to understand just exactly how it feels for some of us to look around this gallery and see so many women in Parliament. In the private sector, organizations like DBS have led the way, with several women in leadership positions. But we're still far away from translating gender equality in our schools to gender equality at the leadership levels, both senior management and board. And it's not just a matter of time. I've done the research. Around the world, this gap has persisted for a long time, long after we achieved gender equality in schools. Even in leading organizations, more can be done to push the envelope. For example, ensuring that more women are in leadership positions in revenue functions, in addition to non-revenue, as well as technology functions. Mr. Chairman, it's proven that gender diversity drives performance. Our companies will do better with more women in leadership positions. So my question is, and in addition, women leaders are important because they are role models who inspire the future generations. So out of the conversations on women's development, what are the emerging ideas for what more can be done to really move the needle on getting more women in leadership positions? Thank you.
Cecilia Kempeng, if you'd like to take both your cuts together.
Thank you, Chair. This is a year that we have set aside to celebrate women. This may seem to some of us to be an artificial effort. Why do we need a year to celebrate women when they should be celebrated all the time? Or the word celebration, isn't it condescending to celebrate women as if it's something conferred by the power of men or by institutions? All this could be true, but I feel the effort itself has merit simply because despite all the progress we've made in the last 50 years, many of the traditional inequalities still exist. Added to these are new ones of income and inherited wealth. So in celebrating women, we make gender salient. We confront biases that otherwise would not have been noticed. Unconscious bias is real, and sometimes without intending, we do great harm. In these conversations, and to make any sort of progress, it is important to have some moral clarity. One such issue has to do with apologies. It is important to note that when one apologizes for a misstep, not just in relation on such gender biases, but in general, we should not hide behind misunderstood intentions. Neither should we call on the person whom we offended to be gracious and forgiving about the matter. It is time we recognize that the lack of malicious intent offers no shield, no defense against the harm that is done. Indeed, it is the very nature of unconscious bias that is unintentional. So when we apologize, we should certainly make the intentions behind our acts known. But we should also recognize that this is the start and not the end of the matter. Women play many important roles in Singapore. They are mothers, caregivers, workers, and members of our society. And I'm encouraged that the conversations on Singapore women's development is focused on addressing the issues that women face at home, in schools, workplaces, and the community in real life. What are some of the issues which have been frequently raised by Singaporeans in the SG conversation? In this effort, we must ensure that the interests of all women are represented. What is the profile in the conversations on Singapore women's development? In addition, the conversation takes place within a society of all of us. Actually, how many of them are men? What are their views? I recall when I served on the board of directors of Centre for Fathering for some 14 years, we had a number of women on our board. Yes, on Centre for Fathering. And the views and insights from these women board members strengthened the board and made the organization better. Actually, this year it's Centre for Fathering's 20th anniversary. Speaking of boards, wearing my NTUC enterprise hat, in preparing for this card, I also asked for some statistics on the women representation on our board. My honourable member, Ms. Mariam Jaafar, you'll be pleased to note that across the boards of 8 of our social enterprises, 36% are women. This compares favorably with Singapore Institute of Directors' target of 30% for public listed companies by 2030. We are already 36%. But these numbers show that we have made progress, but we still have some way to go. And again, amongst the leadership team at NTUC, the group of enterprises, 50% are women. So I think we are, but there's still progress to be made. One last point. What are some of the practical ways to ensure that women enjoy the same financial freedoms as men? My next card. Given that family is the first line of care and support for many Singaporeans, we have traditionally supported and encouraged strong families. The implicit normative bias is this: our old mindset that preservation of families is inherently good. The MSF handbook, for example, states that, and I quote, "The guide introduces readers to intensive family preservation in the Singapore context. This guide offers good practices and intervention strategies. Readers will uncover knowledge and skills to preserve families and protect children and young persons," unquote. The protection of young children is key and unequivocal, but I wonder if we need the moral overtones of intensive preservation. Can we be more neutral between preservation and creation, between status quo and change? Can we make a start, at least, in according equal respect to the choice between staying in a marriage and leaving it? In saying this, I do not mean to undermine our commitment to strong families. Rather, I would like to say that strong families can take different forms. Some strong families lie within marriages, others are not, and we ought to make provisions for both. In so doing, I would like to ask, what is the ministry doing to help strengthen family and couple relations? In cases where it is not possible to save the marriage, how can we mitigate the negative impact of divorce on children? And in cases where risk factors for divorce are observed earlier, how can we provide better support earlier? Last, given what I've said about the need for neutrality in choices, but also respecting the need for strong families, how can we together forge a strong narrative in line with the larger Singapore identity? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our children are often the ones who suffer the most disproportionate consequences in cases of divorce, particularly when the divorce is a high conflict one and the parents involved are unable to co-parent effectively. According to the MSF's study on the intergenerational effects of divorce on children in Singapore, children generally tend to suffer divorce penalties in terms of their income and academic qualifications. They were less likely to get married themselves, and among those who did, they were more likely to get divorced. Sir, we need to do more to break this cycle by going upstream to help strengthen the resilience of our family relations and keep healthy marriages intact. According to the latest divorce statistics released in 2019, there were about 3 divorces in every 10 marriages. Can MSF provide an update on the number of divorce cases in 2020? I worry that the added stress and anxiety from the prolonged pandemic might cause a further deterioration of relations in unstable marriages. I'd like to ask, what is MSF doing to help strengthen family and couple relations, especially for families dealing with multiple challenges due to the pandemic? Can MSF examine ways to help couples identify early signs of marriage distress, especially for the most cited reason of unreasonable behavior, and help resolve such marital issues earlier rather than waiting till pre-divorce proceedings have been initiated? Lastly, in unfortunate cases where it is not possible to save the marriage, what is the ministry's plan to mitigate the divorce penalties on our children?
Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Mr. Chairman, I'm the final speaker, but I'm speaking on a different kind of ending domestic violence. Domestic violence, particularly those committed against young children, the elderly, the people with mental and physical disabilities, must be eradicated. Economic hardships are a trigger for more abuse in a relationship. During this pandemic, many survivors of domestic violence feel that they can no longer seek refuge at the home of a friend or a relative for fear that it could expose them to the virus. How can we encourage an environment of support whereby neighbors, family members, and schools help to look out for the vulnerable group in our society? We have also to ensure that our SSAs and charities remain financially strong. They may be under pressure from increased demand and reduced number of volunteers coming forward to help. And as we track the secondary effect of this pandemic, we must consider the impact on family violence and prioritize services. What are the plans and recommendations for engagements with stakeholders following the formation of the task force to tackle family violence? Would the task force also be looking beyond family violence, but also domestic violence in general, which would include intimate partner violence and violence against other vulnerable groups like foreign domestic workers and the elderly? Thank you.
Leader.
Sir, may I seek your consent to move that the chairman do leave the chair? This is to enable me to move a motion to take the proceedings on the business of supply today beyond 8 p.m.
I give my consent. Leader.
Sir, I beg to move that the chairman do leave the chair.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move a motion to take this day's proceedings on the estimates for the financial year 2021 to 2022 beyond 8 p.m.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business of supply be proceeded with beyond 8 p.m. at this day's sitting.
The question is the motion moved by the Leader of the House. As many as are of their opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate under head I. Minister Mr. Masagos Zulkifli.
Chairman, I thank members for their cards and also partnering MSF through the years in building a resilient and caring society together. COVID-19 has plunged societies around the world into one of the most urgent social crises in modern times. For some time, fissures were already bubbling across many societies, exacerbated by new technologies, demography changes, and consequent shifts in central gravities from traditional economic powers to newer ones. COVID-19 made those fissures even more stark. Demonstrators occupied the streets. Many were already felt left behind, lost trust in their social systems. National solidarity was weakened at its core. In Singapore, we are not immune. We must never allow such divisions to take root in our society, especially amid a crisis. It is tough times like this that will test the strength of societies and the bonds that bind people together. Around the world, how quickly governments and people work together determine whether they could get a reprieve or are overwhelmed. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, may I display a slide on the screens?
Please.
There was a time when Singapore faced a similar crisis as a nation. When we became independent in 1965, we had barely $1 billion in reserves and were still negotiating for it to be in our control. We had no natural resources and hinterland. Our GDP was about $3 billion, a small fraction of what it is today. Unemployment was much higher. Few expected us to survive,
let alone prosper. This did not deter our spirits. We had to find practical solutions for our problems of growth and development in our own context, as Mr. Lee Kuan Yew said in 1960, even before our independence. Our pioneers knew that in order for Singapore to succeed, we needed the tightest economic and social discipline. Our focus was on nation building. With the scarce resources that we had, our priority was to develop a competitive economy, build up a sizable defense force, and provide basic education, housing, and healthcare to all Singaporeans. Social assistance at that time was very basic. Everyone was very much taking care of each other, taking care of themselves, and taking care of each other in the family. That was our social compact. We relied on our strong work ethic, and that drove economic growth in Singapore, creating employment for the masses, leading to improvements in living standards for everyone. This approach has largely served us well for the first 50 years of our independence. We uplifted an entire population and in one generation rocketed from third world to first. About 9 in 10 Singaporean children would have entered primary 1 with at least 3 years in preschool, and 97% of Singaporean and PR children would go on to post-secondary education. Around 90% of Singapore resident households own their homes, with the bottom decile at close to 85%. We have also kept public healthcare costs affordable, especially for the lower and middle income groups. A quality and comprehensive healthcare has enabled our workforce to be up on their feet much of their lives and enjoy their downtime on holidays and not in hospitals. Even among the advanced economies, we are one of the few where those at the bottom and in the middle have seen the large increases of incomes in the past 20 years, even after accounting for rises in cost of living. This means that families have more resources today than before. We achieved these outcomes without having to go down the path of other advanced countries, which had to heavily tax their populations to finance their burgeoning social systems, with one generation passing on their debts to the next. In Singapore, we keep our taxes low for a substantial majority of our population. We want workers to take home as much of what they earn, while at the same time achieving effective transfers for social equity. We want to pass down an effective, healthy, and debt-free social system which we have enjoyed and owe this to our children, grandchildren, and future generations. Today, our social compact continues to be one where government creates conditions for economic growth, access to affordable quality education, housing, and healthcare services, regardless of our background, becomes opportunities to flourish. Everyone can live with dignity and be self-reliant to do the best for themselves and for their families. 2, where families continue to be the core of a society and our first line of support. Strong families in turn support the building of resilient individuals because they play a big part in caring and supporting one another through the ups and downs of life. And 3, where the community plays an active role in helping those with less because we believe in a caring society. Together, they form the foundation of our social compact. Chairman, we will face a very different social landscape over the next 50 years. New challenges different from what our forefathers faced. Even before COVID-19, we have more than doubled our social spending in the past 10 years. We needed to invest considerable resources into enabling our seniors to age with grace as our population ages. This will be more challenging to finance amid a shrinking labor force. While our socio-economic strategies have uplifted broad segments of our population in the past,
Our current and future challenge would be to ensure that those at the bottom continue to progress upwards alongside the rest of the society on a moving escalator. Today, many of these individuals and families face differing and complex needs. The tried and tested solutions of the past need revisiting. There will always be inequality in any society, in one form or another, sometimes even within a family. But we must keep opportunities alive for all Singaporeans to ensure social mobility. It cannot only for those who have the resources, but for everyone, regardless of where they start in life and where they are today. We must get this right, no matter how difficult. Because if we fail, Singapore will go down the path of becoming a fractured and disunited nation. In essence, we want everyone in Singapore to be happy because they succeed in our society of opportunities that the government continues to create. At MSF, we will help those faced with transitional difficulties to bounce back and enable those with disabilities to participate, contribute where they can, and benefit from a society of opportunities. We need those who have succeeded to give back for the betterment of society. Many have done well, not only through their own efforts, but from an enabling system that provided the opportunities. We must also resist the natural tendencies for society to stratify and actively encourage social mixing in our housing, national service, and public spaces that we all treasure, like our hawker centers. MSF work contributes to uniting our people across social classes, backgrounds, and groups through their generosity and kindness to give back, creating a stronger sense of togetherness in our society. For those permanently unable to care for themselves and without other forms of support, we will help care for them, enabling, uniting, and caring. These are at the core of our mission in MSF. I would like to sketch our plans to build a stronger social compact in 3 areas. First, ensuring greater inclusivity and opportunities for all. Second, helping individuals bounce back from COVID-19. And third, enabling our preschool and social service sectors to emerge stronger. Minister in charge of Social Services Integration Desmond Lee, MOS Sun Strueling, and PALSEC Eric Chua will subsequently elaborate more on our other initiatives, and they all revolve around enabling, uniting, and caring for each other. Chairman, many Singaporeans, including members of this House, have shared about their wishes for Singapore to be a more inclusive society, which provides opportunities for all. No one should feel that they will be at a disadvantage because of their life circumstances. We share the same vision. While we have done well in some regards, we must continue to press on. We strive to give every child a good start in life, regardless of family background. We will make our society more inclusive for persons with disabilities or PWDs, including children with developmental needs. During my earlier speech at MOHCOS, I shared with members about the importance of the early years in building resilience. With this, MOH launched the Child and Mental Health and Well-being Strategy, with a focus on medically sound pathways. But the child's gift to the world can only be realized with a rich environment in which he or she grows up. Our preschools are an important enabler for this, and within our broader strategy to support families with young children. We want to give every child a good start. As we enhance the affordability, accessibility, and quality of our preschools for all families, we recognize that children from lower income families may require more targeted assistance. Hence, we are scaling up Kids Start to provide this additional upstream support. Evidence from local research like Gusto and our own practice and experience tells us that intervening properly as early as we can will, in a big way, prevent disadvantages from snowballing later in life. In the early years, our Kickstart practitioners focus on equipping parents with relevant knowledge and skills on child development, parent-child interaction, health, and nutrition. When the child is older, about age 3 onwards, we focus on efforts on facilitating their enrollment into our quality preschool system. This will also be progressively implemented alongside the scaling up of Comlink, which Mr. Desmond will share more. As strong and resilient families provide our children with a nurturing environment to grow, we have put in place a continuum of family services to meet different needs. We'll also continue developing the Families for Life FFL movement to help all families build strong relationships upstream and foster a community-based ecosystem of support. MOS Reiling will elaborate further on this in her speech. Chairman, during the Emerging Stronger conversations, many Singaporeans shared with us about their desire for a more inclusive society for PWDs across life stages. Madam Rahayu Mahazam also asked if existing efforts to encourage inclusiveness have been successful and if more can be done. We have stepped up efforts to raise public awareness of disability issues and inclusion through campaigns such as See the True Me, which reported more positive attitudes towards PWD among viewers. At the national level, we have 3 work groups looking into key aspects of our journey to foster stronger inclusivity in our society under our 3rd Enabling Master Plan. They look into areas like employment, independent living, and making our preschools more inclusive, and we will share their recommendations in April. I would like to share more about what we are doing to make our preschools more inclusive in response to Mr. Donwy and Ms. Ng Ling Ling. Over the years, MSF has worked with the sector to enhance early intervention support for children with developmental needs through our network of preschools and early intervention centers. We can do more, starting by instilling inclusive values and mindsets from as early on in life as possible. This will lay the foundations for a more caring and inclusive society. This will be beneficial for everyone. Studies showed that both children with developmental needs and typically developing children can benefit from greater inclusion in preschools in areas like developing positive social attitudes and relationships without compromising their development. Let me repeat, without compromising their development. Building on existing efforts, we set up the Inclusive Preschool Work Group to bring us closer to that vision. They have come up with some recommendations to bring us closer to that vision, which MOS Reiling will share more in her speech. The second key area that we will focus on is helping individuals bounce back from the setbacks of COVID-19 in a manner that builds resilience. When COVID-19 first hit, the government mounted a decisive response. We rolled out the Job Support Scheme to help businesses retain their workers and launch the SG United Jobs and Skills Package to keep our workers economically engaged. To cushion the impact on incomes, we rolled out various financial support schemes. Together, more than $440 million were disbursed under the Temporary Relief Fund and COVID-19 Support Grant, which provided a much-needed lifeline to many families. While the situation in Singapore has stabilized, we recognize that the economic impact of COVID-19 will continue to be felt by many. Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Sia Kamping asked for an update on the COVID-19 Recovery Grant, or CRG, and how we are creating more jobs, especially in the social service sector. We launched CRG in January. It provides temporary financial relief to lower to middle-income workers impacted by COVID-19 as they look for new jobs or upskill to prepare for career changes. One example is Mr. Lee, whose employment contract ended last year and received support under CRG. Since his job loss, he attended 3 courses to upskill himself. He shared that CRG helped to cover some of his living expenses, including transport expenses for job interviews and training sessions. He also recently secured a part-time job, and it's a packer to supplement his CRG. He's confident that his training will put him in good state to transit to full-time work soon. We want to enable workers just like Mr. Lee to bounce back from the setbacks and do well for themselves. Over 7,500 Singaporeans have benefited from CRG to date. This support is complemented by a national drive at the National Jobs Council to create new jobs to help those who are affected. MSF too has supported this job creation initiative. We have worked towards creating around 4,500 jobs and skill opportunities by this year. Singaporeans can look forward to opportunities in the early childhood and social service sectors, as well as within the MSF family. A key thrust is also the creation of opportunities for PWDs through the existing Open Door program and new initiatives, including the Place and Train, Attach and Train, and Skills Development programs. One example is Miss Kelly Ong, a graduate from APSN Delta Senior School who lost her job during circuit breaker when her employer stopped operations. As part of SG Enable's job placement job support program, a job coach helped Kelly with the job search process and prepared her for interviews. Eventually, Kelly found a job as a kitchen crew at the restaurant, given her interest in the F&B industry. We will continue to support others like Kelly. Together, this will put us in good position to actively build resilience in our people and enable them to bounce back from the crisis even stronger. Finally, we want to enable our preschool and social service sectors to emerge stronger and become more resilient to future challenges in response to Mr. Sean Huang and Mr. Sia Kamping. I will share more about how we are doing so in 3 areas: digital transformation, building organizational excellence and capability, and strengthening partnerships with the community. Digital transformation. Digitalization is a core pillar of our transformation journey. To this end, we are developing industry digital plans to both the early childhood and social services sector. They will provide structured frameworks to help preschools and social service agencies optimize resources and business processes. This will improve efficiency, support professionals in their work, and raise the quality of services. Next, we'll strengthen support for SSAs to drive organizational excellence. We rolled out the Transformation Support Scheme to co-fund SSAs to hire manpower in areas of transformation. We are setting up the Community Capability Trust, or CCT. It's a new fund of up to $480 million, comprising government funds and community donations. It will be made available next year to provide longer-term support for SSA's capability and capacity building needs. In response to Ms. Carrie Tan, the CCT will build on existing capability building efforts and expand them so that SSAs have continued support to transform themselves. Mr. Sia Kamping and Ms. Ye Yeo Chuan also asked what MSF is doing to encourage more giving during these challenging times and to harness the power of the community. MSF will continue to renew our social compact in a manner that builds a caring society with a strong sense of mutual help and giving back. Corporates and individuals have been giving regularly to communities' share. To encourage greater giving, we'll be extending the Share as One program to provide dollar-for-dollar matching for another 2 years till financial year 2023. As DPM had earlier announced, Change for Charity is a new initiative to empower giving through everyday consumption habits. From financial year 2021, Community Chest will work with businesses to enable customers to donate through their transactions on payment platforms. This can be conversion of loyalty points to donations or even direct donations at point of payment. The government will match 50 cents to every dollar donated through these platforms. We will increase this dollar-for-dollar matching if businesses also match customers' donation, adding up to $3 in total. I was very glad to hear Mr. Sia Kamping putting up his hand for NTUC Enterprise to be the first to come on board, and hope many other companies will join us. Corporates can receive a one-off grant to support the implementation. During the Emerging Stronger conversations, many Singaporeans expressed the desire to be more involved in efforts to care for those in need. We will continue to strengthen our partnership with the community in the spirit of SG Together. We agree with Mr. Melvin Yong that caregivers play an important role in our social safety net. During my earlier speech at MOHCOS, I spoke about strengthening support for caregivers of seniors. At MSF, we will embark on a similar effort to support caregivers of PWDs. NCSS, SG Enable, and community partners will form a Singapore Together Alliance for Action for caregivers of PWDs in the coming month. This will complement the third Enable Master Plan, which I spoke about earlier. Ms. Dennis Boa also shared about similar alliance for the Autism Enabling Master Plan. MSF will review the recommendations and is committed to working with friends from the autism community on this. Chairman, if there is a partnership that we must build, it is between our men and women. All of us know women close to us, our mothers, our wives, our sisters, our daughters. They deserve our respect and to be celebrated. I would like to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day in advance. As a whole, we have done well in many areas, enabling our women to access quality education and healthcare services and higher labor participation. We have provided them with safe and secure neighborhoods and streets where women can be out late at night, alone, without worrying about safety. A luxury that is uncommon in many other cities and communities. Even among this house, women occupy close to 30% of the seats, which is higher than the International Parliamentary Union's global average of 25.5%. The recent spate of sexual offenses and violence against women are abhorrent. They somewhat reveal how some of our boys and men view women. We want to correct this. We must not allow such misplaced attitudes to fester because they have no part in our society. And we can do more to protect our women by reviewing the sentencing framework for hurt and sexual offences, and my colleague, Minister Shanmugam, has made a ministerial statement to this end. But our partnership with our fellow Singaporean women cannot stop there. We will also look into other areas that have been frequently brought up. An example is that of enabling the careers of our women, supporting their career development even while they build their families, and increasing the representation of women on boards through our Council for Board Diversity in a manner that is not perceived as tokenism. The ongoing conversations on Singapore women's development aim to explore how we can do better collectively for Singapore women at home, in workplaces, in schools, and in the community on these various issues. MOS Shui Ling will elaborate more in her speech. Mr. Chairman, sir, in Malay, please. COVID-19 telah membawa pelbagai cabaran untuk masyarakat di seluruh dunia, lantas menjadi salah satu krisis sosial yang paling mendesak di zaman moden ini. Mereka yang telah menghadapi cabaran terus dilanda masalah berterusan. Bak peribahasa sudah jatuh ditimpa tangga. Perpecahan sosial semakin dirasakan. Pada waktu yang sama kita akan menghadapi lanskap sosial yang amat berbeza dalam masa yang akan datang, membawa bersamanya pelbagai cabaran baru. Terdahulu sebelum COVID-19 melanda, kami telah melipat gandakan perbelanjaan sosial dalam 10 tahun terakhir ini. Strategi sosioekonomi kita telah meningkatkan taraf kehidupan sebahagian besar penduduk kita. Namun, cabarannya adalah untuk memastikan mereka yang berada di bawah dapat terus maju seiring dengan masyarakat lain. Kita harus memastikan bahawa peluang untuk semua rakyat Singapura kekal tersedia, walau bagaimanapun sukar sekalipun. Kita harus memastikan mobiliti sosial tetap tercapai dalam struktur sosial yang dibina. Kerana jika kita gagal, Singapura bakal menuju ke arah menjadi negara yang retak dan berpecah belah. Kita juga tidak boleh melupakan orang-orang terdekat kita, ibu, saudara perempuan, isteri dan anak perempuan kita. Kita harus memastikan bahawa wanita yang memerlukan perlindungan dilindungi, yang kurang bernasib baik diberi bantuan, dan mereka yang mempunyai aspirasi kerjaya diberi peluang untuk mencapainya. Mereka berhak dihormati dan disanjungi. Saya ingin mengucapkan kepada semua wanita, selamat Hari Wanita Sedunia yang bakal disambut Isnin ini. Kami akan terus bersama anda membantu mereka yang kurang bernasib baik dan mendukung aspirasi-aspirasi masyarakat Singapura. Chairman, let me conclude. In my previous ministry, we did everything we can to save our planet. But leaving good children to take care of our planet is as important as leaving a good planet for our children. In Singapore, we have progressively strengthened our social compact over the years and took a pragmatic approach as our society evolved and our resources enable us. We are now faced with an immediate problem to renew our social compact as we tackle the uncertainties of a future global economy scarred by the pandemic that can either deplete our resources or enable us even more. The long-term impact of climate change will severely tax our resources too. Our pioneers set the foundations of Singapore and painted our society with hope amid a crisis. In the background of the uncertainties of separation, we saw hope in building a metropolis together. Similarly, we must ask ourselves, what kind of society do we want to be over the next 50 years? What kind of society do we want to leave our future generations? How we each decide to act in the face of adversity will shape our values and norms for generations to come. For us at MSF, the crisis presents an opportunity to build more resilient individuals and strong families with a more caring and resilient society characterized by greater inclusivity and opportunities for all. The government cannot go about this alone. We need everyone and the whole of society approach and effort to bring us closer to that vision of home. I look forward to our continued partnership with fellow Singaporeans and members of this House to build a better future for ourselves and our children. Together, I'm confident that we can emerge stronger. Thank you.
Minister Desmond Lee.
Mr. Chairman, Minister Masagos has just set out our social compact and laid out MSF's key focus areas for the year ahead. Let me now expand on how we intend to integrate social services and transform our social safety nets in Singapore. COVID-19 has had a profound impact on societies all over the world, but it has also brought out the best in Singaporeans. In the past year, many more Singaporeans stepped forward. Government, community, and corporates partnered one another to support our neighbours, our friends, and fellow Singaporeans. At MSF, my colleagues have been working hard to strengthen and transform our social safety nets. This transformation is guided by our 3 C's principles. First, providing comprehensive support not only downstream when issues occur, but also going upstream to identify and tackle root issues. Second, ensuring that help is convenient by putting individuals and families that we serve at the center and organizing support around their needs. Third, coordinating ourselves by building strong partnerships and networks anchored in local communities. This foundational work served us well when COVID-19 struck, especially during the circuit breaker. One example was the Peers Network, which stands for Partners Engaging and Empowering Rough Sleepers. With your permission, sir, may I display some slides on the LED screen?
Please.
Thank you, sir. Now, the Peers Network was officially formed in July 2019 and includes social service agencies, community groups, and government agencies. Some are befrienders. Others offer their premises as safe, sound sleeping places, or S3Ps for short. And these provide localized interim shelter. Officers from MSF and MND join the partners' outreach walks to offer assistance. They work closely with Peers members to support homeless rough sleepers with housing needs. Early last year, there was an urgency to provide shelter to rough sleepers because of COVID-19. For their safety, we needed to find rough sleepers safe shelter quickly. MSF called for more groups to open their premises as S3Ps. Over 40 organizations answered our call, and this was a six-fold increase from pre-COVID times. We also worked with HDB to provide vacant flats as temporary safe sound sleeping places. The network has sheltered about 900 rough sleepers since April 2020. MSF also set up 2 new transitional shelters in January this year, and about 250 residents from safe sound sleeping places have moved into new transitional shelters. The eventual goal is to help them address their underlying social issues and achieve longer-term stable accommodation. Another example was the outreach efforts to households living in rental flats, which commenced last June. We wanted to ensure these households were coping well with the pandemic, as they were much more vulnerable, and to offer support where necessary. We activated the SG Cares community networks to support this outreach. The local networks were started in 2018 to bring together the social, health, and community sectors in each town to strengthen social, health, and community integration. The networks were quickly mobilized. MSF, PA, MCCY rallied community partners, social service agencies, corporates, and some 900 volunteers to reach out to 50,000 rental households. We managed to offer timely support, especially to households who were suffering but had not yet reached out to seek help. We referred 5,000 households in rental flats to various agencies for further healthcare support, counseling, employment and financial assistance, and so on. Now, these examples demonstrate clearly how important networks of trust are during a crisis. Ms. Joan Pereira and Ms. Denise Phua asked how we work with social service agencies and community partners to deliver social services in a coordinated manner. Now, our approach has been to organize our support around each family's needs and practice what we called the 3 Cs earlier. And to achieve this, MSF has trained nearly 4,300 officers to assess underlying issues and to deliver more comprehensive support. Frontline officers can connect those in need to relevant support if the family's issues go beyond their own agency's remit. This shift, which is work in progress, emphasizes a family-centric approach instead of adopting an agency-centric lens. We will be training community partners and volunteers next, who are important touchpoints to render even more comprehensive support. Now, besides building capabilities, we have also integrated processes. Now, one example is the plan that Minister of State Faisal Ibrahim mentioned to strengthen information exchange between the Singapore Prison Service and the FSCs. He described this during the MHA COS. This enables offenders' families to receive timely support from FSCs and community partners. Now, another example is Streamlined Assessment Protocol, or SAP, that allows ComCare clients to access other forms of help schemes more easily. They now qualify for medical assistance at public healthcare institutions, childcare subsidies, and MOE financial assistance without having to be repeatedly means tested. MSF is working with other agencies to set up new protocols so that clients can seamlessly access assistance via other agencies beyond the SSOs. Now, Mr. Donwy had suggested making the help-seeking process more seamless for low-income vulnerable families by sharing data across ministries and integrating the application processes. This is indeed something we are working on with the relevant agencies. We will make better use of data and technology to improve our clients' experience and our officers' productivity. Today, some clients have to repeat their circumstances and submit similar documents repeatedly to apply for different schemes from different departments. Officers often spend time collecting information that's already available with another agency. This time can be better spent building trust and rapport. Now, the systems enhancements that we mentioned at last year's COS to improve data sharing between agencies are coming on stream this year. One platform is what we call One Client View, or 1CV, which was rolled out last month to officers from 12 agencies. In the past, a household who wanted to apply for rental housing, for comcare assistance, and childcare subsidies, for example, had to submit income documents 3 times to these 3 different agencies. With One Client View, the family can do away with these submissions and simply give consent for agencies to retrieve the information through this platform. One Client View has multiple levels of safeguards built in to ensure that such personal data is kept safe. Another platform called Case Connect will be rolled out in phases from June this year. Today, collaboration takes place over different modes: emails, phone calls, messages, handwritten notes. You get the point. Valuable information can get lost when caseworkers change or new partners come on board. And you can imagine many agencies are involved. Case Connect will allow frontline officers and caseworkers to make referrals, share assessments and updates, and coordinate with other partners on a single platform. And to reduce the administrative burden on frontline officers and our social service agency partners, we have integrated the systems with single sign-in and will progressively build system linkages. So not just focusing on our clients, but ensuring that our frontline, both in government and in the social service sector, they find it meaningful, they find it seamless, they find it integrated for themselves too. Now, case coordination can become challenging with more partners involved. To drive integration, we will take a regional approach to organize key social services. Because in reality, if you ask the different agencies, they tend to serve the same families, the same households, in the same locality. Our aim is to have a common set of partners serve the same community in the same region. This helps to reduce coordination costs and promote better integration across agencies. We have been organizing many of our programs with this regional approach in mind. These include Kickstart and Community Link or ComLink, which Minister Masagos had shared about earlier. We will also set up Regional Strengthening Families Program at FSC to support early risk and stressed families. Minister of State Shun Xieling will elaborate more later. These programs will be organized along SSO regional clusters so that agencies can easily work with the partners in the same region, build relationship among each other, to convene case discussions and coordinate support. In turn, this strengthens the SG Cares community network in each town. Now, during the Emerging Stronger conversations that we've had, many Singaporeans expressed their desire to build a society that cares even more deeply for the vulnerable and less privileged. Mr. Seah Kiam Peng also asked how we will build stronger partnerships with the community to support those in need. We will strive to achieve this through the SG Cares community networks. This is a Singapore Together Alliance for Action, or AFA, which focuses on prototyping new ideas to solve problems. The networks also provide a platform where local partners in a town, both government agencies, charities, social service agencies, and other community groups, get to know one another face to face, collaborate, and over time, build a relationship of trust in the local community. We have seen the collective impact of the networks earlier. And we believe we're just starting to tap on its potential, and we call on more community partners and volunteers to join our efforts. Now, Community Link, or ComLink for short, is a flagship initiative that seeks to pull together the elements that we've talked about earlier. Achieving deeper integration, putting families at the center of our work, being proactive, building strong local networks, and partnering the community. DPM Heng and Minister Masagos had announced the expansion of ComLink earlier. So now let me provide some details, which will also address Mr. Muhammad Fahmi's cut on ComLink's progress and future plans. In 2019, MSF launched ComLink at 4 pilot locations: Boon Lay, Jalan Kukoh, Kembangan Chai Chee, and Marsiling. And since its launch, we have supported 1,000 families with children. Now, Ms. Carrie Tan asked if ComLink is taking an asset-based community development, or ABCD, approach. Yes, elements of ABCD are in ComLink, but ComLink is more than that. Under ComLink, instead of waiting for households to seek help, we proactively reach out to families with young children who are living in rental housing to understand their needs, their fears, and their aspirations. Listen to their voice. We pulled together data across agencies and used them to identify issues faced by families, as well as assets and gaps in the community. Community partners came together to coordinate support for families with complex interlocking issues. We came up with common action plans and journeyed with the families to support them in achieving their goals. You can't rush this. It takes time. You have to journey with them. It may take months, it may take years, it may take even a generation, but we journey with them. We also partnered about 30 corporates, donors, and social service agencies, and 240 volunteers to mount some 60 ComLink programs specifically tailored to meet the families and the community's needs. So data-driven needs identified by our outreach to the families, hearing and listening to them, and then tailoring those support. Our objective is to systematically uplift families with children living in rental housing and support them towards stability, self-reliance, and social mobility. Now, let me illustrate with one example. Now, Theresa is a single mother with 2 children and had difficulty holding down a stable job because of the difficulties she faced. Ever since the SSO knocked on her door 2 years ago as part of ComLink, Theresa gradually opened up to share her challenges and aspirations of becoming a childcare teacher and her hopes of owning her own HDB flat. Her social worker and community partners came together, provided her coordinated support, and worked out with her a case plan, a progress plan, a roadmap. Today, Theresa is a confident parent with stable employment who contributes back to her own local community. Her 2 children regularly attend ComLink programs. We want to empower more families like Theresa's. We will therefore scale ComLink across Singapore over the next 2 years to cover all families with children living in rental housing. We will do so by expanding from the existing 4 sites to 21 towns in the next 2 years to cover 14,000 rental housing families with children across the island. The SSOs will continue to drive this effort with relevant government agencies, social service agencies, and community partners through ComLink alliances. As we step up efforts to do more for vulnerable Singaporeans, we need to redesign the way we deliver services. this is a natural evolution of the social safety nets that Minister Masagos had set out in his opening frame. And what is this new way of delivering social services? First, streamline outreach efforts so that families are not overtaxed by various agencies and interventions. Second, align agencies to a common set of outcomes centered on the families, so that families are not pulled in different directions by different agencies and charities. Third, empower lead agencies such as our SSOs and our Family Service Centers, or FSCs, to exercise more leadership, to stitch together interventions while other agencies support as part of one team. Fourth, provide better signposting of ground needs to donors, to volunteers, philanthropists, and corporate CSR, so that their giving is not just meaningful, but impactful, targeted, and productive. Achieve social impact that many volunteers and donors yearn to see. We are testing out these ideas at selected Comlink communities. Now, Comlink is an ambitious enterprise premised on the belief that government, SSAs, and the community come together at the national level, supported by resources and the right policies. We can make a much bigger impact in uplifting the low-income and vulnerable. Social sector practitioners have told us that what we're trying to achieve is critically needed. In fact, we're doing this because of their sound advice and guidance over the years. They tell us it's much needed, but it's not easy to achieve. We must confess that with no precedent to rely on, we are feeling the stones as we cross the river. But I'm confident that we can cross the river to the other side because of our common desire to build a society that cares more deeply for those who have less and want to roll up our sleeves, make an impact, and see the difference. We need to do this together. And so Minister Masagos, MOS Sun Xueling, Paulsec Eric Choi, and I would like to invite Singaporeans to be a part of this movement on the ground. Those who are keen to join us can approach a volunteer center set up by MCCY in your town or sign up through volunteer.sg portal. My colleagues and I look forward to working with more of you to build a Singapore where no one is left behind.
MOS Ms. Sun Xueling.
Chairman, Minister Masagos shared MSF's plans to strengthen our social compact, including strong families as our first line of support. It is on these points that I would like to elaborate today. First, our families are the foundation of society. We must support them to the best of our ability across their differing needs. Second, our women are key members of our families and society. We will support them so they have real choices, so that they do not have to choose between family and their careers and can achieve their full potential. Third, our children are our future. We will provide them with a good start in life so that they may grow up to be resilient members of our society and form strong families of their own. Chairman, to build strong, resilient families, we have in place a continuum of family services to support families with varying needs. First, for soon-to-wed and married couples, we support them in building strong foundations in marriage and parenthood. Minister Indrani announced the increase in the co-matching cap in the child development account for the second child. We will also introduce government-paid paternity benefit and adoption benefit schemes later this year. We will grow the Families for Life movement to strengthen family ties and bonds. And we will promote evidence-based programs for marriage preparation and parenting. Second, Mr. Melvin Yong and Mr. Seah Ken Peng will be happy to know that we will help families who show early signs of stress. In 2019, MSF piloted 2 Strengthening Families program at Family Service Centres, otherwise known as SFP at FSC, with Care Corner Singapore and Fei Yue Community Services. SFP at FSC will bring together programs and support services for marriage and divorce. A, we will start a family counselling service, including for families with early signs of stress, so we can mend relationship fissures early. B, some marriages need more support, such as those who marry before 21 years of age or transnational couples. Tailored marriage preparation and support programs will help lay a strong foundation for marriage. C, we will step up support for families undergoing divorce. 4 existing divorce support specialist agencies, or DSSAs, will be folded into the SFP at FSC. Services will be more accessible, as families may approach any of the 10 SFP at FSCs, whereas the DSSAs may not be located as conveniently. The SFP at FSC will adopt an integrated, regional and multidisciplinary approach to family service provision. Bringing early risk family services under SFP at FSC allows better oversight of family services and greater integration of support for families with multiple needs. The SFP at FSC will be organized according to the 10 SSO regions. Upstream preventive measures for all families and downstream interventions for early risk families and those with complex needs will be accessible in the same location. To address multifaceted and complex family issues, the SFP at FSC will bring together a multidisciplinary team of professionals skilled in family counselling, financial counselling, and psychology. We expect to scale up to 5 SFP at FSCs, with 3 more social service agencies working with MSF by the last quarter of this year. And the remaining 5 will be rolled out within the next 2 years. On family violence, Mr. Jul Rahim asked what can be done to create a community of support. MOS Associate Professor Mohammed Faisal and I co-chair the Task Force on Family Violence, which has studied the landscape and possible causes of family violence so that we can intervene effectively. We have conducted focus group discussions and we're currently reviewing feedback from partners and members of the House. The task force is developing recommendations to break cycles of abuse and offending under 4 broad thrusts. First, increasing awareness and strengthening societal attitudes against violence. Second, making it easier for victims and the community to report violence and to get immediate help. Third, strengthening protection for victims to reduce their risk of being harmed again. And fourth, increasing the burden of accountability placed on perpetrators and strengthening their rehabilitation. More details will be shared later. I will next share how we will continue to support our women. Our women's contributions are integral to the Singapore story, and we must celebrate and support their continued progress. Ahead of Monday, I would like to wish everyone, both men and women, Happy International Women's Day in advance. Mr. Seah Kian Peng asked about the profile of participants and issues raised at the conversations on Singapore women's development. So far, we have conducted 37 conversations and engaged over 1,800 individuals, including youths, working mothers, homemakers, and women leaders. Men make up almost a quarter of our participants, and I know that more will come. Participants raised concerns ranging from challenges faced by working mothers to violence against women. During my budget speech last week, I mentioned that participants from our conversations on Singapore women's development raised concerns on the approach for punishment for hurt and sexual offences. I'm heartened to hear Minister for Home Affairs and Law present the ministerial statement on the review of the sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences in Parliament today. It is a strong step to further safeguard the protection and safety of our women and girls. Participants at the conversations also raised the need for mindset shifts and suggested establishing support networks in workplaces and the community. Increasing representation of women in corporate leadership was also raised. We agree with Ms. Mariam Jaffar that we need more women leaders for diversity in skill sets, experiences, and perspectives, which leads to better decisions. The Council for Board Diversity encourages diversity in organizations and identifies and grooms potential board-ready women. We will continue to gather and study the feedback provided and submit a white paper to Parliament in the second half of 2021. Next, I'd like to talk about how we ensure that every child has access to affordable and quality preschools. Chairman, it is paramount that every child is provided with a good start. For families with young children, we have stepped up efforts to enhance the accessibility, affordability, and quality of preschools. 2 key moves were recently made. Since January 2020, the household income ceiling for means-tested preschool subsidies has increased to $12,000 a month from $7,500 for childcare and infant care and $6,000 for KIFAS. Subsidy amounts also increased across all eligible tiers. Around 78,000 children now benefit from means-tested subsidies, up from around 48,000 in 2019. We enhanced the Partner Operator Scheme, POP, from January 2021. In the new term, we lowered fee caps for POP centres from $800 to $760 for full-day childcare per month. We also increased the number of POP centres by 30%. With the latest subsidies and fee caps, a Singaporean child enrolled in full-day childcare for 5 years with an anchor operator would benefit from about $50,000 in government funding. Low and middle-income families can additionally receive up to $28,000 in means-tested subsidies. Ms. Ng Ling Ling and Mr. Louis Chua asked about accessibility and quality of preschool places. This is an important point that affects young families. I know this all too well. Many MPs have raised this issue. Back in 2019, together with my colleagues Cheng Li Hui, Rahayu Mazam, and Cheryl Chan, we pushed for more accessible and affordable quality preschool places, especially in new towns with many young children. The government promised in 2019 that 80% of preschoolers would have a place in government-supported preschools by around 2025. We have significantly increased the number of full-day preschool places from about 120,000 in 2015 to around 190,000 today, an increase of over 50%. We are thus on track to grow the total number of full-day preschool places to 200,000 by 2023 and achieve the government's promise by around 2025. We have increased the number of early childhood educators from 18,000 in 2018 to over 22,000 last year. We support the professional development of our educators. One such effort is enhancing the capabilities of educators teaching mother tongue languages. ACDA partnered the National Institute of Early Childhood Development, or NIEC, in 2019 to introduce certificate courses for Malay and Tamil language teaching. A course for Chinese language teaching will be introduced later this year. Ms. Joan Pereira asked how we will support lower-income families with young children. In 2021, we plan to expand Kids Start to Choa Chu Kang, Bukit Panjang, and Bukit Batok on top of the regions already announced. The community plays an important role. Under the Growing Together with Kids Start initiative, we forged new corporate partnerships with SP Group and the Lego Group and deepened existing partnerships with Prudential Singapore and Eaton House Community Fund. We will tap on individual and corporate volunteers to build stronger, long-lasting relationships with Kids Start families. Mr. Don Wee asked about childcare services for shift workers. Childcare centres can operate beyond standard operating hours. Currently, over 40 childcare centres operate beyond 7 p.m. on weekdays. This meets the needs of most parents. Others may arrange for caregivers, such as relatives, to help out. As part of the Community Link pilot, we sought feedback from some 650 families and community partners, including on caregiving arrangements. We are studying the possibility of piloting nighttime childcare at a Comlink site. For children with developmental needs, it is paramount to identify needs early and provide the necessary support. Our children are precious, and we must create environments where they can thrive and they can feel included and accepted. We therefore set up the Inclusive Preschool Work Group, or IPWG, which Minister Masagos spoke about. Through the IPWG, which I co-chair, the government has worked with partners across the health, education, and social sectors to study how we can better support children with developmental needs. Ms. Ng Ling Ling asked about efforts to strengthen inclusion in preschools. The work group will release its report in April. Ahead of this, let me broadly share the upcoming initiatives. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, may I display a slide on the LED screen?
Please.
The work group has a tiered support framework, depending on the level of early intervention support required. In Tier 1, we will work towards every preschool appointing an inclusion coordinator, or ICO, amongst existing staff, beginning in the second half of 2023. The exact timing will be announced later. The introduction of ICOs will set a baseline for the sector's support for children with developmental needs and signal that every preschool has a role to play in strengthening inclusion. ICOs will work with early childhood educators to flag children with potential developmental needs for further assessment. They will connect teachers and parents to early intervention support or resources, such as our Development Support Learning Support Program, DSLS. ACDA will work with preschools to support appointed staff with appropriate training. ICOs alone are not the silver bullet, and we urge all preschool leaders and educators to partner ICOs in their preschools in this inclusion journey. In Tier 2, we will expand the DSLS program and the Development Support Plus, DS Plus program to more preschools to support children requiring low levels of early intervention support. In 2020, the DSLS program covered about 600 preschools, which enroll over 40% of resident preschoolers aged 5 to 6. We plan to expand outreach of the DSLS program to more preschools, covering 60% of preschoolers by 2025 and covering 80% at steady state. In Tier 3, we will pilot a new Inclusive Support Program, or INSP, at a few sites with selected providers to integrate planning and provision of both early childhood and early intervention services at preschools for children aged 3 to 6 who require medium levels of early intervention support. Under the INSP, preschools will be resourced with full-time early intervention professionals who will work with early childhood educators. This will reduce the logistical strain faced by caregivers of shuttling between preschools and early intervention centers and provide more integrated support. The IPWG recognizes there are children who require higher levels of early intervention support and who remain best served in a separate, specialized early intervention setting. ACDA will follow up on IPWG's recommendation to study integration opportunities for these children in Tier 4. ACDA will also strengthen the capabilities of the early childhood and early intervention professionals in our efforts to make preschools more inclusive. Ultimately, strengthening inclusion in our preschools will benefit both children with developmental needs and typically developing children, with enhanced teacher training and development of stronger social skills from a young age. Chairman, in Chinese, please. 家庭是我们社会的基石，因此我们推出了一系列服务，支持有不同需求和面对不同风险的家庭。2019年，我们汇集了现有的婚姻和离婚辅助服务，与两个家庭服务中心一起推行新的巩固家庭计划。基于这2个项目的良好反馈，我们将在今年底前把这项计划扩展到另外3个地区，并在未来2年再增加5个地区。在支持女性方面，政府和民间组织已举办了37场新加坡女性发展对话会，接触了超过1800名来自不同背景的人士。对话会上，出席者所关注的问题包括在职母亲所面对的挑战、女性受到的暴力侵害等。我们将继续收集反馈，并研究出席者所提出的建议，在下半年向国会提交白皮书。在学前教育方面，我们正在加紧努力，提供更便利、更优惠、更高质量的学前教育服务。我们将在2025年左右把政府资助的学前教育学额比例增加到80%，达到2019年定下的目标。同时，我们会在每所学前教育中心委任1名协调员，让有发展需要的孩子及早获得早期介入。我们也将扩大启发辅助计划，并试行一项新的包容辅助计划，为那些每天奔波于学前教育中心和早期介入计划中心的孩子提供帮助。我们也将进一步帮助育有幼儿的低收入家庭。我们将在今年扩大幼儿培育辅助计划 Kid Start， 让住在蔡厝港、五级班让和五级巴都的低收入家庭受惠。计划的一个重要部分是确保幼儿获得足够的营养。专业人员将直接与家长合作，指导他们如何满足孩子的营养需要。我们的社区和企业伙伴也会在必要时给予家庭食品赞助。孩子是我们的希望，他们是我们的未来。无论他们来自怎样的家庭，面对什么样的困难，我们都要为他们创造一个包容、温暖的教育环境，让每个孩子都能茁壮成长，克服生活和学习中的各种挑战，发挥他们的潜能。这些需要我们所有人的共同努力。谢谢大家。
Palsek Eric Chua.
Sir, building a strong social compact starts with building resilient and caring individuals. This begins from nurturing our youth to bring out the best in them. All youth, including our vulnerable and at-risk ones, can be resilient individuals. We must support them well so they too can realize their full potential. Mr. Murali Pillay asked how we can do so. The National Committee on Prevention, Rehabilitation and Recidivism, NCPR, which I co-chair with MOS Faishal of MHA, oversees national efforts to prevent offending, reoffending, and to enhance rehabilitation of offenders. Through the localized community network pilot, we provide wraparound coordinated support to children and youth with complex family circumstances or those who exhibit at-risk behaviors. MSF also works closely with appointed agencies to run programs aimed at reducing at-risk behaviors, such as YouthGo. Over the years, we have made steady progress. The number of youths arrested has fallen by about 40% over the last decade. pre-court diversionary programs have significantly contributed to keeping first-time youth offenders who commit minor offences out of the court system. We will continue to work with our partners to build a preventive support system for our youth. We will pilot a mentoring program targeted at students who leave ITE prematurely. We have two main objectives. First, to expand the youth's network of positive relationships. We hope that the young mentees will find lifelong friends and role models in the mentors, pick up useful life skills, and gain access to a trusted adult that they feel comfortable reaching out to. Second, to empower the youth to achieve their aspirations. We hope to broaden their exposure to opportunities and support them in building on their strengths and talents. We intend to gather mentors from various industries to guide the youth to explore potential careers in areas they are interested in. Where possible, mentors will pave the way for internship, apprenticeships, or job placements for these mentees. I'm also pleased to update that from February 2021, that's last month, post-care support for our youth discharged from MSF youth homes has been extended from 2 months to 1 year for all youth discharged from the homes. Beyond this, we invest upstream in family and community resources to address risks and disadvantages as early as possible. And we also regularly review our legislation to better safeguard the welfare of our youth and children. Ms. Sylvia Lim asked about the impact of the amendments to the Children and Young Persons Act, CYPA, passed by Parliament in 2019. Most amendments took effect from July last year. Implementation has been smooth so far. We extended protection to older children who are abused or neglected by raising the age limit from 16 to 18. From July to December 2020, MSF investigated 25 such cases involving older children. The shift from beyond parental control to family guidance orders emphasizes the family's responsibility in guiding their children. Now, parents and children must attend a family program before parents can apply to the court for a family guidance order. The intent really is to equip families with ways to resolve conflict and strengthen family relationships to avoid the need for the court to intervene. The regime is still new at this point in time, and we need time to monitor its implementation. We're also enhancing our capacity and capability to rehabilitate youth offenders. It will take resources, time to strengthen safety and security before MSF youth homes are able to take in additional youths. And on a related note, we're also reviewing the Adoption of Children Act to seek public feedback on proposals to better safeguard the welfare of adopted children. Our efforts would not be possible without close collaboration with the community. As Minister Masagos mentioned, we are strengthening partnerships with the community and encouraging the spirit of giving and volunteering to uplift our vulnerable communities. Mr. Muhammad Fahmi bin Aliman asked how we are empowering our youth to contribute to building a resilient and inclusive society. Many youths have been leading and igniting change through community initiatives, and we are actively partnering them to channel their energy and ideas for good. And I'll be sharing more examples later on in my speech. Mental well-being is a pertinent issue of our time, brought to the fore by the pandemic. At the start of the circuit breaker, MSF and MOH set up a dedicated national care hotline to provide psychological first aid to Singaporeans. The hotline has since managed over 40,000 calls since it commenced operations in April last year. And in recent months, with the gradual lifting of COVID measures, total calls managed has decreased and stabilized to 1,500 calls a month, including about 450 per month that needs emotional support. But beyond this, there is more that we must do as a society to promote mental well-being. Mr. Sean Huang and Mr. Xie Yaoquan asked how the Youth Mental Wellbeing Network will help support youth. The network gives us a platform to brainstorm with the community and try out new ideas to better support our youth's mental well-being. As MOS Xue Ling shared at MOE's COS, network members have initiated over 30 potential projects to date. I took part in a brainstorming session in October last year and was very heartened and inspired by the many good ideas exchanged. One such initiative is driving resilience and inspiration for the incredible next generation, or drifting in short. Led by network members Ms. Francesca Wah, Mr. Caleb Tan, Mr. Jerry Xia, Mr. Pang Lim, and Mr. Chan Ming Hui, Drifting is an outreach program that aims to provide positive peer support for at-risk adolescents. Tapping on the experiences of former youth at risk and informal community touchpoints such as hairdressers, mama shop owners, Drifting seeks to strengthen the social support network and introduce protective factors for at-risk adolescents. The team will soon be ready to recruit volunteers and conduct outreach. Our youth are also actively involved in causes to help the vulnerable. 17-year-old Branson Tan has been involved in ground-up initiative Mami Yummy since 2013, when his grandmother started the initiative with 3 other mothers to distribute meals to families in rental flats. As deputy lead of the youth team, Branson leads over 200 new volunteers to distribute food door to door. And he also leads weekly house visits in Bedok to check on residents' well-being. Increasingly, youth also want to have a voice in the policy-making process. We constantly find ways to involve youth in our consultations. For instance, the Youth Advisory Group, or YAG, provides their perspective to the NCPR, which I co-share with MOS Faishal. In recent years, MSF, community agencies, and religious organizations have also joined hands to form various networks to address social issues. The Peers Network, for instance, has 35 partners who run safe, sound sleeping places, or S3Ps in short, and mobilize volunteers to reach out to rough sleepers. I recently joined the Catholic Welfare Services and the Homeless Heart of Singapore on the night walks. On one walk, we met 2 uncles who shared their concerns about safety and about losing their belongings when they sleep rough. They were actually initially quite hesitant to move into a shelter, but upon our MSF officers' follow-up, especially on the very next day, they went to engage the uncles again and giving them assurance that the shelters would be suitable and adequate for their needs. They eventually moved into the shelter. And they're now in touch with HDB and MSF SSOs to gradually work out their housing and financial needs. Other volunteer networks which the public can join include the Vulnerable in Community, or VIC network, which befriends and supports vulnerable individuals, including tissue paper sellers and cardboard collectors. The Charity Food Work Group, for instance, which coordinates charity food support to beneficiaries, and the earlier mentioned Comlink, which supports families in rental flats. We hope that more Singaporeans will join us in stepping forward to make a difference. Sir, in Mandarin, please. 每个青少年都能成为适应能力强而有坚韧精神的人。为充分发掘他们的潜能，政府目前与社区伙伴紧密合作，为弱势和高风险青年建立一个预防性支援系统。我们将为辍学的公教院学生试行一项导师计划，引领他们建立积极正面的人脉关系，也协助他们在所感兴趣的领域寻找实习或就业的机会。近年来，我们与社区机构和宗教组织成立了不少合作的平台，针对各项社会课题深入的探讨，并且共同提出应对的方案。其中包括青年心理健康、街头露宿者、社区弱势群体以及食物捐赠等课题。我们将继续与国人合作，共同打造一个 以坚韧斗志与博爱大同等情操为核心的社会，以便面对未来所带来的挑战。In closing, let me round back to the questions that Minister Masagos posed earlier. What is our shared vision for the future? What kind of society do we want to be, and what legacy do we want to leave for our future generations? The future is ours to shape, from conversations with the public to spirited discourse with members of this House. We share a vision to build a society where all Singaporeans have access to opportunities to achieve their dreams, and that no one is left behind. MSF will continue to work with all Singaporeans to build resilient individuals, strong families, and a caring and inclusive society so that Singapore can thrive no matter what the future brings. Thank you.
We have some time for clarifications, if any. Mr. Louis Chua.
Happy International Women's Day in advance. Just a quick one. I think we have the plans to have every household be within 10 minutes walking distance of a park by 2030. So similarly, I think one of the common feedback that my residents have shared in terms of preschool is that they are facing difficulties having a preschool near their place. So just wondering if the ministry will consider having such a plan whereby every household will be within walking distance of an available preschool. Thank you.
MOS soon.
I thank the member, Mr. Louis Chua, for his clarification. Indeed, the point that he mentioned was exactly one of the points that myself and my colleagues, Madam Rahayu Mazam, Cheryl Chan, and Cheng Li Hui made in our position paper in 2019. And thereafter, the government made a promise that we would look at making preschools more accessible, more affordable, and of course that they are quality preschools. So for new estates like Sengkang, like Punggol, if we look at childcare capacity, it has more than doubled in Sengkang and Punggol in the past 5 years, from about 11,000 in 2015 to over 23,000 places today. But I take the point that many young families would like to have a childcare as close as possible, where it is logically and logistically possible, because we have to also look at void deck space and the facilities that are available. But as a matter of principle, the government knows the needs of young families, and where it is possible, as we ramp up the total number of childcare places, we will have them in accessible locations for young families. Thank you.
Any other clarifications? If not, may I invite Mr. Sia to consider withdrawing his amendment?
Mr. Chair, just on behalf of all the members who filed cards, just like to take this opportunity to thank Ministers Masagos, Desmond Lee, MOS Sun Xueling, Pausek, Eric Chua for your answers to all our cards. It is Friday and it's almost 8:30. It may be late, but to all the men and women in this space, the social service space, we know that they work very quietly but very hard behind the scenes throughout the years. We want to thank them and appreciate their good work, and to also assure that all of us in this House will continue to journey with them so that collectively we can build, we're one step closer to building a more caring, more giving, more compassionate, and more inclusive society. With that, Mr. Chair, I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given. The amendment is withdrawn. Let's move to the main estimates. The question is that the sum of $4,035,035,800 for head I stand part of the main estimates. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next, the development estimates. The question is that the sum of $98,938,700 for head I stand part of the development estimates. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Chairman, may I seek your consent to move that progress be reported now and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 8 March 2021?
I give my consent.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that progress be reported now and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 8 March 2021.
The question is that progress be reported now and leave be asked to sit again on Monday, 8th March 2021. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has made progress on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2021 to 2022 and ask leave to sit again on Monday, 8 March 2021.
So be it. Leader.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn to 10 a.m. on Monday, 8 March 2021.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn to 10 a.m. on Monday, the 8th of March 2021. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.